Ashling Murphy was a 23-year-old woman from Ireland who just landed her dream job at a local primary school in Tullamore when she became caught up in a chilling true crime story. As she was out jogging one afternoon, Ashling was ambushed from behind. The suspect claimed her life within a matter of seconds and did so in broad daylight in front of multiple witnesses and CCTV cameras. The crime shook the entire country. But what could this criminal have wanted so badly that he was willing to take the life of such a young, promising schoolteacher? And what could have led him to commit such a heartbreaking crime in broad daylight, no less? Investigators think they know the answer, but it isn't pretty. Ashling Murphy was born in 1998 in Blue Ball, which is fairly close to Tullamore, where Ashling would spend the majority of her life. She grew up alongside her siblings, a brother and a sister, and had a deep love for music, and she was specifically fond of traditional Irish music, as was the rest of her family. She would often play music with her father, with Ashling playing the tin whistle or the fiddle, while her father preferred the banjo. Ashling believed that everyone should learn how to play an instrument, and she did her best to pass on her love of music down to her students and her peers. She would often take younger musicians under her wing, teaching them all she knew about her instruments. Ashling would then meet the love of her life when she was about 13 or 14 years old. Now, I get that may sound a bit strange to some, but when you know, you know. I mean, my own wife was just 14 when we started dating. But when Ashling met her boyfriend, Ryan Casey, the two hit it off instantly. He was just 15 at the time, but regardless of their age, they started dating just weeks later. And from the very beginning, they knew it was meant to be. By 2014, though, they had called things off, admitting that they were probably too young to truly know what they wanted in life. But it didn't take them long to realize what they were missing out on, because after a short while, Ryan asked Ashling to make things official, gifting her a watch that she virtually never took off since the day that it was given to her. It wasn't the world's prettiest watch by any means, but it was the most special thing that Ashling owned, and by a steep margin. Unfortunately, Ashling wouldn't be around long enough for the two to get married, even though they both obviously wanted to. But they stuck together throughout the remainder of high school, college, and after graduation. They would actually remain together for the rest of Ashling's life. Once she graduated from high school, Ashling went on to attend the Mary Immaculate College in Limerick, getting her Bachelor's of Education in 2021 when she was just 22 years old. When Ashling left school and began placing applications at nearby primary schools, she was contacted by Douro National School, who was more than happy to offer her a position teaching first grade. For Ashling, this was the job of a lifetime. She was able to make a living doing what she always dreamed of doing, so it's easy to assume that for her, life couldn't have been better. But as we all know, good times don't always last forever. Ashling wasn't one to let her health go by the wayside after she finished up school, so she always made time to ensure that she ate properly and got regular exercise. So on January 12, 2022, Ashling headed out for a jog, as she did quite often. She was jogging along the Grand Canal located in Tullamore. She had just finished up work at school and was hoping to get some fresh air before returning home for the evening. She left school just after 3 p.m. that day and made her way towards a walkway known as Fiona's Way, which was, oddly enough, named after a missing woman, Fiona Pender. As Ashling made her way down the path, tragedy struck. What should have been an ordinary January afternoon quickly turned into a nightmare. As Ashling made her way along Fiona's Way, she was ambushed from behind. A male suspect who was not immediately identified had pulled out a weapon and charged at Ashling from behind. She would sustain a total of 11 wounds, all of which were to her neck. What's crazy is that this was an otherwise beautiful day. It was broad daylight, no rain in the forecast, the perfect day to go out for a nice jog, and Ashling clearly agreed. So why had this suspect chosen this day of all days to commit such a heartbreaking crime? Naturally, many other people were out and about walking along the canal near to Ashling. It goes without saying that there were multiple witnesses to the crime. 2 women who were jogging along the opposite side of the canal were the first to realize what was taking place, and mere seconds after Ashling fell down, the 2 women bolted and headed towards the nearest home to ask the residents to call the police. When investigators finally arrived at the scene of the crime, it was incredibly clear what had taken place here. Ashling had lost her life within a matter of seconds, but the aftermath left an image in the minds of locals that is likely to persist for many years to come. As police collected evidence from the scene of the crime, they initially believed that Ashling had lost her life after being asphyxiated. After all, the women who'd witnessed the crime were so shaken that they couldn't quite tell what specifically had unfolded. They just knew that a man had grabbed Ashling from behind. But as police began to investigate the situation a bit more closely, they realized the sheer brutality of the crime. Police had also initially believed that Ashling had used the keys that she was carrying to fight back against her attacker, but they would later learn that this too wasn't entirely accurate. As the crime was unfolding, Ashling immediately began defending herself by kicking at the man, as well as clawing him with her fingernails. And it was incredibly helpful that she did this, because by doing so, she collected a perfect DNA sample of the suspect under her nails. But keep in mind, a DNA sample is only useful if the criminal is logged into a police database. In this scenario, he wasn't. Police honed in on one specific man based on the statements witnesses gave at the scene of the crime, as well as their belief that the criminal wasn't someone who Ashling knew personally. Descriptions of this individual eventually helped police track down a 40-year-old man who they believed was responsible. Some sources seem to suggest that this man was captured on CCTV in the area as well. But unfortunately, though, the man was cleared of any involvement in less than 24 hours. When the man spoke with the Irish Independent a short while later, he described his time being detained by police and relayed his experience of being interrogated for a crime he didn't commit. To put it nicely, this man did not have a good time while he was in custody. Even after his release, he was bombarded by online threats from people who still believed he was behind the crime, even though it was proven that he wasn't. The man's life was in such danger that police were forced to provide him with a safe accommodation while the investigation continued, because they feared he may have his life taken, simply because he was a suspect. It seemed that no amount of evidence could convince these armchair detectives otherwise. It was the very definition of a modern-day witch hunt. Interestingly, as police were still searching the scene of the crime for any clues, they came across a Falcon Storm mountain bike that they believed was tied to the case. They went back and started combing through hours upon hours of CCTV footage, after learning that another woman claimed to have been followed by a man who rode an identical bike to the one that was found near the crime scene. Footage of a man riding this specific bike was eventually recovered, but it wasn't initially clear if police believed the man riding this bike was the perpetrator or merely a witness who fled the scene when the crime had unfolded. But considering the bike had been left behind at the scene of the crime and no one had bothered to come back for it, I'd say it's pretty safe to assume that detectives believed the bike likely belonged to the suspect. But around the same time, detectives were informed of another interesting clue, and it came from somewhere no one would have anticipated. On January 14th, 2 days after the crime, a man stumbled into a local hospital, seeking treatment for an injury that he'd sustained to his stomach. He refused to tell the nurses and doctors how he had been injured, which only made them more curious and suspicious. Some of the healthcare workers believed that the man may have been involved in something rather nefarious, so they called the police to inform them. Investigators then carried out a background check against the man. Now, we don't know specifically what this background check showed, but it clearly raised a few eyebrows, because after receiving the results of the report, police decided to carry out searches of multiple nearby properties that the man was associated with, including one in County Offaly and one in Dublin. 2 vehicles were seized as well, and one of these vehicles is believed to have been the taxi that was used to transport the suspect to the hospital. Around the same time, it was reported by the local police commissioner that all of the police force's available resources were to be allocated to getting this case solved. Police announced around the same time that they were making significant progress in the case, but that they were unable to share many of the specifics of their investigation, as they feared it may tip off the suspect and cause him to flee, or at the very least, do a better job of covering his tracks. But then, a breakthrough came, and an arrest was finally made. Turns out, it was the man who had admitted himself to the hospital on the 14th. He was released from the hospital after 4 days of observation, being sent back into society on January 18th, the same day as a public vigil that was being held for Ashling. Less than 24 hours later, the man was arrested under suspicion of claiming Ashling's life. Less than 24 hours after this, the man was officially charged and identified as Joseph Puska, a Slovakian national. Police quickly learned that the man didn't even know Ashling, but he had been stalking her on the date of the crime. He was later taken before a special sitting of the Tullamore District Court, at which point they agreed that there was enough evidence against the man, and he was sent to Clover Hill Prison to await a second court appearance, scheduled for the 26th of January, about a week later. At this same time, police arrested a second suspect, who they also believed was involved in the crime, but he was released without charges a little while later. It wouldn't be until April 25th that the man was officially given a court date. It seemed to nearly every member of the public the police had finally found their man. But then, a shocking turn of events. Joseph's trial began on October 2nd, 2023, following several more lengthy delays. During the trial, several key pieces of evidence were revealed that caused the public to seriously question the integrity of the local police. The most condemning piece of evidence that was put forward was that Joseph had actually confessed to the crime on January 14th, the same day he entered the hospital. And he did this in the presence of police officers, yet he wasn't arrested until the 19th, 5 full days after his confession. No explanation for this has ever been given. So why in the world did it take police nearly a week to arrest a man who had openly confessed to a crime? When police were digging deeper into the man's whereabouts at the time that the crime took place, they realized that he was, in fact, the man who they had spotted on CCTV footage, riding the mountain bike that was mentioned a moment ago. Better yet, police were able to conclusively prove that he was the criminal because of the DNA that Ashling had collected underneath her fingernails. In essence, she had helped to solve her own crime even after she lost her life. If this wasn't condemning enough, police were actually able to use data that was pulled from Ashling's Fitbit smartwatch to determine the exact second that the crime occurred. And Joseph's whereabouts fit perfectly in line with the timeline that they had now established, proving beyond any doubt that he was with Ashling when she lost her life. Around the same time that Joseph was spotted traveling through the Fiona's Way area, Ashling's Fitbit history showed a sudden and dramatic change in her heart rate, pinning down the exact moment that the crime occurred. But even with all of this information stacked against him, police still had one major problem. They had found no motive for the crime. In fact, Joseph had begun to blame the crime on a masked man who had jabbed him in the stomach around the same time that the crime against Ashling was carried out. In essence, he explained this Fitbit information away, claiming he was in the area at the time, and he did witness the crime, but he wasn't the one who carried it out. This would have obviously been the reason he admitted himself to the hospital just 2 days after the crime. But what I can figure out is that Joseph had already confessed to the crime. He confessed in detail to police officers who visited him in the hospital months before the trial took place. So why the sudden change in his story? I guess he suddenly didn't want to go to prison? I mean, who even knows? To top this off, he shared various conflicting stories with other members of the investigative team, so who even knows what the truth is at this point? Police were eventually able to determine that the wound that Joseph had sustained to his stomach was self-inflicted, and it had come about during the crime against Ashling. Needless to say, with the DNA, the confession, the Fitbit data, the dozens of scratch wounds all over his body, and the stomach wound stacked against him, Joseph was sent to prison for life. But this brings us right back to the bigger question here. What was the motive? The most obvious motive in many cases like this is that the suspect wanted to take advantage of the victim, but that didn't happen here. Ashling was never taken advantage of, nor was she even robbed. Joseph ran up behind her, jabbed her 11 times in the neck, then just ran away. There literally was no motive other than he wanted to do it. After the trial had concluded, police were willing to divulge some of the more heavily guarded secrets of the case, and they were finally willing to admit that Joseph had indeed confessed to the crime on January 14th, with the help of a Slovakian interpreter who they had on the phone while Joseph was stuck in a hospital bed. They never opened up about why it took them an additional 5 days to arrest him, but I suppose that's largely irrelevant at this point. What's done is done. When Joseph spoke to the interpreter, he made it clear that he wanted his confession to be repeated word for word to investigators. In his statement, he admitted to claiming Ashling's life, repeating this twice. But interestingly, he says that he didn't do it intentionally, adding that he feels guilty and he's sorry. He admitted that he had never seen Ashling before and explained the situation away as some sort of accident. He said he'd been carrying a knife with him that he used to work on the chain of his bike. He said when Ashling passed by, he accidentally cut her. He said that she began to panic, then he began to panic. He said he never saw her there and that the crime was an accident. But how? How in the world do you accidentally jab someone in the neck 11 times, then accidentally get yourself in the stomach as well? Well, you don't. With this logic, he must have accidentally been stalking the other woman as well, and accidentally left his bike at the scene of the crime after he accidentally ran away and hid from the police for 48 hours, hiding the wound that he had accidentally sustained to his own stomach. I feel like Ashling's boyfriend said it best in this case, when he told this man, quote, "You smirked, smiled, and even showed zero remorse during your trial, which sums you up as the person you really are, the epitome of pure evil." In the aftermath of this crime, a park bench located near to where the crime unfolded has been dedicated to Ashling, with a simple inscription reading, "In memory of Ashling Murphy." At least 3 music charities have been set up in her memory as well, providing scholarships to students based on their musical achievements. Ryan, Ashling's boyfriend, says that Ashling meant everything to him, and when her life was taken away, he lost his purpose. It's hard to imagine what you would do without someone who's literally been in your life since you were a child, someone you grew up alongside and dedicated the rest of your life to. If you remember, Ryan gave Ashling a special watch to commemorate their love for one another. But rather than having Ashling buried with the watch that she cherished more than anything, he opted to pass it on to Ashling's mother, who's vowed to wear it every day of her natural life until she's able to meet with Ashling again in the next one. Jasmine Fiore was a budding model and actress who got her start modeling body paint and swimsuits. At just 28 years old, she'd made quite a name for herself, appearing in shows all around the Las Vegas area. And she even had a brief stint on a VH1 reality TV show. But in 2009, Jasmine's career met a sudden and tragic end when she disappeared on the evening of August 14th. Within hours of her disappearance, investigators found her remains stuffed inside of a suitcase and abandoned inside of a dumpster. The state of her body was humiliating, to say the least. In fact, the perpetrator had been so brutal that Jasmine could only be identified by the serial numbers on her breast implants. But who could have done something like this? Well, detectives have a very clear idea of who the perpetrator was, and they even pressed charges against him. But for a shocking and rather unexpected reason, the man was never arrested, even though the case would go on to change the face of reality TV forever. It was a little over 20 years ago when modern reality TV first burst onto the scene, and many credit the genre's success to shows like CBS's Survivor, which first aired in 2000. After Survivor, which saw a successful launch, series like American Idol, The Bachelor, and The Osbournes weren't too far behind. By 2005, VH1 had really begun to cash in on the new craze of reality television, and soon enough, they launched the series Meghan Wants a Millionaire. Despite the show's incredible success, though, it only managed to air for a single season before it was canceled, and it's all because of the tragic loss of Jasmine Fiore. Jasmine had a somewhat difficult time growing up because her parents separated when she was just 8 years old. This meant that her mother was forced to raise young Jasmine all on her own, living in Bonnie Doon, California. We all know how expensive it can be to live in California, so it goes without saying that the two likely struggled quite a bit. As Jasmine grew a bit older, she found that she had a love for playing football. Regardless of how inclusive the sport is these days, this was a bit unusual for a girl of Jasmine's size and stature to play such a demanding sport at that time in history. But Jasmine wasn't one to shy away from pushing boundaries. As she entered her teenage years, Jasmine found a job at a local grocery store, but all the while, she wanted to pursue her dreams of becoming a model. As Jasmine became of legal age, she began applying for modeling jobs and managed to land a few work opportunities pretty quickly. She first became a swimsuit model, and soon after this, she found work as a body paint model, working for various people at parties and entertainment gatherings. Jasmine was such a big hit with her clients that she even landed several shows at some of Las Vegas's biggest casinos. For Jasmine, everything was going perfectly according to her plan, and she was truly living her dream. She appeared on various commercials for adult services, such as adult phone lines and the like, and things were really looking up for her in terms of her career. But Jasmine knew that her lifestyle wouldn't last forever. Being a pretty smart worker, she began making arrangements for where life would take her when her job as a beauty worker eventually came to an end. So she went to school and got a real estate license, and had made arrangements to open her own gym and personal training center. Jasmine had encountered various love interests over the years, and she eventually caught the attention of Robert Hasman, a man that she truly loved and admitted that she wanted to settle down with. Unfortunately, their relationship didn't really last, and they eventually went their separate ways. And before long, she found herself in the arms of a man named Travis, and the two got engaged in 2006, but they too broke off their relationship. This brings us to 2009, when Jasmine met a fellow real estate expert by the name of Ryan Jenkins. Ryan was a real estate investor who owned properties all around the Las Vegas area, but he wasn't a big shot just yet. He was more of a small-time investor who was still looking to find his place in the business and hadn't quite made it yet. With this in mind, Ryan did his best to keep his options open, and one of his options was to appear in reality TV shows on VH1. Ryan had applied for a new series known as Meghan Wants a Millionaire back in late 2008 or early 2009. Ryan was over the moon when he'd been accepted onto this show, but his stint with the series didn't last very long, and he was eliminated in one of the earlier episodes. But for Ryan, this didn't matter too terribly much. That's because just days after he was eliminated from the series, he met the woman of his dreams, Jasmine Fiore. 2 days after this, the two were married. This may sound completely crazy to marry someone that you've only known for 2 days, and don't get me wrong, it kind of is, but the two claim that they have genuinely been in love with one another. According to Jasmine's friends and family, at this point Jasmine was truly, genuinely happy when she was with Ryan. Jasmine was known for being a very vibrant and energetic woman, and her relationship with Ryan only further amplified these qualities. Regardless of them meeting at a casino and having a spur-of-the-moment wedding, their love was very much real. But as you might expect, things weren't always perfect. Within months of their wedding, Jasmine was forced to call the police after her husband revealed a side of himself that she never knew existed. In June of 2009, just 3 months after Jasmine and Ryan were married, it's rumored that Jasmine had been stepping out of her marriage behind her husband's back. Jasmine had been speaking with her former fiancé, Travis, and the two had met up at what appears to have been some sort of party. At this event, Jasmine and Travis kissed, and this caused Ryan to flip out, and understandably so. But what isn't quite so understandable is Ryan's reaction to learning about this. Now, I don't know if Ryan walked in on the two or if someone told him what had happened, but Ryan sprung into action right away, and he and Jasmine got into a very heated argument. Travis admitted to what had taken place, and soon after, Ryan punched Jasmine and caused her to fall into a nearby pool. The police were called and charges were immediately filed against him. Ryan was then set to appear at trial in December of 2009, but the two reconciled soon after all this unfolded, and before long they were back on the same page again, but their marriage would never be the same after this. Lisa, Jasmine's mother, claims that Jasmine and Ryan fought constantly. The main reason for their argument was that Ryan claims that Jasmine was never willing to let go of her former boyfriends, and for all intents and purposes, this seems to have been true. Ryan felt that if they'd broken up, that should be the end of it, but Jasmine didn't feel that way. Needless to say, Ryan was a very jealous man, but strangely, some of Ryan's jealousy and some of his fears seem to have been somewhat justified. According to Ryan's father, Jasmine had been sneaking around behind his back for months. His father claims that Ryan had told him about multiple occasions in which Jasmine would leave for multiple days at a time and never tell Ryan that she was leaving, nor tell him where she had been for all this time. Now, what we don't know is whether or not this all came about after the two had the altercation at the party, or if this was taking place when the two were supposedly on good terms. If this all happened right after they separated after the party, then I totally get it. Jasmine needed space, and the last person she wanted to be with was Ryan. But if this was all going on while the two were on good terms and happily married, then you have to admit Ryan wasn't being too unreasonable by wanting to know why his wife had been missing for days at a time. Worse yet, according to Ryan, when she would return, she would repeatedly lie about where she had been, but Ryan had never explained how he knew she was lying. To make things even more confusing, Jasmine reportedly told her mother that the two had annulled their marriage in May of 2009, just 2 months after getting married. But after multiple searches of public records, there's no proof that this statement was true. By all means, the two appear to have been married when all of this was going down. This all brings us to August 14th of 2009, the night that the lives of Jasmine and Ryan would change forever, and the same night that Jasmine's final hours were captured on CCTV, and the night that would alter the course of reality television for the rest of history. It was August 14th, 2009, when Jasmine and Ryan made plans to stay at the L'Auberge Hotel in San Diego. The two were scheduled to attend a poker tournament, which was some type of charity fundraiser to raise money for the Karma Foundation. CCTV footage from this evening was viewed by investigators who say that the two were seen having a great time together. Both Ryan and Jasmine were seen in the footage laughing and smiling throughout the evening. The couple left the hotel at around 2:30 a.m. on the morning of the 14th, being spotted again at the Ivy Hotel, which was a nightclub in downtown San Diego. This nightclub was the final time the two were seen together, and by 4:30 a.m., Ryan had returned to their hotel room alone, and he would check out of the hotel by himself at 9 a.m. that morning. Jasmine was never seen again. It hasn't been reported whether or not she was spotted on CCTV at the nightclub, but whatever took place at that nightclub, things don't appear to have ended well for the couple. The following day, August 15th, police announced that they located a body in an alleyway in Buena Park, California. The person had met a very, very terrible end, and detectives say that all of their teeth had been removed, as had all of their fingers, making identification incredibly difficult. Whoever had placed this body here, they didn't want this person to ever be identified. The only thing police were able to determine was that the remains were female, and they'd been crushed inside of a suitcase that was far too small. Later that day, Ryan reported his wife missing. He told police that he had last seen Jasmine around 8:30 p.m. on August 14th at their home in Los Angeles. He said that the two had attended the aforementioned charity poker tournament, visited some bars, then they'd returned home, where Jasmine dropped him off and headed out to run some errands. After this, he never saw her again. What's never been explained is why Ryan thought this disappearance, out of all the other times Jasmine had up and vanished, was suspicious. If you remember, Jasmine was known for disappearing for days at a time, but in this particular instance, he reported his wife missing less than 24 hours after she had vanished. This has never been fully explained, but investigators had reason to believe that there was much more to Ryan than meets the eye. By the following day, Ryan had spent some time at the couple's home packing up some clothing and travel items. He was seen leaving their penthouse on August 16th at around 9 a.m. He then headed straight to Nevada to pick up his boat, but this wasn't the story that he shared with police when they reached out to him later that same day. He told them that he'd been in Utah and was heading to Canada to resolve some immigration issues. Around this same time, investigators had made some progress on the body that had been discovered in the dumpster. Despite the fact that the perpetrator had gone to such great lengths to conceal the identity of this person, the remains were identified just days later on August 18th. As the coroner was examining the body, he noticed that the woman's breasts appeared to have been altered, and he believed she may have purchased implants at some point, and this assumption was correct. During an analysis, the coroner removed the implants and was able to read the serial number that had been printed on them. The serial number tied them directly to Jasmine Fiore. The coroner was able to determine that Jasmine had lost her life within just a few hours of her body being found. But things got much worse from here. Police were soon alerted that a white Mercedes had been found abandoned in a parking lot in West Hollywood. This discovery was made less than a mile from the home that Jasmine and Ryan shared in Los Angeles. When the car was searched, it was found that it too belonged to Jasmine. But what made this discovery so disturbing is that the inside of the car was covered in a significant amount of evidence. Red stains were found everywhere in the car, and there were even signs that Jasmine's hair had been pulled out. Police then reclassified the case, officially labeling it as a homicide investigation. At this point, police wanted to speak with Ryan about his whereabouts around the time that Jasmine had vanished, but he was nowhere to be found. The following day, on the 19th of August, Ryan called his father from Vancouver, proving that he did eventually make it to Canada as he had told investigators he would. It was during this phone call that Ryan's father informed him that police were looking to speak with him, and that they'd found Jasmine's body, and that they had reason to believe she'd been the victim of a homicide. At this point, police were actively searching for Ryan. For one reason or another, they firmly believed he was behind the crime, and a manhunt soon followed. Before long, investigators received a tip that Ryan's black BMW SUV had been spotted heading towards the US-Canada border while towing a boat. Police later found the vehicle at a marina in Washington. The vehicle was empty, and the trailer that it was towing was also empty, proving the boat was out somewhere on the water. The vehicle's engine was still warm though, so Ryan couldn't have gone too far. It needs to be mentioned that at this point, Ryan wasn't considered guilty. He was merely considered a person of interest that police desperately wanted to speak to. Police were so interested in getting in touch with him that the US Coast Guard and the Customs and Border Protection Agency announced that they were sending out multiple boats to search for him. It wouldn't be until August 19th that a credible sighting of Ryan finally came in. A witness had spotted someone who resembled Ryan piloting a boat near Point Roberts in Washington, where Ryan's stepmother was known to have lived. No sooner than this report came in, police announced that they had reason to believe he had crossed the border back into Canada sometime between the 19th and the 20th. This was the final straw for investigators. They knew that Ryan had been informed that police were looking for him, so to them, this was proof that he was evading capture. This prompted them to escalate their search for him, labeling him as their prime suspect and officially charging him with homicide. It was August 20th when Ryan arrived at the Thunderbird Motel in British Columbia, Canada. He arrived with a young woman who the motel worker described as attractive, young, and very calm. The two paid for 3 nights at the hotel, and the manager didn't find them even the least bit suspicious. When police investigated the identity of the woman that Ryan was seen with, they quickly realized that it was his half-sister, Elena. The motel manager noted that he'd spotted Ryan walking out front of his room on August 21st, looking extremely exhausted. He said that he looked so disheveled that even though he was aware of the manhunt for Ryan Jenkins, he didn't recognize this as being the same person. By 11:30 a.m. on August 23rd, the manager noticed that Ryan had never checked out of his room, which had been booked under Elena's name. The manager then asked his nephew to go check in on him and make sure that he had left, but that's when he walked in on yet another crime scene. When the nephew opened the door to the room, he found Ryan's body hanging from a clothes rack by a belt. He had taken his own life. A note was never found at the scene of the crime, but investigators would later find one on Ryan's computer, dated to August 20th. The contents of this letter have never been made public, and unfortunately, this means that Jasmine's case, to this day, has never been solved. But this is far from the end of the story. Police very firmly believe that Ryan was the one who took Jasmine's life. In fact, they're pretty much certain that this is true. They have no other people of interest, and it's pretty clear to see that Ryan was struggling with some pretty serious guilt in the final days and hours of his life. After Ryan lost his life, police began to look more closely into his past, and VH1 did the same thing. VH1 being the company that invited him to appear on Meghan Wants a Millionaire. According to VH1, they always conduct a background check on every star that appears on one of their reality TV shows. They claim that Ryan's background check came back perfectly clear. But a subsequent check revealed some interesting information. As it would turn out, back in 2007, Ryan had been investigated for assaulting a woman in Calgary. The production company behind Meghan Wants to Be a Millionaire reiterated that he would never have been allowed onto the show if they'd been aware of this. VH1 explained that they employ a third-party private investigative firm to conduct all of their background checks. But these checks are limited to crimes that occurred within US borders, and Calgary is obviously located in Canada. So the information of this crime never made it to VH1. But what makes things even more interesting is that this third-party company, Collective Intelligence, announced that they hadn't actually been the ones to conduct the background check. Since Ryan was originally from Canada, they had outsourced the background check to another company known as Straight Line International. In the wake of the allegations against Ryan, Collective Intelligence sued Straight Line International for breach of contract, claiming that the company was fully aware of Ryan's violent history, but never reported the history to Collective Intelligence or VH1. Collective Intelligence would eventually lose trust with its primary clients, Viacom, NBC, and ABC, and Straight Line was forced to pay Collective Intelligence over $800,000 in damages. But things are still about to get even crazier, if you could even imagine. VH1 had not only hired Jenkins to be a part of the first season of Meghan Wants a Millionaire. In fact, after he'd been eliminated from the show, they hired him to appear in season 3 of I Love Money, yet another reality TV series. Now, I've never seen this show, but the Wikipedia article about the series says that the show involved contestants competing in various physical and mental challenges, with the hope of winning a $250,000 grand prize. As it would turn out, Ryan Jenkins actually won the 3rd season of the show. Ryan reportedly called Jasmine every day while he was filming the show, promising her he was going to do everything he could to win the money, so that the two could live the life they had always dreamed of. But it was also reported that throughout the duration of him filming the show, his calls to Jasmine grew progressively more and more aggressive with each passing day, and it became clear that he was growing suspicious of Jasmine while he was gone, and feared that she may have been cheating on him. And upon his return from filming, if the rumors about her involvement with her ex-boyfriend are true, he may have been right, and this may have been his motive for ending Jasmine's life. In the aftermath of this revelation, VH1 made the decision to pull the plug on the 3rd season of I Love Money. Not one episode of this season has ever aired, and the production company, 51 Minds, was forced to settle with VH1 for over $12 million in losses from their inability to air the show. This was a pretty serious blow for the company, and it was a massive blow for reality television as a whole, and could have easily ruined the entire genre. See, when you watch a typical fictional television show, you likely don't think too terribly much about the actors, because they're not portraying themselves on screen. They're portraying a character that was created and written for them. But when it comes to reality TV, part of what makes it so captivating is that you're watching the actual person say and do things that they would likely actually say and do in real life. It may be amped up, but it's not fictional. But the thing with reality TV is that even when watching these stars on the big screen, you still have no idea who they are as a person, and that's a scary thought. It's the same feeling that comes along with watching famous YouTubers or social media stars. You only see what they or their publicity team wants you to see. For Ryan Jenkins, VH1 only wanted you to see the entertaining side of him. For the most part, these companies couldn't care less who these people are behind the scenes, and Ryan was no exception. If I'm being honest, I have a pretty good feeling that the only reason VH1 was even upset about all this was because it nearly lost them $12 million on that 3rd season of I Love Money, and a scandal like this could have easily ruined their entire reality TV catalog. When speaking with Mark Cronin, the co-founder of 51 Minds, the main production company behind many of VH1's most popular reality TV shows, he explains that the loss of Jasmine Fiore has cast a shadow on the reality TV genre as a whole. He said that the crimes of Ryan Jenkins have given him new perspective when he's selecting contestants for future reality TV shows, saying that he trusts his gut a lot more these days, suggesting that he had a gut feeling that something wasn't right about Ryan, but chose to bring him on the show anyway. Further proving my point that, for the most part, these companies don't care about these people or who they really are as a person. Another producer spoke up and said that he would rather have a gut feeling about someone, exclude them from a show and be wrong about them, than end up with another situation like Ryan Jenkins. The producer for another reality TV series, Big Brother, has even stated that these days, many studios who conduct background checks no longer even take into account their budget, They want the best, most thorough background check they can find, with no regards to cost. And I just hope that this is true. In the end, Ryan Jenkins was never able to be held accountable for his alleged crimes. But if there's anything good that's come out of this case, it's that the entirety of reality TV seems to be a much safer place now, even if only to protect the bottom lines of these faceless corporations. But it should never have taken the loss of someone's life for these studios to provide their actors with a safe work environment. And that much should never be forgotten. Tammy Zywicki was on her way to college in the fall of 1992, but shortly after setting out on her trip, her car broke down. Several witnesses spotted her on the side of the highway, and before long, a truck driver had pulled over to help. No witnesses reported anything suspicious, but just moments later, Tammy would vanish, leaving nothing but her car behind, and it would seem that this Good Samaritan wasn't so good after all. Tammy Zywicki was born in Pleasant Hill, Pennsylvania, back in March of 1971. Tammy was born into a family of brothers, being the only girl among her 3 siblings. Shortly after her birth, her family relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, where Tammy would spend the majority of her childhood. By the time she graduated high school, her family relocated once again, this time going to Marlton, New Jersey. By this point, Tammy had already moved on to college, attending Grinnell College all the way up in Iowa, a lengthy 17-hour drive from her parents' home. But when Tammy wasn't busy with college, she would return home to her family, and she would spend her summer months with her family in New Jersey. She could often be found at her summer job at the local Blockbuster video store. For Tammy, life was going quite well. She was a very well-educated young woman with a very promising future ahead of her. And it's clear to see that she was doing her best to make a name for herself, and her family were incredibly supportive. Tammy was attending college to major in both art history and Spanish, and the 1992 and 1993 college season was her senior year, meaning she'd nearly made it to the end of the line and was almost ready to start job hunting. Tammy never publicly mentioned what she planned to do after college, but whatever it was, she was excited. In virtually every photo that's been shared of Tammy, she's beaming with excitement and happiness, and a smile like hers doesn't come around very often. Tammy was genuinely happy about what the future had in store for her. But little did she know, this happiness was about to be stolen. It was August 21st, 1992. Tammy and her brother Darren had just left their parents' home in New Jersey together, heading back towards their colleges. Darren was heading off to college in Illinois, while Tammy was obviously heading up to Iowa. Tammy more or less needed to pass by her brother's college in order to get to her own, so she offered to drop him off along the way. Tammy planned on spending the night at her brother's college of Northwestern, located just outside of Chicago. She had a friend who was also attending Northwestern and didn't need to be back at her own college until September 8th, so she wasn't pressed for time by any means. Along their journey to Northwestern, Tammy and her brother Darren passed through Pittsburgh to spend some time with their parents, who'd been visiting family in the area. The two spent the night in Pittsburgh, then headed off towards Darren's college the following morning on August 22nd. Darren recalls that the two were having car troubles all throughout their journey, and they needed to pull over multiple times. Tammy had been driving her 1985 Pontiac T1000. In these days, these cars are notorious for their countless issues, so it's understandable that the two were having constant car troubles, even though the vehicle was only 7 years old at this point. Darren remembers that the two needed to pull over 2 or 3 times to add coolant and oil to the car, and each time they did this, the car would begin acting normally again. On August 22nd, the two made it to Northwestern, where Tammy was finally able to spend some time with one of her friends. But for reasons that remain unclear, she decided not to hang out for too terribly long. Despite the fact that she didn't need to return to college for several days, she opted to head back towards her own campus on August 23rd, the day after she dropped off her brother. It's rumored that she headed off to school early so that she could take photos of her school's athletes during practice. Tammy had a passion for photography, and she was hoping to take some of these photos to provide to the school's yearbook. Tammy left her friend's house at around noon on August 23rd. Her brother checked out her car before she left that day, and he told her that if it started acting up again, that she should stop at a rest stop for a while, presumably to give the car some time to cool down so it didn't overheat. It seems like her car did fine for several hours, as she made it all the way to I-80 around mile marker 83 before she ever needed to pull over. Unfortunately, she didn't end up making it to a rest stop as her brother had hoped. Between 3 and 4 p.m., Tammy was spotted on the side of the highway. We don't know exactly what was going on, but we know that she was spotted looking under the hood by several drivers who had passed by. She wasn't pulled over for too terribly long before an 18-wheeler driver offered to help her out. We don't know if he offered to give Tammy a ride to the nearest rest stop, if he offered to help fix her car, or if he offered to drive her to her college. There's just no way of knowing, because after the man pulled over and spoke with Tammy, she disappeared. Considering it was the middle of the afternoon and I-80 is a remarkably busy highway, I feel it's safe to assume that whatever happened to Tammy likely didn't happen on the side of the road. Investigators never pinned this down with any certainty, but what most likely happened is that Tammy was abducted by this driver and stowed away in his truck. Several witnesses got a pretty good look at the man, and he was described as being between 30 and 45 years old with dark, bushy hair. He was described as being about 6 feet tall, so with Tammy being 5'2", it's safe to say there was a distinct size difference between the two of them. Witnesses got a very good look at the suspect's truck, and they were able to provide investigators with a clear description of the vehicle. The truck and the trailer were said to have been white, and each of them had brown and orange stripes running across them, with what appeared to be a faded company logo stamped in the middle of the stripes. The truck also reportedly had Nebraska plates. Later that day, Illinois police noticed that Tammy's car had been abandoned on the side of the road. A ticket was placed on the car, and when no one returned to pick it up, the car was towed to the Illinois State Police impound lot the very next day. This was also around the time that Tammy's family realized something was terribly wrong. Tammy was in the habit of calling her family when she arrived safely at college. When her family never heard from her that night, they became incredibly concerned. By the following morning, on August 24th, Tammy's mother contacted the Illinois State Police and asked to file a missing person report. The police accepted the report and submitted it to their database, but it seems as though her case wasn't really taken very seriously. Tammy's family have been somewhat critical of the police and their lack of interest in the early days of the investigation. They revealed that police believed Tammy had run off with a boyfriend and didn't want to be found. But there was no evidence to suggest that Tammy even had a boyfriend at this time. It took police several days before they actually bothered investigating Tammy's disappearance. But by this point, it was far too late. About a week after Tammy was reported missing, police made a haunting discovery. They were contacted by a truck driver named Robert Bullington. Robert says that he saw Tammy on the date of her disappearance. He mentioned that he saw her entering into the aforementioned 18-wheeler, but he had even more info to share. Robert actually knew the driver of this truck personally, at least to a certain extent. The two had spoken on CB radio before, and they'd been in contact with each other earlier that day. Robert says that the truck driver went by the name of Jerry, but it's possible that Jerry was just a pseudonym that the man used on CB radio. Robert spoke with Jerry immediately after he picked up Tammy, but it's never been revealed if Jerry explained what his intentions were with her. Whatever the case was, Robert says that Jerry confirmed that Tammy was perfectly fine, and this was the last interaction they had. Robert remembered his conversation with Jerry when he noticed missing person flyers for Tammy. He immediately called the police to report his interaction with this man, but by the time he made the report, Jerry was long gone. But shortly after this report is when police made a startling update to the case, a report that would change everything. It was September 1st, 1992. A man had pulled over onto the side of the road in Sarcoxie, Missouri, near I-44, to relieve himself and stretch a tarp over some of his tools that he'd been carrying in the back of his truck, as he just heard that rain was about to roll in. As he stepped outside of his truck, he noticed something just off the side of the road but couldn't make out what it was. As he drew closer, the realization of what he had just walked into finally struck. He had stumbled onto a crime scene. Police responded to the scene of the discovery and quickly announced what everyone had feared. Tammy Zywicki had finally been found, but it was far too late for her. Her body was found wrapped in a red blanket that had a label tying it to the Kenworth Trucking Company. Some reports of Tammy's discovery suggest that she was wearing the same outfit that she had disappeared in, but her family claimed that she wasn't. They believed that at some point she changed into different clothes. But the worst thing was, police uncovered evidence that she'd been taken advantage of before she lost her life. The coroner was able to determine that she lost her life between 4 and 7 days before being discovered. So it's entirely possible she lost her life the same day she was reported missing. If all of this weren't bad enough, police revealed that she'd sustained at least 7 wounds to her chest, all of which were within the vicinity of her heart. And this obviously is what led to her losing her life. Police say that if her parents are correct, and she was wearing different clothing than what she'd originally been wearing, then they haven't been able to recover this original set of clothes. It wasn't found in her car, nor was it found during any follow-up investigations. She was also known to have been wearing a very distinct Loris brand watch. It had a green band with a green umbrella on its face and played the song "Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head." But this watch was never recovered, nor was her Canon 35mm camera, or a St. Giles soccer club patch that she was known to be carrying. After all of this was revealed, there was virtually zero progress in Tammy's case for the next 2 years. But in 1994, a nurse came forward after she'd spotted a man who came into her clinic who bore a striking resemblance to the man who was seen with Tammy when she vanished. Allegedly the same man who went by the name of Jerry on the CB radio. The man who came into the clinic that day was Lonnie Beardropt. Lonnie was a long-haul trucker who lived in Missouri at the time, the same state where Tammy's body was found, and his home was within a few miles of the dump site. The man had even grown up near the area where Tammy's car broke down. Soon after Tammy vanished, the man had sold his vehicle, and police found this a bit suspicious. But if this weren't bad enough, the man even worked for Kenworth Trucking Company, the same company who manufactured the blanket that Tammy's body was found wrapped in. Police were eventually able to locate the man's old vehicle that he had sold, but they weren't able to find any evidence inside of it. The man also supplied a DNA sample to investigators, but his sample didn't yield any results pertaining to the investigation. Shortly after, the man was cleared of any involvement, and detectives announced that they would be disbanding the task force that was dedicated to Tammy Zywicki's investigation. They reduced the number of officers on the case from 14 down to just 2. This would be the final update until 2002, 8 years after Lonnie was labeled as the primary suspect. Detective Martin McCarthy, a retired detective who'd been working on Tammy's case, spoke out about the investigation and mentioned that Lonnie had never truly been cleared as a suspect. Yes, they confirmed his DNA wasn't a match and this had more or less ruled him out, but he remained on their list as a person of interest. But Detective McCarthy clarified the situation by saying that things weren't as simple as the media made them out to be. According to McCarthy, Lonnie's DNA was only cleared on a technicality. The DNA sample that police had managed to pull from the scene of the crime was incomplete, and it was an incredibly small quantity as well, from what I can tell. Because of this, there wasn't enough of a sample available to definitively prove whether or not Lonnie was actually involved. This didn't mean that he wasn't responsible, it just meant that there wasn't enough evidence to prove it with any certainty, even though officers had heavy suspicions about this man. The main piece of evidence that I personally find incredibly fascinating is that not only did Lonnie perfectly fit the bill of the man that witnesses spotted with Tammy that day, but he also reportedly gave his wife a Loris brand watch around the time that Tammy disappeared. The watch was reportedly shockingly similar to the watch that Tammy wore, and if you ask me, it may have been the same watch. Unfortunately, Lonnie passed away in 2002, and his involvement in the case more or less ended here, as police obviously had no way to ask him any further questions. But by 2007, another 5 years later, police announced another update, in which they believed a man by the name of Bruce Mendenhall may have been involved in Tammy's disappearance. Bruce was yet another trucker with an interesting past. Detectives were able to convict Bruce for taking the life of another victim named Sarah Hulbert, and they even tied him to 11 more cases. But Tammy's case was never officially connected to Bruce. Police once again had strong suspicions that he may have been involved, but there simply wasn't enough evidence to tie him to the case with any certainty. He also seemed to prey on street workers and addicts, and Tammy didn't fit this bill at all. So the chances of Bruce being responsible are relatively slim, though we do know that he worked predominantly in Illinois at that time, so he certainly would have had the opportunity. There was one other man who police suspected may have been involved in Tammy's disappearance, a man by the name of Clark Perry Baldwin. Clark was a cross-country trucker who was arrested in 2020 after DNA tests tied him to the homicides of at least 3 other women. But very shortly after he was apprehended, police cleared him of any involvement in Tammy Zywicki's case. This brings us to 2023, 31 years after the crime took place. As it stands, this case remains officially unsolved, but I know there are a lot of you out there who don't really like cases like this that have no real ending, and I don't like it when crimes go unsolved either. So with this in mind, I'd like to revisit a couple things involving Lonnie Beardrupt. If you remember Detective McCarthy, he believes, without a doubt, Lonnie is the man behind the crime. This may also explain why the task force that was dedicated to the case was disbanded so suddenly. It's possible that the detectives knew who the killer was, but they also knew that there simply wasn't enough evidence to ever pin him to the crime. So the unit was disbanded until further evidence could be found. And really, just look at the guy. He looks exactly like the descriptions given by witnesses. If you remember, the guy was described as being between 30 and 45. Lonnie was 32. He was described as having brown bushy hair. Lonnie had brown bushy hair. Lonnie was also a convicted felon who had been given 2 20-year sentences for armed violence and attempted murder. He made parole in 1990, after which he started driving for Kenworth Trucking Company, the same company that was branded on the blanket Tammy was found in. If this wasn't enough, Lonnie also had no alibi for the time that Tammy went missing, and investigators have reason to believe he was within Tammy's general vicinity at that time. The only details that I haven't been able to confirm are the height estimates given by witnesses. They described the man seen with Tammy as being about 6 feet tall, but I haven't been able to determine how tall Lonnie was. The literal only information I could find that might rule Lonnie out is that the witnesses who spotted the suspect that day never reported him wearing glasses, and we know that Lonnie had worn glasses pretty much his whole life. But we can't forget the watch. Lonnie reportedly gave his wife an identical watch to the one that Tammy was missing. Now, I don't know what other evidence you could possibly want. I'll never accuse an innocent man of a crime. That's just not the kind of show I'm running here, but this man is new levels of suspicious. In my own mind, I've made peace with the idea that Lonnie was most likely the killer. Being a 2-time convicted felon, we already know that he was a pretty bad guy. We just don't know if he managed to turn himself around while he was in prison. Detective McCarthy has also resigned to believing that Lonnie was the killer, and that alone says an awful lot, considering he has access to all sorts of additional evidence and information that's never been made public. And if all of this public information points to Lonnie, I can only imagine what information that's being withheld may implicate him as well. So in the end, Tammy's case may be officially unsolved, but I think I speak for nearly everyone when I say it's only a matter of time before this case is truly solved. I assume investigators still have Lonnie's DNA on file, as well as the partial DNA recovered from the crime scene. And with the rapid advancements in DNA technology these days, only time will tell. Tiffany Valiente was only 18 years old when she went missing on a warm summer night in 2015. While Tiffany had by all means been your typical teenage girl, she'd been involved in some extremely suspicious and mysterious situations in her final hours. Years later, her parents are still working to piece together what exactly took place on the night that their daughter vanished. Tiffany snuck out of her home that evening and was spotted on CCTV footage heading toward the nearby train tracks. Just before midnight, investigators located a crime scene on the tracks after it was reported that a train had struck a pedestrian. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. Detectives ruled that Tiffany had taken her own life that night, but subsequent investigations paint Tiffany's final moments in a much different light. In fact, many people, including Tiffany's own parents, now believe that Tiffany may have been ambushed in the woods that night, and that the train wreck was nothing more than a disturbing cover story. Tiffany Valiente had grown up in Mays Landing, New Jersey. She attended high school at Oakcrest High School, where she was known for being an excellent volleyball player. In fact, volleyball was one of Tiffany's main callings in life. She was one of the best athletes in the school, so much so that after graduating high school, she planned on going to college free of charge with a volleyball scholarship to Mercy College in New York. Considering Tiffany was a staggering 6 foot 2 inches tall, it's clear to see that she would have been a force to be reckoned with on the volleyball court, and talent scouts saw her massive potential. Growing up in Mays Landing, Tiffany had a relatively normal childhood to an extent. Mays Landing isn't known for being a particularly safe area, and in fact it's one of the least safe areas in all of New Jersey. But as far as I can tell, neither Tiffany nor her family ever had any major issues in the area. Now, if this case is starting to sound a bit familiar to you at this point, it's likely because Tiffany's case was covered on the Netflix series Unsolved Mysteries. Specifically, the episode titled Mystery at Mile Marker 45. But the reason I wanted to cover this case is because Netflix made, in my opinion, some pretty serious mistakes with their coverage of the story. They left out some pretty major details that ultimately changed the entire course of the investigation and the story. See, for the most part, Netflix painted Tiffany's upbringing as fairly typical, and it was, to an extent. The area where the writers really dropped the ball was in regards to the final couple years of Tiffany's life. In nearly every retelling of this story, Tiffany is often regarded as being a model student, a perfect daughter, a blameless, innocent girl, all the typical stuff you hear after someone's lost their life. And in reality, when we look back on the people we love and care about, it's super easy to look over all the negatives and only remember people for the positive impact they left behind. And don't get me wrong, Tiffany left a positive impact on nearly everyone who knew her. Very few people had anything negative to say about her, but that doesn't mean she didn't have her flaws. One of the key aspects of her life that's often overlooked is that while Tiffany's upbringing was fairly normal, relatively speaking, she certainly had her issues. In fact, in 2014 alone, it's been reported that Child Protective Services had visited the Valiente family home at least 3 times. It seems that these visits came after one of Tiffany's teachers reported some concerning bruises to the authorities. Now, Tiffany was always covered in small bruises. It was the nature of her volleyball career. She was bound to get hurt all the time. But according to her teacher, these bruises were not consistent with volleyball practice, and they appeared as though Tiffany had been being abused at home. When CPS visited the family home, they found that her teacher had, in fact, been correct. Tiffany's mother opened up about the issues that they'd been dealing with, and admitted that she had punched Tiffany in the arm on at least one occasion during an argument. Both Tiffany and her mother were entered into therapy after this confession, and the therapists believed that they struggled from simple communication problems and that they had an otherwise stable relationship. Now, I don't know about you, but I've never struck a child due to communication problems. Becoming angry with your children is natural. Children's ideas and beliefs don't always align with your own, but crossing the line of abusing a child because of a disagreement is something else entirely. Now, I'm certainly not trying to incite a witch hunt or paint Tiffany's mother as a bad or violent person. The truth is, context is everything, and we simply don't know the context here. In all reality, Tiffany was 6 foot 2, a very large girl, and may have struck her mother first, and her mother fought back in self-defense or even out of fear. We truly have no idea what took place here, but there were clearly issues at home, and issues that seem to have often been overlooked during most retellings of Tiffany's story. But that's not where the story really ends with Tiffany's difficult teenage years. See, the Netflix documentary also mentioned a time when Tiffany stole money from one of her friends. Specifically, she stole her friend's credit card and spent her money without permission. Now, the Netflix documentary basically chalked this up to nothing more than a simple mistake, claiming that Tiffany was a well-educated girl who should have known better. But that's not the full story, and not by a long shot. According to a civil disposition transcript that was pulled by the Daily Beast, Tiffany had stolen money from her parents on what appears to have been multiple occasions. In the past, Tiffany's mother had defended Tiffany's actions in regards to her stealing money from her friend, but she conveniently left out the fact that Tiffany had stolen from her own family just months before this. It's been suggested that Tiffany did this as a way to lash out against her parents when they had disagreements, but the truth may go much deeper than this. Kids steal for a variety of reasons. They may simply steal because someone else has something that they want. But in Tiffany's case, her actions seem to have been her way of communication. In particular, her family claims that she would steal from her parents when she was upset with them. This just further proves the major communication problems that her family was dealing with. A lot of times, children steal to get their parents' attention, to prove a point, or to bring awareness to an underlying issue in their home life, even if it's all done subconsciously. Now, I'm certainly not a child psychologist, but I'd be willing to bet that this is what was happening here. Tiffany was very clearly struggling, and if investigators are to be believed, this may have been what ultimately led to that terrible summer evening when Tiffany put an end to her struggles once and for all. It was July 12, 2015. Tiffany and her family were out celebrating the high school graduation of her cousin. At around 9 p.m. that evening, Tiffany's friend made a call to Tiffany's parents and told them that she feared Tiffany may have stolen money from her by taking her debit card and purchasing clothes and food. This is the instance that I mentioned just a moment ago in regards to Tiffany's habit of stealing. Investigators were never called and no charges were ever filed, but obviously her parents were well aware of Tiffany's habit. Later that evening, a private investigation of their own was conducted by Tiffany's parents, and they looked through her room and found receipts that totaled around $86. And if I'm understanding the situation correctly, this is the exact amount that the friend claimed Tiffany had stolen. This was all the confirmation that Tiffany's mother needed to know that she'd been up to no good once again. Just a few minutes later, Tiffany's mother confronted her about the crimes that she'd been committing. Tiffany obviously wasn't happy to hear that her mother had found out about her secret habit, but she'd been caught red-handed. According to investigators, Tiffany had finally had enough of her mother's constant complaints and abuse. As soon as her mother left the area for a brief moment, Tiffany fled the home and ran away. But this is just one of the many unexplained details about Tiffany's sudden disappearance. See, Tiffany had recently been diagnosed with nyctophobia, or an extreme fear of the dark. Yet she ran away into the darkness of the night and didn't look back. This was incredibly unusual and downright bizarre. The final image of Tiffany was captured on a CCTV camera in the family's yard. The camera took a surveillance image of Tiffany leaving the property at approximately 9:30 p.m. In the photo, she can be seen wearing a t-shirt and shorts, as well as a headband and a brand new pair of shoes that she just bought for college. After her parents realized that Tiffany had snuck out, they did their best to contact her several times, but she never answered her phone. Her parents didn't contact investigators or file a missing person case immediately, as they thought she might have just needed time to clear her head and she'd come back later that evening. But Tiffany never came home. In fact, the CCTV image was the final time that Tiffany would ever be seen alive. It would be around 11 p.m. that Tiffany's father left the home and finally began searching for her. This was about an hour and a half after the argument with her mother. Her father didn't even make it to the end of the driveway before he found a disturbing piece of evidence that gave him chills. Tiffany's cell phone had been dropped on the pavement just outside the home, and Tiffany was nowhere to be found. According to her parents and crime scene investigators, Tiffany never went anywhere without her phone, and the fact that she'd left it behind told her parents that her disappearance was far worse than they could have ever imagined. Just 30 minutes later, Tiffany's parents filed a missing person report with the local police department. Investigators got to work very quickly, but unfortunately, before a proper investigation could even really begin, the police had terrible news for her parents. Detectives who were combing through the nearby woods found several harrowing pieces of evidence that painted a very grim picture of what had transpired that evening. Police say that they have reason to believe that immediately after fleeing the home, Tiffany had run through these very same woods. But strangely, all throughout these woods, they found various pieces of Tiffany's clothing. Her shoes were also found, but no one knows why she would have removed her shoes while running through the thick brush like this. It would have only made things more difficult for her. But as investigators followed the pieces of evidence all throughout the woods, they quickly realized that all of the clothing led right to a set of train tracks. And as soon as they arrived at the tracks, their hearts sank. Tiffany had been found, but she was no longer alive. It was around 11:03 p.m. when a report was made to the local police that a train passing through the area had struck a pedestrian. This report was called in less than 30 minutes before Tiffany's parents reported her missing. At this point, it doesn't seem that investigators had any reason to believe that Tiffany had been the one struck by the train, but when all of her clothing was found leading to the tracks, the evidence was clear. A nurse who had been nearby arrived at Tiffany's side by 11:16 p.m., but it was already too late. It was early the following morning that Tiffany's parents were given the news that brought their world crumbling down around them. But to make matters worse, less than 24 hours later, police explained that they believed Tiffany had done this to herself. This came as a shock to Tiffany's parents because, according to her mother, Tiffany wasn't depressed, and she certainly hadn't planned to take her own life. But we have to keep in mind, Tiffany and her mother had very clear communication issues, and Tiffany was obviously going through a lot in the months leading up to her disappearance. So it's entirely possible that her mother simply didn't recognize the signs, or Tiffany didn't communicate them in a way that her mother was able to understand. But there's also another distinct possibility here. Tiffany didn't do this to herself. Someone had hunted her down through the woods that evening and claimed her life. And this theory isn't as far-fetched as you might believe. See, according to Tiffany's parents, the investigation into her disappearance was botched from the start. Unfortunately, since the crime occurred on a set of railroad tracks, the New Jersey Transit Police were the ones tasked with conducting the investigation. The transit police were not properly equipped and may not have even been trained to conduct homicide investigations. Their bread and butter is merely investigating transit crimes. It's right in the name. But considering the location of the crime, the county sheriff's office was severely limited in what they were able to do in terms of the investigation. According to Unsolved Mysteries, the transit police did a terrible job securing the scene of the crime, leading to mountains of evidence either being mishandled, poorly stored, or overlooked entirely. But Unsolved Mysteries themselves actually skipped out on an incredibly vital piece of information that's been shared by NJ.com. According to this report, investigators recovered an axe at the scene of the crime. Not only this, but the axe is listed as being covered in red stains. Now, the obvious assumption here is that this axe may have been covered in blood, and Tiffany's family believe that this is likely the case as well. But there's one big problem here. While this axe was mentioned during the investigation, and it was collected as part of the investigation into Tiffany's passing, it was lost before it could even be processed. All that was left were vague descriptions of the weapon, but the weapon itself has since disappeared due to the poor handling of the investigation by the New Jersey Transit Police. Tiffany's family firmly believe that this axe may hold the answers to what happened to Tiffany that day, but until it's recovered, those answers will remain unknown. In all reality, this axe may have been completely unrelated to Tiffany's disappearance, but we have no way to prove this one way or the other. But that's only the tip of the iceberg, and there's one other vital piece of evidence that may just change everything. When detectives arrived at the scene of the crime to collect Tiffany's remains and process her for any additional evidence, they noticed a very specific detail that didn't make sense. If you remember, Tiffany's shoes were found in the woods surrounding the train tracks. We know that she'd run quite a considerable distance through the woods before eventually making her way to the tracks. Yet her feet showed no signs of running through the brush, through the thorns and the tree limbs that would have obviously been scattered all around the woods. Her feet were totally smooth and free of any abrasions. According to one report, Tiffany would have run nearly a full mile without her shoes, so this made no sense at all. Nearly all of Tiffany's clothing was recovered in the woods that day, including her headband and shirt that she'd been wearing in the CCTV footage. But investigators also found a keychain that Tiffany's parents didn't recognize. Now, it is possible that this keychain was already in the woods and was unrelated to the case. But when you consider the keychain in combination with the rest of the evidence, we have to ask ourselves, did Tiffany actually run through the woods that evening? Or was she carried? And could this keychain belong to the person who carried her? Considering her clothing had been removed, her feet were baby smooth, and she allegedly showed no signs of depression, well, all of this in combination with the axe that was found nearby has led many people to believe that Tiffany may have been abducted that evening. This would also explain why her phone had been dropped at the bottom of the family's driveway. Now, to clarify something I mentioned earlier, in the moments before Tiffany allegedly ran off into the night that evening, Her mother had been pressing her about the credit card that she had stolen from one of her friends. According to Tiffany's mother, both she and Tiffany headed out to Tiffany's car to search for the credit card. Tiffany told her mother that the card wasn't in the car because she wasn't the one who stole it, but her mother insisted that they check anyway, firmly believing that Tiffany was lying. As they were searching through the car, Tiffany's mother claims to have seen her daughter secretly grab a card and slip it into her back pocket, hiding it away from sight. When her mother pressed her about this, Tiffany once again denied it. This is when her mother walked back into the house to tell her father about the situation, and when she returned outside, Tiffany was gone. All that was left behind was the CCTV footage of Tiffany walking through the yard toward the end of the driveway. With this in mind, considering there were no witnesses to the exact moment when Tiffany left the family's home, we have to at least entertain the idea that Tiffany didn't leave her family's property of her own accord that day. Yes, the CCTV image captured her walking directly toward the end of the driveway, but who may have been waiting at the end of that driveway that we're completely unaware of? Who could have been lurking behind a tree or a bush? The fact that Tiffany dropped her cell phone at the end of the driveway that night just doesn't sit well with me, and the fact that she was stripped of nearly all of her clothing, yet didn't have a single scratch on her feet, is just plain suspicious. When you combine this with the axe and the keychain, well, it doesn't paint a pretty picture. Now, there is a distinct possibility that Tiffany did this to herself, and the axe, the cell phone, the keychain, and the lack of cuts on her feet are all simple coincidences. That is a possibility. But giving this case even 2 full seconds of thought leads me to believe that something far more sinister took place in those woods that evening. And I don't believe Tiffany did this to herself, not for one moment. I haven't been able to confirm whether or not the transit police are still investigating Tiffany's case, but her family are certainly doing everything they can to keep things moving. There have been several developments and new pieces of evidence that have come out over the years, but nothing has led to any arrests or warrants, and considering the transit police believe she did this to herself, well, arrests are beginning to seem increasingly unlikely unless something major happens, such as the aforementioned axe being found. As it stands, the best I can tell, Tiffany's case is considered solved. But the trail of evidence that was left behind has left so many people wondering what really happened to Tiffany Valiente. Rachel Mellon Skemp was 13 years old when she went missing after staying home from school one day in 1996 because of a sore throat. She was curled up in a blanket with pillows when she went missing later that day. 26 years later, there's no trace of her. Not even the blanket or the pillows have been found. But detectives did find a disturbing diary entry written just days before she vanished, and it might reveal her kidnapper. Rachel Mellon Skemp was born in October of 1982. She lived in Bolingbrook, Illinois, and attended the B.J. Ward Middle School. While she was doing great in school, managing to get amazing grades and make her way onto the honors list, her home life was a much darker story. Rachel had been the victim of abuse for most of her childhood. Her parents, Jeff and Amy Skemp, had split up when Rachel was very young, less than 3 years old. By 1985, Amy had moved on to someone else, a man named Vincent Mellon. Vincent offered to take Rachel in and raise her as his own, hence how her last name ended up being hyphenated as Mellon Skemp. Before long, Amy and Vincent had 2 more children, a son named Jason, who was born in 1988, and a daughter, Ashley, who was born in 1990. While the family kept good appearances from the outside, what was happening behind closed doors was far worse than any of their peers could have imagined. Rachel was being raised in a literal house of horrors, being subjected to unspeakable evils at the hands of her parents, most notably her supposedly kind and caring stepfather. Amy and Vincent had been together for around 5 years when the true colors of Vincent had begun to show. To people like you and I, he doesn't look like anything other than your average guy, no one you'd really think twice about. However, for Rachel and for the rest of the family, they couldn't help but think of him every hour of the day, mostly because they were scared. They were afraid of his explosive personality. Vincent was a time bomb just waiting to blow. It was 1990 when things began to take a turn for the family. Vince and Amy had been arguing about God knows what when Vincent began to grow more and more angry with each passing moment. In a fit of blind rage, a feeling Vince knew all too well, he backed Amy up to the staircase of their home and pushed her down the stairs. Amy went tumbling down, but thankfully she wasn't injured too badly. After she recovered, she went straight to the police and filed for a restraining order against Vince, which appears to have been granted to her. Before long, though, Amy decided that she wanted to make amends with Vince and decided to drop the charges against him. I can't say I would have agreed with this decision, but that's what she decided to do. But as you might expect, their reignited love didn't last long, and Vince very quickly put an end to what could have been a new beginning when he continued his abuse towards the family, now turning his attention towards Rachel as well. Before long, Vince was back to his old habits and had now begun to make threats against the lives of both Amy and Rachel. It seemed that, contrary to what he led Amy to believe, he never truly accepted Rachel as his own, and always kept her at a safe distance, using her as leverage anytime the two got into a disagreement. By 1995, Rachel had finally had enough. She was only 12 years old when she ran away from home. She kept running until she made her way to a friend's house. She never went inside the house, and it doesn't even seem like she ever knocked on the door. She found a safe place outside the home and slept there for the night, waiting until the next morning to reach out to her grandparents for help. Her grandparents showed up and took her home, placing her right back into the hands of her cold and callous abuser. Later that summer, Rachel was allowed to spend a few weeks with her biological father, who now lived in Texas. While she was in Texas, she begged her uncle to allow her to move to Dallas. It doesn't seem like she explained the full details of the situation to him, because surely he would have helped her out if he'd known just how bad things truly were. But unfortunately, her pleas fell on deaf ears. No matter how hard Rachel begged, she was later forced to go back home to live with her mother and the living, breathing monster that she called her stepdad. By the fall of 1995, Rachel had begun her 7th year of school at the B.J. Ward Middle School. Rachel was quite popular at school, and to an outsider, she was a little girl who seemed to have it all. She was a great kid with good grades, countless friends, and seemed to be super happy. Only her closest friends knew about the darkness that overshadowed her home life. Rachel's best friend was a girl named Carrie. Carrie remembers Rachel as being full of joy in life. Nothing ever seemed to bring Rachel down. In more recent months, Rachel had taken an interest in recycling and protecting the environment, and even began to dip her toes into the world of music and dance. Her school life and social life was looking up, but her home life was about to take a grim turn. A few months later, in January of 1996, Carrie found Rachel crying by her locker. This wasn't something Rachel had ever done before. No one had ever seen the happy-go-lucky girl cry before. When a few of her friends asked what was wrong, Rachel wouldn't tell them. All she would explain was that she wasn't feeling well and had a problem that she would take care of herself. She shut her friends out and wouldn't answer any other questions. This was the last time that any of her friends would ever see Rachel. After she left school that day, she never returned. She called in sick the following day with a sore throat, then she vanished. It was January 31st, 1996. Rachel was home from school alongside her stepdad, Vince, who had been unemployed for a while. This was a particularly chilly winter day, with temperatures reaching around -20, with strong gusts of wind and snow flurries. Rachel and her stepfather were essentially snowed in with nowhere else to go. At around 10:45 that morning, Rachel called her grandmother to thank her for the Christmas gifts that she'd recently sent over for her. I can't tell for sure, but this conversation appears to have been with her maternal grandmother or her mother's mother. The reason I say this is because towards the end of the call, her grandmother, Lucy, noticed that Rachel had begun to get very quiet. Lucy picked up on this and asked, "Is he there?" referring to Vince. Rachel simply replied yes, and a moment later she said that she needed to go. According to Vince, Rachel hung up the phone and the two played Nintendo for a while. After about an hour, Vince says that Rachel decided to go to her room for a nap. She was wearing yellow pants, red slippers, and a pink sweatshirt. She wrapped herself in a blue blanket, hopped onto her bed, and went to sleep. This was allegedly the last time anyone saw Rachel, but her story only gets more twisted and disturbing from here. At around 2:30 p.m., Vince says that he checked in on Rachel and noticed that she was still sleeping. The following series of events takes place from Vince's point of view, detailing the information that he relayed to police later on that day. Vince says that he left the home after checking on Rachel and headed out to walk the dog. Keep in mind, it's negative 20 degrees with strong winds and serious snowfall. He says that despite this, he walked the dog for a full 30 minutes before heading back home. But on his way back home, their dog, a German Shepherd named Duke, noticed a rabbit running through a field that they passed by. Vince says that Duke slipped out of his collar and took off after the rabbit. Vince didn't even try to get Duke back on his leash. He just walked away and left him there, running off into the unknown. Vince explained that he felt that Duke would find his way home later that day, but he didn't. Vince returned home around 3 p.m. that afternoon. He says he didn't bother to check in on Rachel. He just went about his daily doings. By 3:15, Rachel's young sister had returned home from school and immediately noticed that Rachel was missing from her bedroom. Her sister asked about her, but Vince wasn't concerned. We don't know if he made up an excuse or genuinely just couldn't care less, but either way, Vince never looked for her. Several hours later, a real estate agent was passing by the area when she noticed a dog running in a field near the Mellon home. She recognized the dog as Duke and quickly called him over, taking him back to his family. This was sometime between 4:30 and 5 p.m. Amy, Rachel's mother, returned home around this same time alongside their son Jason. When Amy noticed that Rachel was missing, she immediately called the police to help investigate. Now, fair warning, this case is about to get extremely dark. You guys know I won't get into any details that are too gruesome, but the implications here are going to be very clear. When police arrived at the family's home a couple hours later, they began their investigation with a search of Rachel's bedroom. It didn't take them long to realize that something wasn't quite right here. The evidence that had been left behind, coupled with the information that Vince provided, just didn't add up. Something was wrong, and the police were determined to get to the bottom of it. Police found several key pieces of evidence that pointed toward Rachel being kidnapped. For starters, they noticed that her coat, shoes, wallet, purse, and her Sony Walkman were all left behind. These were items that Rachel took everywhere with her, regardless of where she was going. Plus, on a negative 20-degree day, why would Rachel have left behind her coat and especially her shoes? The blue blanket that she kept on her bed was also missing, as were two of her favorite pillows. After being alarmed by the missing items, the police checked the front door of the home and found that there were no signs of forced entry. Vince explained that when he left to take the dog for a walk, he left the door unlocked, so if someone had snuck in while he was gone, this would explain why there was no damage done to the door. But investigators soon noticed something very strange. Vince's arms had been covered in scratch marks, some of which looked quite painful. When the detectives asked where these marks had come from, he said that he'd been working on a car earlier that day and had gotten scraped and cut while reaching inside the engine bay. If you ask me, this information doesn't make much sense. As someone who works on vehicles more days than not, a couple bumps and scrapes and bruises are common, but these types of minor injuries don't compare to the scratches and cuts that were described as being on Vince's arms. An intense search of the area was conducted by police, both on the ground and by air. No signs of Rachel ever turned up. Police even went as far as checking with local airports to make sure that she didn't try to book a flight to Dallas to visit her father, but there was no sign of her during their investigation. But this is where things really begin to paint a chilling portrait of Vince. Now, if you're a survivor of abuse, I want to make sure to let you know that this next segment might trigger you, so maybe skip ahead a little bit and just know that Vince had feelings for Rachel that extended far beyond her simply being his stepdaughter. Police began investigating Rachel's room and soon found her diary. She wrote in her diary quite often and would detail all of her emotions, experiences, and her abuse. Police were particularly shaken by one particular page, in which she revealed several crimes that her father had committed against her. Rachel explained that one day in August of 1995, Vince had entered her room and had begun to kiss her, among other things. According to her diary, Vince said that he was doing this so that she would know how predators acted so that she could avoid them. But there was no avoiding her father. Police also found an out-of-print book titled Daddy Kisses that details father-daughter relationships, for lack of a better phrase. But most chilling of all, police found one particularly shocking piece of evidence under Rachel's pillow: a knife. I wanted to add something that I remembered while editing this video. A viewer named Ashley McCoy pointed out that Drew Peterson was one of the lead investigators on this case working for the Bolingbrook PD. Drew is a man with a very dark history. He'd been married 4 times and he's currently in prison for the murder of his 3rd wife. But get this, his 4th wife went missing and she's never been found. I say all of this because there are rumors circulating online that the detective may have been friends with Rachel's stepdad. Now, I haven't been able to find any evidence to confirm this, but it's a rumor that's been circulating for a while. I don't want to be the one to point fingers in the wrong direction, but the implications here are very serious. At 6 p.m. on the evening that Rachel went missing, Carrie, Rachel's best friend, heard the news. Carrie gathered a group of friends from school and explained what had happened, and they all headed out to help search for her. They spent over an hour outside in the blistering cold, desperately searching for their lost friend, but they came up empty-handed. They searched all of the nearby streets and parks, but she had simply vanished. Carrie says that at this moment, all of the friends huddled together and began crying, realizing that their friend was truly gone, but hopefully not forever. It was around this same time that Jeff Skemp, Rachel's biological father, received the call, telling him that his daughter was missing. Jeff quit his job, effective immediately, and got on the first flight that he could to Illinois so that he could help search for her. While Jeff may not have been around for much of Rachel's childhood, he was the father that Rachel had needed all along, not Vince. By the time he arrived at the home of Amy and Vince, there wasn't much that could be done. He headed to Rachel's room and laid down on her bed. He grabbed her Walkman and put on the headphones, then pressed play. Rachel had been listening to a song called Hand in My Pocket. It was her favorite. She'd mentioned how much she liked the song when she spent the summer with her father just a few months earlier. Jeff says that while he was at Rachel's home, he confronted Vince about what had happened. Jeff says that the only response that Vince offered was that Rachel must have been snatched while he was out walking the dog. By all means, Vince seemed largely unconcerned. Ever since that day, in 1996, Jeff has kept the same phone number, hoping that at some point, Rachel may try to reach out to him. But she never has. In January of 2000, a grand jury managed to retrieve a warrant to take DNA samples from Vince. On January 29th, police picked up Vince from his home and kept him in custody for more than 9 hours while they interrogated him and took the aforementioned samples. During their time speaking with Vince, he refused to answer many of the questions pertaining to Rachel's disappearance. He was ultimately forced to hand over samples of his DNA and hair, and police had officially begun to investigate him under suspicion of first-degree murder. This investigation came after rumors had begun to spread, claiming that Rachel may have been pregnant, and the baby may have belonged to Vince. Granted, without Rachel being found, there's no tangible evidence to support this theory. However, the entries in Rachel's diary are seriously concerning, and personally, this is a theory I could pretty easily get behind. Vince was also given a lie detector test, and he failed. Amy was questioned by police later on as well, but she found no reason to believe that Vince may have been involved. Now, this may have been because she was blinded by her love for him, or it could have been because she knew him better than anyone, and while he may have had his flaws, he wasn't a murderer. If you ask me, I don't believe that for 1 second, though. Amy was given a lie detector test as well, and she passed. But after this, both Amy and Vince have refused to help police with the investigation, which was a seriously unexpected turn. Amy and Vince both refused to hold any memorial services for Rachel. It wouldn't be until 2002 when the city of Bolingbrook took matters into their own hands, planting a tree and erecting a plaque in honor of Rachel, placing it directly across the street from her former home. To take things a step further, the Bolingbrook Police Department has openly and clearly stated that they have every reason to believe that Vince murdered his daughter. However, without finding her body, they can't charge him. Both Jeff and Carrie have cemented themselves at the forefront of this investigation. While Amy and Vince have refused to help in any way since 1996, neither Jeff nor Carrie have forgotten, and they continue to press on with bringing awareness to Rachel's disappearance, hoping that one day the case may finally see justice. and Vince will be arrested, or whoever Rachel's kidnapper was, if Vince truly is proven to be innocent. The Bolingbroke police still consider the disappearance of Rachel Mellon Skemp to be an active investigation. So if you have any information in Rachel's case, absolutely anything at all, you're asked to reach out to the Bolingbroke police at 630-226-0600. Wherever Rachel may be, it's my hope and prayer that she finally found the peace that she so desperately had been longing for. When a child goes missing, a parent's mind naturally begins to prepare itself for the unthinkable while hoping for the best. This was true in the disappearance of Harley Dilly, a 14-year-old boy who went missing near the end of 2019. But his parents would have never imagined that his body would be found much closer to home than anyone could have expected. This is the strange case of the boy in the chimney. Harley Dilly isn't a case that I expected to cover when he first went missing back in 2019. After all, there wasn't anything too terribly unusual about Harley. He was your average teenage boy, and almost everyone expected that he'd be found sooner or later, possibly after running away from home. Unfortunately, that just wasn't the case. Now, you may remember the case of Joshua Maddox that I covered a while back here on True Crime Stories. If you weren't following the channel back then though, I definitely urge you to check out that video. I'll add a card above if you want to check it out, but Joshua's case was shockingly similar to the case of Harley Dilly. In fact, some people think the two cases are virtually identical, and I agree. Joshua Maddox was also found stuck in a chimney not too far from his childhood home. The only difference is that he was stuck there for 7 years. Thankfully, in the case of Harley Dilly, his parents wouldn't be forced to wait such an incredibly long time for closure. Port Clinton, Ohio is a small village that can be found in southwestern Summit County, Ohio. It's a very, very small village with a population of just 2,000 people. A total of around 380 families live here, with the area being fairly average in terms of income and amenities. By all means, it's a quiet little village where nothing unusual really happens. It's the perfect place to settle down and raise a family, as more than 25% of the population is under the age of 18. According to crime grades and area vibes, crime is virtually non-existent in Port Clinton, with violent crime rates being 70% less than the national average. I'll be honest with you, I've never thought about Ohio too much, but while researching this case, I nearly convinced myself to move there. Port Clinton is truly that great of a town. But the town isn't without its faults. In fact, many people claim that the police department in Port Clinton is so poorly equipped to handle tragedy and crime that they may have single-handedly led to the death of Harley Dilly. To be fair, it doesn't seem like the police department really disagrees with these claims, with the chief of police, Robert Hickman, recalling Harley's case thinking, quote, "Did we mess up or did we not? I don't know. I can't give you that answer. My biggest recommendation for any police department that experiences a case like this is don't be afraid to ask for help." Harley Dilly was your average teenage boy, at least by most people's standards. His mother said that he was a great kid and doesn't seem like he ever got into much trouble. He's been described as a mama's boy through and through, and that certainly seems to be accurate. Whatever his mother asked him to do, he usually did it, even if he had his own way of doing it and he did it at his own pace. But all in all, he was a great kid. His father didn't have anything negative to say about him either, recalling him very fondly. Harley loved playing basketball, and it seems like he took the sport fairly seriously. But he was also an avid gamer, having accounts on Discord and Twitch where he would often share Madden gameplay with his friends, even managing to bring in over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Now, I did a bit of digging after hearing about this report, and I found a web sleuths forum that has information about Harley's case, but it's also a hotspot for rumors and speculation. Many of the users were quick to jump on Harley's case when it had just begun to unfold. Now, I haven't been able to verify any of these claims because the posts that these people are referring to have since been removed, but several of the users mentioned that Harley used to post to YouTube quite frequently in 2018 and 2019. These videos have led to a lot of speculation regarding Harley's disappearance, and they paint his parents in a much different light than how they may have otherwise been perceived online and in television interviews. Now, let me reiterate, I cannot confirm these reports, so they should be taken as rumors and nothing more, but according to multiple members of the web sleuths community, Harley may have had a fairly troublesome home life. It's been reported that he posted several videos to YouTube that documented various types of abuse that were taking place in his home. One particularly concerning video was titled "I'm Scared," and it's a video that was deleted within days of Harley's disappearance. This video is the only one I was actually able to track down after someone re-uploaded it, and Harley explains that he's having one of the worst days of his life. He mentions how he got into an argument with his mother after school. An argument that supposedly lasted for about 5 minutes. During the argument, Harley's mother threatened to call the police on him, a threat that she'd reportedly followed up on in the past, even though it wasn't a matter that concerned the police in any way, at least not if you ask me. From the information I've collected, these calls were meant for no other reason than to scare Harley into doing what his mother asked. But things began to take a dark turn when Harley continued to explain his mother's punishment. In the video, Harley is in his backyard and reveals that his mother locked him out of the house as punishment. Bear in mind, this video was taken in the middle of winter, and Harley can be seen bundled up in a jacket while waiting outside for his mother to finally let him in. According to a web sleuths user, Harley had revealed in another video that she'd already done this once before when either he or his brother was just 4 years old, locking them out in the cold yet again. Harley continues to explain that he's hungry and needs to get inside to get his schoolwork done, but he can't because he's stuck outside. He ends the video in tears a few moments later. Several armchair detectives on the Web Sleuths forums say that they witnessed a video online that revealed that Harley had been heading out to meet someone on the day that he went missing. Now, based on the sheer number of people who claim to have witnessed this video, I'm gonna step out on a limb and say that this allegation appears to be true. The only problem is that we don't know for sure who Harley was going to meet that day. The forum users say that the video suggested it was someone that he'd been speaking to online, but we don't know if this was one of his friends that he knew personally, or if it was someone he'd never actually met in person before. This report suggests that he left for school on the morning of December 20th, but he never actually made it to school, as none of his friends reported seeing him that day. Considering the area was quite safe, it wasn't uncommon for Harley to roam around and explore the outdoors, which sometimes included an abandoned home that was next door to him. His parents had told him not to go near the home, but it doesn't seem like Harley obeyed them, as we know he'd visited the home several times in the past. The abandoned house was located at 507 Fulton Street, and it was just steps away from where Harley had grown up. The house, while abandoned, was still maintained by the family who owned it, and occasionally used it as a summer home. In 2019, the owner of the home mentioned that it had been sitting vacant for about 10 years, with family only staying in the home for a few weeks at a time throughout this process. The house had been built in the 1850s and was owned by the same family ever since. It had seen many renovations over the years, and from the outside, it looked just as modern as any other house on the block. It was a 2-story home that was kept in reasonable condition, all things considered. However, the home and its lawn had become a popular hangout for local teens based on a few reports I've seen online. As far as we know, no one had ever entered the home since the homeowners abandoned it, as all the doors and windows had been locked the last time that it was used. As soon as Harley's parents reported him missing, the local police began to search the area, hoping that they'd find out that Harley had been hiding out somewhere. Police began their search inside and outside of the Dilly home, searching for any clues or evidence that they could find that may explain where Harley may have gone. By all means, nothing appears to have been out of the ordinary. All of Harley's belongings were accounted for, aside from the things that he took with him on a normal school day. Police also searched the area outside of 507 Fulton Street, but they never found any clues or evidence. The home appeared to have been untouched for quite some time, even though there were a few reports that Harley had been hanging out near the home in the past. But here's where things get pretty interesting, making the case far more complicated. The forum posts continually refer to a person known only by his screen name and nickname of Drip. In fact, Harley mentioned this person in one of his YouTube videos before. Harley was playing Madden Mobile on a live stream while using Discord at the same time, and during a broadcast, he posted about Drip on Discord and said, quote, "Drip is the worst in this community. He came to my house, he stalked me." Things get even more interesting when we find out that on the day that Harley vanished, he'd done his best to beg his parents to let him stay home from school. He wasn't sick or anything, and his parents don't seem to know why he was so adamant about staying home that day. But he played every card that he had, hoping to get out of school. When they refused to let him stay home, he rather strangely seems to have left for school extra early that morning. This is where internet detectives have begun to go wild, claiming that it's possible Harley may have left for school early in order to avoid this elusive individual named Drip. If Drip truly was a stalker, maybe Harley was trying to outpace him and make his way to school early so as to avoid Drip. But I'll be honest, this seems like a bit of a stretch to me, and there's literally no evidence to suggest this. The only slight bit of evidence that we have that suggests that this person named Drip may have been involved is info that's been passed around online, suggesting that Harley's online activity alluded to the idea that Harley may have left home early that day to meet someone. There's one other interesting detail in the case, though, that makes Harley's case all the more interesting, and certainly far more concerning. We know that Harley suffered from either OCD or ASD, but it seems that his family leaned more towards the idea of OCD. Now, as someone who's been diagnosed with OCD, I can tell you without a doubt that Harley's decision to leave home early that day was very unusual. According to his mother, Harley was a creature of extreme habit. In fact, he would bathe several times per day as part of his typical OCD ritual. So leaving for school early just doesn't make any sense here unless there was something seriously wrong or something seriously important. Maybe this rumored meetup. I managed to track down this person named Drip online, and I tied him to a Reddit account that I won't reveal the name to because it appears that Drip may be underage. I don't know this for sure, but just to be safe, it's not something I'm comfortable sharing. It's easy enough to find online though if you're truly interested. So on this Reddit account, I was able to confirm that Drip had indeed been stalking Harley for at least a few weeks. In fact, Harley also had a Reddit account and was part of an online Madden Mobile subreddit. Drip took every opportunity that he had to bully Harley online, and it doesn't seem like Harley had ever met Drip in person, as he alluded to the fact that Drip, at this point, had never been able to track him down in real life. But just over a week after Drip had last bullied Harley, Harley went missing. When Reddit users noticed the connection here, they began to harass Drip about his potential involvement. But this is where things got far worse than I could have ever imagined. When users began to ask Drip about Harley, he repeatedly told them to leave him alone, responding that he had no idea where Harley was. Then came the bombshell. Harley had told a few of his friends online that Drip had shown up outside of his house one day, stalking him. When Drip was confronted about this, he responded, quote, "I don't live near him at all." This was confirmation that Drip did in fact know where Harley lived. Drip's final response to the questions about Harley came merely hours before Harley's body was found. Drip has never posted to Reddit again since 2020. Police were conducting a now routine search for Harley on January 13th of 2020. They once again made their way to the abandoned home next door to Harley's home at 507 Fulton Street. This time, they decided to investigate further, and they entered the home, hoping to find additional clues inside. Unfortunately, they discovered exactly what they had feared. On the second floor of the home, they found Harley's glasses lying on the ground. Nearby, they also found a maroon jacket that belonged to Harley. But what they discovered next would be the most heartbreaking discovery in all of Port Clinton, Ohio's history. As the investigators continued to search the home, they noticed a small hole in the drywall of one of the upstairs bedrooms. When they looked inside the hole, they found that it led to a chimney that was no longer in use. The home had originally been built with a fireplace, but this fireplace and chimney had since been closed up, remaining hidden inside the walls of the home. The homeowner said that the hole in the wall was normally covered with a vent cap, but he couldn't explain why this cap had been removed. As officers looked inside the hole, they discovered the remains of Harley Dilly. A coroner was called to the scene and determined that Harley most likely passed away the same day that he disappeared. Investigators say that due to the weather, he most likely lost his life within hours of getting stuck inside the chimney. But that's the big question here. How did Harley get inside the chimney? Well, even though the chimney had been closed off inside the home, it was still accessible from the roof of the home. The roof of the home was also very easy to access because a large antenna pole was located just outside the back of the home, only about a foot away from the home. It would have been easy enough to climb the pole and get onto the roof of the home, and virtually anyone could have done it. From here, the chimney was very easily accessible. But many people in the web sleuth community don't believe that Harley ended up in the chimney by sheer chance or due to an accident. They believe he was pushed, likely by the mysterious person named Drip. All we know for sure is that after Harley ended up in the chimney, there was no chance of him being able to escape. The chimney was only 9 inches by 13 inches, meaning entering the chimney would have been difficult enough. Getting out would have been darn near impossible. Police theorized that the items of clothing that they found inside the home were likely put there by Harley. While there's no evidence to suggest that Harley ever entered the home, they believe that he likely became lodged in the chimney, then pushed open the vent cap from inside the chimney. He then took off several items of clothing and poked them through the vent cap to try to get more room inside the chimney, then shimmy out and escape. But it simply wasn't possible. But this is nothing more than a theory, and police don't know for certain what actually happened here. The official reason for Harley entering the chimney that day has never been determined. It's entirely possible that he climbed the pole and entered the chimney out of pure curiosity, hoping that the chimney led to a fireplace that would let him inside the home, and this is certainly a plausible assumption. To be perfectly honest, I probably would have come to the same conclusion when I was a teenager, but because the fireplace had been boarded up and walled over, there was no way out. But what about Drip? Well, the mysterious person named Drip has never been identified. Police have officially ruled the case as an accident, and they say that there's no indication of foul play, but we have to remember, early in the investigation, police clearly stated that they had reason to believe that Harley was heading out to meet someone that day, hence why he left for school so early. So whatever came of this, and why did investigators suddenly change their mind about this clue when there's evidence in Harley's online history to suggest that this was, in all reality, a possibility? Unfortunately, we don't know. Since this mysterious Drip person has never been found, it's likely that these questions will remain unanswered. Police have closed the investigation and they aren't taking things any further. Officially, the tragic case of the trapped teen, Harley Dilly, has been solved, but in the minds of many, myself included, the real mystery has only just begun. Catherine Nichols prefers to remember her brother for who he was. Jim Duckett loved horses, and in his younger years, loved doing impersonations. Catherine says he was an amazing uncle to her children, but a thorn in her side as well, just like most younger siblings. He was also a great listener, but Catherine tries to forget the final memory that she has of her brother, when investigators found him tied to a chair in his bathroom after being subjected to hours of real-life horror unlike anything you could ever imagine. Though he may give the impression of being a calm, quiet man who would never harm a fly, Jim Duckett actually had a history that was, in all honesty, pretty surprising. Contrary to his outward appearance, Jim was a military veteran who received multiple decorations for his time serving for the United States. He was in active duty during the Desert Storm operations, but he was eventually forced to retire after he suffered an injury that made him no longer able to serve. He managed to recover from this for the most part, but his life was never truly the same. He eventually relocated to Germany, of all places, and became a crime scene investigator. Quite the change in career paths, but Jim was more than up to the task. After a few years, he decided that he was ready to return home to the United States. His main reason for doing this was to spend more time with his sister and her children. He'd learned that his sister was having a difficult time taking care of her kids because of her increasingly stressful work schedule. So he dropped everything he was doing and came back home to make sure that the children were raised properly and had a fair shot at a normal childhood. This led him to Shelbyville, Kentucky. He would later adopt a rescue dog named Bo, and it seemed like Jim and Bo went everywhere together. According to Catherine Nichols, Jim's sister, he was one of the kindest people that she had ever known, and his actions and history certainly seemed to prove this. While Jim lived a fairly open and honest life, his sister says that in the months leading up to that fateful day, he became a bit withdrawn, and he'd begun acting strange. His personality seemed to have shifted a bit, turning this once outgoing and life-loving man into somewhat of a hermit, seemingly paranoid about the world around him. This began in the fall of 2008. On Halloween of that same year, someone broke into Jim's house and ransacked the place. We don't know if he was home at the time, but considering he was a military veteran, it's probably safe to assume that he wasn't, or the perpetrators likely would have been caught or never made it out of the home alive, but neither of these things are true. The unknown criminals ended up making off with thousands of dollars of jewelry that Jim had lying around, and it doesn't seem like the police ever caught the thieves that were responsible. All of this only made Jim's paranoia worse, and his personality and kind nature only continued to dwindle from here. In fact, for several weeks leading up to this, Jim had discussed how he'd been thinking about moving. His sudden interest in changing towns was extremely odd. After all, he'd moved back to the US to be closer to his family. So what could possibly make him want to uproot once again and leave his family behind? By November 9th of 2008, Catherine had become suspicious about her brother and feared that something may have been terribly wrong. The two spoke every single day of their lives, but on this day, Jim had seemingly gone missing, vanished without so much as a call, a text, or a note. We don't know if it had been days or hours, but it was long enough that Catherine began to fear for his safety. It was unlike him to stay out of touch with everyone for such a long period of time, and no one had seen him leave his house in days. This was all taking place on a Sunday morning. Jim was a churchgoer, so Catherine decided to call a few of his friends at church, but all of them reported that he didn't show up for services that morning. For Catherine, this was the final straw. She headed out to his house to make sure that everything was okay. When she arrived at his house, she immediately noticed that his car wasn't in the driveway, which was yet another odd occurrence, as he didn't mention traveling or having any errands to run, and Catherine and Jim shared every detail of their lives up to this point. Catherine says that she walked all around his house that evening, but she didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were no signs of a second break-in, nor any reason to believe that anything was wrong. She knocked, but there was no answer. She mentioned that she had a key to his house, but she decided not to go in because she didn't want her brother thinking that she didn't trust him or to barge in on him if he just wanted time to be left alone. She left a few minutes later, confused and baffled by what was going on, but she could have never guessed what lied just beyond his front door. By the following day, Catherine had enough. She was still unable to get a hold of her brother, so she went back to his house to look around once again. This time, she decided enough was enough, and she went into his home to see if she could find any clues about what was going on. She made her way through his house, into the master bedroom, and eventually into the master bathroom. This was when she made the discovery that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She found her brother, but not in the way that she had hoped. When speaking with a local news organization, she mentioned how she remembered Jim's bathroom being white from ceiling to floor. White tile, white walls, a white shower, everything. But on this particular day, there was no white to be found, only red. She began to scream and immediately called her sister. She began shouting that someone had taken Jim's life, but her sister asked if it was possible that he had taken his own life. That's when Catherine noticed that Jim's hands had been tied behind his back and he'd been strapped to one of his kitchen chairs, unable to move. This certainly wasn't of Jim's own doing. Catherine got off the phone with her sister and immediately called the police. When investigators arrived, it became very clear what had happened here. Rather, as clear as it could possibly be considering the situation. Investigators agreed with the obvious assumption that Jim had been tied to a chair, beaten for hours, jabbed multiple times with various objects, and then had his life taken. Interestingly, most of Jim's wounds were considered to be superficial. meaning that they weren't inflicted with the intention of taking his life, they were merely to make him suffer. It appeared as though someone had been trying to get information out of him, but no one has any clue what kind of information Jim would have known that would be worth all of this. We also don't know if Jim ever let that information slip, but considering his background and the aftermath, it seems safe to assume that the assailants never found the answers they were looking for. But one interesting side note is that even though the criminals were remarkably cruel toward Jim, his dog was found locked in a separate room of the home, completely unharmed. Police say that they were never able to determine why all of this had happened, or specifically when. All they revealed is that Jim appeared to have been tied up in his bathroom for a couple of days at least. As investigators worked to collect evidence and clean up the crime scene, they decided to take several samples of the DNA found all around the bathroom in order to confirm whether or not all of it belonged to Jim. The details of this information are a bit difficult to understand, but from what I can gather, police were able to retrieve DNA that didn't belong to Jim, but I'm not 100% certain about this. Investigators spoke with Catherine again a few days later and said that after running a DNA analysis, they expected to have someone in custody within a matter of months. But it's now been 15 years, and officers are no closer to getting this case solved. The Duckett family was obviously desperate for answers, with many of them beginning to wonder if the crime on Halloween could have somehow been related. As far as investigators have said, the Halloween crime was totally random and the thieves only wanted to make off with valuables that Jim had around his home. But if you ask me, and this is purely a theory, it's possible that the Halloween crime could have been much more than investigators initially believed. If someone was truly after Jim, and someone had been paid to track him down, the Halloween break-in could have been in an attempt to confirm that Jim was, in fact, the man that they were looking for. Just think about it. If you're hired to take someone out, or at the very least locate them, wouldn't you want to confirm that this was the right guy before taking his info back to your boss? And what better way to do this than to break into his home and find documentation to prove his identity, staging it as a robbery as you go? The timeline here is just too strange for all of this to merely be a coincidence, but again, that's just my opinion. But footage from an ATM just a few miles from Jim's house may have provided investigators with answers. Because of the way that Jim lost his life, police were obviously operating under the assumption that this was a targeted crime. Jim wasn't just a victim of a random act of violence. One of the lead detectives in the investigation has confirmed that they believe Jim was targeted, but they have no idea why. Was it because of his involvement in the military, or maybe even because of his time investigating crimes in Germany? No one can really say for sure. But police revealed an even more confusing bit of evidence that makes this case all the more strange and confusing. According to Catherine, officers told her that while the criminals were inside Jim's house, they stole his debit card. The only thing about this that's unclear is whether the first batch of criminals stole the card or the second batch stole the card, but the context here leads me to believe that it was likely the second batch that stole it, the batch that tied him to the chair. What's strange about this is that after the criminals had the card, they didn't just drive to the nearest ATM and drain the account. Instead, they stole Jim's truck and drove all the way out to Jim's personal bank to make the withdrawal. Mind you, according to Catherine, Jim lived out in the country, essentially in the middle of nowhere. There were dozens of banks that the criminals needed to pass up in order to make their way to Jim's personal bank. So there was clearly some significance to this location, but what that significance was is unknown. But here's the craziest part. One of the criminals was captured on CCTV at the bank. The bank's cameras were pointed directly at the criminal and were actively recording at the time of the ATM withdrawal. But the lens was messed up, so the footage proved to be useless. According to one of the bank managers, the camera had recently been taken apart for maintenance, but when it was put back together, the lens was improperly installed. This caused the footage to be extremely distorted, rendering it useless to investigators. This is yet another aspect of the case that seems just a bit too perfect to merely be a coincidence. It was almost as if the criminals knew about this specific bank and this specific camera. After all, judging by what detectives and Catherine have alluded to, the criminals didn't even try to conceal their identities in the footage. It was almost like they knew that the footage would be useless because the camera had been tampered with, or improperly maintained if you believe the official explanation. Regardless, as detectives continued to work the case, they were staying on the lookout for Jim's truck. A few days later, they managed to find it about 5 miles from Jim's home. They searched the truck for fingerprints and even took DNA samples, but nothing ever came of it. Investigators said that they have followed up on several leads after this, and that dozens of people have been interviewed, but there just isn't much evidence to go on. Why Jim was targeted and why this specific bank was used is unknown, but if you could imagine, things continued to get even more bizarre from here. One of the most disturbing details about this case is something that doesn't seem to have made headlines or really been mentioned in any of the write-ups about Jim Duckett. In fact, it was something that Catherine let slip during an interview, and it seems like most people just glossed over it. According to Catherine, Jim believed that he knew who broke into his house on Halloween, and Catherine says she believes, as I theorized a moment ago, that these individuals would have been the same ones who broke in again and took Jim's life. The only problem is that either no one is taking this accusation seriously, or the police just don't have enough evidence to secure a warrant, much less a conviction. I was only able to find one article where Catherine mentioned this, and it was only discussed for a brief moment, with no names being shared, though I imagine that was strictly for legal reasons. But the fact that this hasn't been discussed further is really concerning. Investigators say that even after all these years, police have several binders full of information about Jim and his case. The only problem is that none of this information has led to any suspects or even a motive for the crime. Catherine says that the method in which Jim lost his life has naturally led many people to believe that he was involved in some sort of underground crime ring, or that he was otherwise in possession of information that he wasn't supposed to have. But Catherine rejects all of these ideas, saying that she knew her brother better than anyone, and that he showed no signs of being involved in any shady dealings. She explained that she understands why people may have come to this assumption, but that her brother was simply too kind. Instead, she thinks it may have been his kindness that led to this crime. More specifically, she thinks he may have been taken out for revenge of some sort, but no one knows what this revenge would have been for, unless it was something that happened during Desert Storm or something that happened in Germany. But police have found no evidence for either of these situations to be true. At the end of it all, we just don't know what may have happened to Jim. To make matters worse, the local police force has seen dramatic budget cuts and rising resignation rates as a result, so the department is doing its best just to stay open at this point, so investigating a cold case like this is not something that's on their current to-do list. This means that, for the foreseeable future, the only realistic way of getting this case solved is by asking the public for help, asking you for help. So if you were in Shelbyville, Kentucky in November of 2008 and believe you may have seen something, anything, you're asked to contact the Kentucky State Police, Post 12, at 502-227-2221. It was April 24th, 2000, when Danyese LaClair stopped by the post office to drop off some Easter cards for the holiday. Her plan was to quickly drop off the cards, then head home after a long day of work, but sadly, Danyese would never make it home. Investigators discovered a confusing crime scene a few hours later, sending detectives on a 23-year hunt for a criminal. Daniel and Danyese LaClair had both been living in Burton, Michigan for quite a while, quietly raising their small family and enjoying their lives together in a great little community. Well, I say it's a great community. In all reality, Burton is one of the most dangerous places you could possibly live in the entirety of the United States. Burton isn't a town, so to speak, it's more of a suburb or a community. But there are so many people living in this area that many people consider it to be its own city anyway. Burton is located within Flint, Michigan, and if you know anything about the United States, you probably already know that most people wouldn't dare visit Flint after dark. It's very similar to places like Chicago, Jackson, Mississippi, or even Little Rock, Arkansas, just crime on top of crime around every corner. But truthfully, in the area where Danyese and Daniel lived, things weren't all that bad. Yes, there was crime, but as long as you kept your wits about you, you can make it around the area without encountering too much trouble. And for many years, Danyese and Daniel did just that. They kept to themselves, didn't bother anyone else, and they didn't really have any problems. The couple had 2 young children, a 3-year-old and an 11-year-old. Danyese and Daniel had met back in the 1980s and had been together ever since. Both of them had graduated from Flint Northern High School, and both of them were raised near the popular Mott Park suburb. When they were still dating, Danyese found out that she was pregnant with their first child. The two weren't quite ready to get married just yet, so they did their best to raise the child while they dated, but they did eventually tie the knot on Valentine's Day of 1996. But funny enough, they didn't have a traditional wedding ceremony. Instead, they opted to dedicate their lives to one another alongside 100 other couples as part of a local radio station promotion. Kind of a funny way to get married, but hey, to each their own, I guess. But regardless of their somewhat strange wedding, the two loved each other dearly and hoped to give their children the best lives they could possibly have. But unfortunately, this was little more than wishful thinking. In a tragic and heartbreaking turn of fate, these 2 young kids had their futures shattered, their lives irreversibly changed, and their mother taken. It was April 24th, 2000. Danyese LaClair had been working at her shift at the nearby McLaren Medical Center. Danyese seems to have loved her job, all things considered, and she mostly did office work at the medical center, with her official title simply being a clerk. I can't really find any additional information on what she actually did here, but it seems safe to assume she most likely helped patients check in or out of the hospital. Danyese often worked a later afternoon shift, typically getting off work around 11 p.m. at night. Danyse's plans for the evening of April 24th were to get off work, then head to the local post office to send out some mail that she'd been hanging on to. As she left work, she hopped into her Chevrolet Cavalier and headed off in the direction of the post office. This was the last that anyone would hear from Danyese. According to investigators, she pulled into the post office parking lot, dropped off the cards, then began to leave. But she never made it out of the parking lot. A potential crime scene was reported later that evening when someone noticed that her car was left in the post office parking lot. The engine was running, and the right side indicator was flashing, and the driver's window was partially rolled down. When officers arrived at the vehicle, they knew something had gone terribly wrong. Police traced the car's plates and headed to the LaClair home. It was about 2 a.m. at this point. Daniel was awoken to a loud knock on the front door, and he was informed about his wife's disappearance. Police hoped that Daniel may have known where his wife had gone and why she had left her car behind in such a strange state, but Daniel hadn't heard from her since earlier that day. He made sure detectives understood how strange the situation was, and they obviously agreed with him. Daniel was taken to the scene of the crime at about 5 a.m., but there was virtually nothing that could be done. The crime had already been committed, and Danyese was gone without a trace. Police collected all the evidence they could from the scene of the crime, but admittedly, there was very little for them to work with. Outside of Danyse's own belongings, there wasn't anything left behind that seemed valuable to investigators. Her car had been left undisturbed, and there were no signs of forced entry into the vehicle. It was as if Danyese had opened the door, walked away, and vanished into the fog. The only thing missing from the car was Danyse's purse. Her cell phone was still in the car, and it was left plugged into the car's 12-volt jack. All these years later, her purse has still never been found. The most interesting aspect about the crime scene is that her car wasn't found in a parking spot, nor was it even close to the building. Her car was actually left near the exit of the parking lot, with the indicator flashing as if she was about to turn into traffic. What's particularly curious about this is that not only was the door open and the window rolled down slightly, but the car was also in park. So it seems like Danyese may have willingly exited the vehicle. After all, if she'd been forcefully pulled from the car, the way I see it, the car would have been left in drive and may have been rolled away, but it wasn't and it didn't. By the following day, police had a lead. An employee at a local doctor's office had called investigators after he noticed a pile of clothing lying in an open field about 20 feet from an office building. I'm not sure why the man thought this was suspicious. I'll be honest, if I noticed a pile of clothes in a field, I wouldn't have a second thought about it, but for whatever reason, the employee knew that something was a bit off. When detectives arrived, they found the clothing and collected it for evidence. But that's when they noticed something just a little bit further out in the field. As they continued searching through the grass and brush, they came across something they never would have expected. They found the remains of a woman wearing nothing but a trench coat and her underwear. The detective who was working the case at the time said that this was his first homicide investigation, so he had obviously never seen anything like this before. According to the officer, at this point in time, cases like this were not common in Burton. Yes, there were crimes being committed every day, but it wasn't often that the crimes were taken this far. There's a major gap between petty theft and homicide, but what really took this case to the next level was what they found nearby Danyese's remains. After officers collected Danyese's remains and began to search the surrounding area, they found a few disturbing pieces of evidence that helped paint a much clearer picture of what had taken place in this field. Detective Don Schreiber located a 9mm casing just a few feet from the crime scene. According to a coroner, Danyese's life had been ended with a single round to the head. She lost her life instantly and likely never even knew what had happened. Officers managed to collect mountains of evidence, hundreds of public tips, and many photos to help tell Danyese's story the best they could, but all of this amounted to nothing. Detective Schreiber says that they exhausted every tip and every lead that came in about Danyese's case, but there simply wasn't enough evidence left behind to link the crime to any one person. That is, until they found something pretty strange near the dump site. As investigators were scouring the area in search of clues, they came across a small bundle of grass near Danyese's body. In the middle of this grass tuft, they found a man's gold ring. Investigators took a look at the ring and found that it had a serial number etched into it. This was the evidence they needed to help blow the case open. They collected the ring for evidence and took it to the lab for further analysis, and to have the serial number recorded. When officers determined the serial number, they contacted the manufacturer for assistance in locating the owner of the ring. But this is where things went from bad to worse. The manufacturer informed the officers that there was no way to trace the number. It wasn't a unique number. Thousands of these rings had been sold over the years, and each of them were marked with this same number. So while this narrowed down the list of suspects from millions to thousands, it ultimately didn't help much. Investigators say they feel certain that the ring wasn't just ditched here by sheer coincidence. They have every reason to believe that the ring is directly related to Danyese's case, but until they track down the owner, it's pretty well useless. As you may expect, Daniel, Danyese's husband, was one of the first people suspected of taking Danyese's life. After all, shortly after her demise, investigators learned that Danyese hadn't been as honest and kind-hearted as she pretended to be. In fact, they learned that she'd been having an affair behind Daniel's back, providing a perfect motive for the crime. Worse yet, Daniel's only alibi for the evening of the crime was that he'd been at home with the couple's 2 children, but considering how late into the evening it was, it seems fairly safe to assume that they'd been in bed by this point, so the kids didn't have much information to offer. Police were never able to find anything that tied Daniel to the crime, even though his alibi was somewhat questionable. It's strangely common in cases like this for the spouse to be responsible, but that just wasn't true in this case. Police investigated Daniel rather heavily. They even asked him to submit to a lie detector test and a DNA swab, but both of these yielded no results. His DNA was not found at the scene of the crime, nor was it found on the ring. His lie detector test also came back clear, though these tests are obviously notoriously unreliable. Daniel has only ever spoken lovingly about his wife, recalling her as a very sweet and helpful person. He openly admitted to being a pain for police officers over the years, but only because he wants to see his wife's case solved. The only strange thing about Daniel in regards to Danyese's case is that in 2003, he was arrested after he visited her grave. After sitting near the grave for a while, Daniel stood up and kicked down Danyese's headstone, breaking a porcelain picture that had been erected in her memory. Daniel describes this as a nervous breakdown, but several locals believe that this was some sort of sign of guilt, but this has never been proven. And can you really blame the guy for something like this? I mean, grief can present itself in very unusual ways. Investigators have had a number of other suspects over the years, including one in 2010 that seemed so promising that investigators were allowed to exhume the grave of one of these men. Unfortunately, this still didn't lead to any breakthroughs in the case. But that brings us to the lead suspect in this case, an X-ray technician who worked with Danyese at the hospital. In April of 2000, investigators learned that Ralph Vanucci had shown some interest in Danyese. Considering the two worked so closely together, they had a bit of a casual relationship at work, but Ralph wasn't satisfied with just being friends. Around the time of the crime, Ralph's life was in complete disarray. He'd been grieving the loss of his son, who passed away in a drowning accident. This left him devastated for all the obvious reasons, but the grief didn't end with his son's tragic accident. The incident had weighed heavily on his marriage and ultimately led Ralph to get a divorce, his second divorce specifically. Ralph was doing his best to move on with his life and try to heal from the intense trauma that he had been through, and this led him to chatting up Danyese and eventually asking her out. Ralph knew good and well that Danyese was married, but he'd heard rumors that she was, well, less than faithful. So he asked her out, but she turned him down. Investigators learned about all this by speaking with Danyse's co-workers at the hospital. Almost everyone knew about Danyse's affair, explaining that she openly spoke about how terrible her marriage was, describing it as tumultuous at one point, though the affairs definitely weren't helping things. When one of the co-workers was asked if they believed Ralph would have been capable of such a crime, they responded by saying, "I really couldn't say." This response was extremely concerning to detectives, but they quickly learned that Ralph had an alibi for the evening. Just like Daniel, Ralph had been at home with his children that night. Investigators spoke with Ralph about Danyese, but they revealed they had no reason to suspect that he was involved. His alibi checked out, and they believed he was being fully transparent with them, showing no signs of lying or hiding any information. They said the same thing about Daniel and all of the other potential suspects. So where does this leave us today, 23 years later? Well, the ring that was found at the scene of the crime was tested, and it was determined that it did, in fact, contain a viable DNA sample. When this sample was run through CODIS, though, it didn't reveal any matches. To top this off, DNA was found on Danyse's clothing as well. Unfortunately, this sample wasn't nearly as well preserved, and all it proved was that the contributor was a male, but police had already assumed this. But here's the kicker. With genetic genealogy being more promising now than ever before, it's entirely possible that investigators could use this method to narrow down the owner of this gold ring. So it's very likely that this ring may reveal Danyse's killer, hence the title of this video. But unfortunately, for now, detectives have not been able to test the ring. I'm not sure if the ring simply doesn't contain enough DNA for testing, or if they just haven't gotten around to it yet, but police are certainly hopeful that this ring holds the key to solving this case. We don't know if police were able to compare the DNA from the ring to the DNA on Danyse's clothes and confirm that they belong to the same person, but we do know that, as mentioned, the sample found on the ring was considered viable. But I'd be lying if I pretended to know everything that would be required to submit this sample for genetic genealogy. So, more than 23 years later, the case remains unsolved. But investigators and locals are very hopeful that this case will be brought to a close sooner rather than later. In the meantime, officers are asking that if you recognize this ring and you know someone who may have worn a similar one to it back in the year 2000, to call Detective Kevin Kissel at 810-742-2542. I don't know about you, but I'm getting pretty tired of getting robocalls and having to worry about my personal data getting leaked to internet scammers or just annoying salesmen. I believe I have the right to my own personal data, and I'm sure you do too. This is where Delete Me comes in. Delete Me is an all-in-one, hands-free way to remove your personal data from the internet with the simple push of a button. Delete Me's proprietary system will scour the darkest corners of the web and remove information about you, such as your name, age, address, email, phone number, photos, social media links, almost literally everything. After your first 7 days of joining Delete Me, you'll receive your personalized privacy report, detailing all the various places where Delete Me has found your info and what they'll do to get it removed. I've only been using Delete Me for a few weeks now, but I'll be totally honest, I've already seen a dramatic downturn in the number of scam calls and emails I get on a daily basis. I was pretty skeptical about the service at first, but I can tell you firsthand that it works, and it works well. You can join Delete Me right now using my 20% off discount code TIE20, or by clicking the link in the description. Give it a try for yourself and let me know if it works for you. I think you'll be impressed. Thanks to Delete Me for sponsoring today's video. Skylar Neese was your typical teenage girl from Pennsylvania. She had a couple close friends that she depended on and didn't have any real struggles in her life outside of the typical teenage grievances of relationships and identity. But on June 5th, 2012, Skylar climbed out of her apartment window at midnight to head out on a late-night adventure with two of her best friends. This was supposed to be a fun girls' night out, but Skylar would never make it home. Skylar Neese was a young girl who never really made any enemies. She was incredibly smart for her age, not just smart, but wise as well. She was an honor student at school, and all of her teachers knew that she had a very bright future ahead of her. She never got into much trouble and certainly never gained any unwanted attention from her peers. She was about as clean-cut and honest as a teenage girl could be. One of Skylar's favorite activities was reading. She could lose herself in a book for hours, only to snap out of it long past her bedtime, not even realizing she'd spent her whole afternoon in a fairy tale. Skylar was also deeply involved in the early days of social media, making a point to post her every last thought on Facebook and Twitter for the world to read. I'm sure most of us understand these days that making a habit of this is incredibly unhealthy. It's part of the reason I don't run any social media pages for this channel, but at the time, Skylar's parents were just happy that she was interacting with other kids her age, and from the outside, having a great time doing it. Skylar also had a job at Wendy's that she appears to have loved, as she never missed a day of work, no matter the cost. For a teenager to be so dedicated to a job at a fast food chain, it just further shows you that Skylar was a girl of character. Skylar was incredibly close to her friends Sheila and Rachel. The trio did everything together. It's actually difficult to find individual photos of each of them online because in virtually every photo I can find, the three are together either hugging or posing for the camera. These three were the very definition of inseparable. The three also went to school together, attending University High School in Morgantown, West Virginia. Skylar had reportedly known Sheila since the two were just 8 years old, but Rachel would join the two during freshman year in high school, becoming an irreplaceable member of their friend group. According to Skylar's parents, Skylar wasn't just best friends with the two. In fact, she was more of a mentor than anything else. Unfortunately, both Sheila and Rachel had parents who had recently divorced, leaving both of the kids shaken and honestly probably a bit confused about where to go from here. Skylar was in a much different situation. She was an only child, and her parents were very close with her, making sure she was making the best decisions for herself and passing on that wisdom to other... Making sure she was making the best decisions for herself and passing on the wisdom that they could offer. Skylar, in turn, would pass this wisdom on to her friends. Her mom recalled several occasions where Skylar could be overheard on the phone giving great advice to her friends, scolding them if they did something that she thought was dumb and helping them make good decisions in the wake of their father or mother's absence. Skylar's mother also says that Sheila became so close that she didn't even knock on their door when she came over. She just walked in and was treated like one of their daughters. The only rift in the relationship between Skylar and Sheila was that Sheila didn't come from a particularly religious family. Skylar, on the other hand, came from a Catholic household that was strong in their beliefs. To an extent, Skylar envied Sheila's freedom and ability to do virtually whatever she wanted. But it was this very freedom that would ultimately lead to Skylar's downfall. By May of 2012, cracks had begun to form in the relationship between the three girls. This was proven by a tweet that Skylar posted, passive-aggressively calling someone close to her a rather hurtful name, adding that her friend thought she'd never find out about something, but we don't know for sure what this something was. She followed this tweet up with another one a few days later, saying, "Too bad my friends are having lives without me." It seems pretty clear to assume that Sheila and Rachel may have been getting pretty close with one another behind Skylar's back, and Skylar certainly wasn't happy about this, and she began getting jealous. According to one of Skylar's classmates, Daniel, Skylar and Sheila had begun to fight non-stop over the last few months. He recalled a moment during sophomore year when Rachel was on her phone during class. Rachel leaned over to Daniel and said, "Listen to this." She put the phone against his ear and he could hear Skylar and Sheila arguing with each other. According to Daniel, Sheila knew that the two were about to get into an argument, so she secretly called Rachel so that Rachel could listen as the two went at it. This would be the final argument the girls ever got into. Not because they made up and became friends again, but because of something far worse. On July 6th, everything would change for Skylar's parents when they woke up to find that Skylar had gone missing. When she didn't show up for work later that day, her parents knew something was wrong. Their first thought was that she might have run away, but when they learned that her phone charger, toothbrush, and bathroom supplies were all still in her room, they knew something was wrong and they reported their daughter missing immediately. CCTV footage would soon reveal that Skylar had snuck out of her apartment's bedroom window around midnight on July 5th. She was seen getting into a sedan, but no one knew at the time who was driving the car. This would be the last time that Skylar was seen alive. Skylar's mom was naturally worried sick about her daughter. It seems that Sheila and Rachel caught wind of this, so Sheila called Skylar's mother to tell her the story of the last time that she had seen Skylar. According to Sheila, she'd convinced Skylar to sneak out of the house so that the three could hang out that evening, driving around Star City and generally having a good time. Sheila confessed that the three were under the influence that evening, but explained that the two had dropped Skylar off at the entrance of their street a few hours later because Skylar didn't want the sound of a car engine or headlights to wake up her parents. Sheila claims that she and Rachel picked up Skylar sometime around 11 p.m. that night, assuring Skylar's mom that Skylar was dropped off just before midnight. But the CCTV footage from that evening proves that Skylar left the apartment at exactly 12:35, and she would never return. Sheila would show up to Skylar's home in the following days to help search for Skylar and try to round up any clues or evidence, but there was none to be found. Rachel was absent during this time because she'd been sent off to Catholic camp for the summer. It was around this time that rumors had begun to circulate around the school and local neighborhoods, suggesting that the girls had actually been to a party that night and that Skylar had overdosed. These rumors grew so concerning that the local police were forced to take them seriously, with one supposed witness telling a police officer that Skylar had overdosed and the partygoers had panicked, so they hid her body. The only problem with this story is that one detective had a gut feeling that this was nothing more than a lie. Now, in reality, detectives can't use a gut feeling to pursue leads during an investigation, but this situation was a bit different. The investigator says that when she spoke with Sheila and Rachel about the evening of the supposed party, the two girls shared the exact same story. But not only were the details of the story the same, but their stories matched word for word, almost as if they had rehearsed the whole thing. The investigator says that every alarm in her brain was going off, telling her that these girls were not telling the truth. But without any evidence of foul play, police couldn't do anything other than continue with their investigation. When police began to dig into Skylar's social media history, they quickly uncovered that the afternoon before she vanished, she posted several derogatory marks about Sheila and Rachel. This made it quite clear to police that something was going on between these girls, and it seems incredibly unlikely that they had all happily attended a party together just a few hours later. But this is when one investigator had a great idea that may have just helped to blow the case wide open. Detective Kris Berry had an epiphany. He'd been in the police force for a number of years, and he recalled that many criminals will often brag about their crimes after the fact, hoping for clout or respect from their peers. Even though the police didn't have any hard evidence to prove that Sheila and Rachel were involved in Skylar's disappearance, he came up with a plan to try to lure the girls into confessing, that is, if they were in fact involved. He decided to create a fake online profile, disguising himself as a teenage boy who went to West Virginia University. He befriended both Sheila and Rachel on Facebook and Twitter, allowing investigators to have virtually limitless access to both of the suspects' social media accounts. It was a few weeks after this that detectives noticed a strange post that was made by Sheila. In the tweet, she said, "No one on this earth can handle me and Rachel. If you think you can, you're wrong." While this post wasn't incriminating, it certainly raised a few eyebrows. Around this same time, though, police feared that their cover might soon get blown. There had been rumors circulating on social media claiming that Sheila and Rachel were behind Skylar's disappearance. In some instances, people had directly tweeted at the girls, outright accusing the girls of taking Skylar's life. As days passed by, the two retreated from social media a bit, putting a huge damper on the probe that officers had been performing. But then, they struck gold. As they were searching through Shelia's social media accounts, they noticed a photo that caught them off guard. She had posted an image of her car, and the car bore a striking resemblance to the one that had been picking Skylar up that evening. Now, this may not sound like much of a breakthrough considering that Shelia had already told Skylar's mother that the three had been out partying that night when Skylar vanished. But for investigators, this was now concrete photographic proof that Shelia was the last person to have seen Skylar alive. Police now cross-referenced CCTV footage from all over town, searching for footage of Shelia's car near the locations where she claimed the three had been that evening. Turns out they hadn't visited any of the locations they claimed they had. In fact, Shelia claimed that they'd been hanging out on the eastern side of the city that night, but CCTV footage placed them on the west side of town. While this certainly proved that the girls were lying, it still wasn't enough to lead to any charges being filed. But that's when the unthinkable happened, and one of the suspects opened up about what had really happened that night. On December 28, 2012, a 911 call rang into the local station about a teenage girl who had seemingly lost her mind. The woman on the other end of the phone was explaining to the dispatcher that her daughter had suffered some sort of a breakdown. She explained that she'd become violent, was striking her parents, and running all throughout the neighborhood screaming. This caller was Patricia Schoaf, Rachel's mother. In the call, Rachel can be heard in the background shouting for her mother to give her the phone, screaming, "This is over," repeatedly. When police arrived, Rachel had enough. She couldn't keep things a secret any longer, and she was ready to talk. She opened up to investigators and confessed that she and Shelia had taken Skylar's life. In a twist, she explained that the two had been plotting the crime for more than a month before going through with it. Rachel explained that they were complaining to one another about Skylar while they were in science class one day. It was then that they proposed the idea of claiming Skylar's life. Rachel agreed to bring a shovel from her dad's house, and Shelia agreed to steal 2 knives from her mother's kitchen. They both also brought along cleaning supplies and a change of clothes. The two then concocted a lie to convince Skylar to come hang out with them that evening, setting aside their differences and offering a truce. Once Skylar was in the car with them, they claimed that they wanted to find a spot out in the woods where they could smoke and hang out, and Skylar was on board with this plan. All three headed off into a patch of woods. Skylar was taking the lead, with Rachel and Shelia walking close behind her. Then, without notice, the two pounced and began attacking Skylar. She broke free of the two at one point and tried to run away, but the girls eventually caught up and overpowered her, striking her time and time again. The only thing Skylar was able to ask her attackers before she lost her life was, why? When the two girls were taken to trial, they were asked this exact question, why? According to Rachel, their motive was simple. They didn't like her. This was the only excuse she ever gave for their actions. Needless to say, both girls were charged with homicide. In court, Rachel pleaded guilty, hoping to be given a more lenient sentence for her participation in helping officers bring the case to a close. Thankfully, they weren't playing into her games and did their very best to have Rachel locked away for life. Unfortunately, this wasn't possible because Rachel was a minor at the time of the crime. Thankfully, officers won a bid to have her tried as an adult, and she was eventually sentenced to 30 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 10 years, meaning she's eligible to apply for parole right now. In fact, on May 9th of 2023, her parole application was denied, meaning she'll be locked away in prison for at least a few more years. This brings us to Shelia, the alleged mastermind behind most of the plan. Shelia never admitted guilt and even entered a not guilty plea at her trial, despite the fact that her best friend had just confessed and implicated her in the crime. Shelia was tried as an adult as well, but she didn't cooperate with officers. They came down on her even harder than Rachel. In the end, Shelia was tried as an adult as well, but she won't be eligible for parole until sometime around 2028, though it seems safe to assume that she'll most likely never see the light of day again. Both of the girls are now in their 20s and they're being held at the Lakin Correctional Center in Mason County. Skylar's memory will not be soon forgotten, and thankfully her case led to a major update in the procedure for missing teenagers in West Virginia. Before Skylar's disappearance, it was the state's policy that families needed to wait 48 hours before they could report a teenager missing. But in West Virginia, it's now the law that when a teenager goes missing, an Amber Alert is issued immediately, provided that the child is believed to be in some sort of danger. When this bill was proposed to the West Virginia House of Delegates, the law was approved with a 98-0 vote, making it an unprecedented success. Skylar Neese lost her life for reasons that are almost unbelievable. It doesn't seem real how two teenage girls could dislike one of their peers so much that they're willing to take her life. After stories like this, I always try to find a silver lining, but there just isn't one in this scenario. Skylar had the rest of her life taken away from her because two selfish teenagers were so hot-headed that they couldn't put some dumb feud behind them. I just hope that in the next life, Skylar was able to find peace. On Halloween night of 2002, the Von Richtofen couple were peacefully asleep in their bedroom. But in the middle of the night, a trio of criminals broke into the family's home and ambushed them with metal rods, ending their lives instantly. This heinous crime made headlines around the world, and investigators originally believed it was a case of larceny. But just a few days later, detectives announced they'd arrested a suspect that no one would have ever expected. The Von Richtofen family were anything but ordinary. They were residing in Sao Paulo, Brazil, making a great name for themselves in the late 90s and early 2000s. To be straight with you, these guys had mountains of money, with their multiple bank accounts each seemingly bursting at the seams. The head of the household, Manfred, was a lead director for Dersa, a state-owned company that manages the highway systems in Sao Paulo, where the family had lived for most of their lives. He had a very high-paying job and was in charge of some of the most expensive highway projects in the area. Mauricia, the mother of the family, was a psychiatrist who seems to have been doing great in her career as well. The family's two children, Suzane and Andreas, were also doing great in life. Suzane had graduated from a German high school when she was younger, but she was now studying law in Sao Paulo when she returned back to her home country. Not too much is known about Andreas outside of the fact that he was just a bit younger than Suzane. We know that he had an interest in model planes at a fairly young age, leading him to take lessons in flying them. He partnered with a local instructor named Daniel. Suzane would often tag along with her brother to these lessons, but it would soon be revealed that she wasn't doing this because she too had an interest in planes. Instead, her interest was in the young man teaching the course, Daniel. The two met in 1999, and Daniel and Suzane quickly began a romantic relationship. The two were seemingly attached at the hip, and they even began taking jiu-jitsu classes together. Overall, things were going great for the family. Or so it may seem on the surface. Remember how I told you that the family was absolutely loaded? Well, they were, but not officially. As far as financial records show, the family was only worth around $1 million, though some reports claim that this number may have been as much as $17 million. While that's certainly a lot of money, it's not enough to keep up with the family's lifestyle. After a careful investigation, police would learn years later that Manfred had been hiding overseas bank accounts, particularly in Sweden. We know that he set up at least 2 accounts for his daughter's inheritance, which she was scheduled to receive when she graduated college. But how many of these accounts were strictly for their own personal use remains unknown. But considering his daughter's 2 accounts were worth more than £10 million each, well, it's safe to say he probably had quite a nest egg stashed overseas. To add insult to injury, this money wasn't even received legally. Investigators would uncover that he'd been embezzling large amounts of money from highway construction projects. He would report to the state that a project would cost, say, $10 million. But in reality, he may have only spent around $5 million on the job. Using various methods, he would bounce the money around until it eventually landed in his own overseas account, virtually untraceable. Repeat this process a few dozen times over the years and you'll end up with a decent pile of money after a while, even though your tax returns may only claim that you made a few $100,000, officially speaking. Needless to say, the family members were no strangers to crime. Their lives were almost entirely funded by theft and lies, but love it or hate it, it's who they were. As fate would have it, once rumors around town started to spread about how much this family was really worth, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Some people were even willing to go to great lengths to get it, even if it meant prying it from the hands of those who stole it in the first place. Suzane was a deeply troubled kid. While she may have seemed rather normal from the outside, her parents knew that something was unique about her that didn't sit well with them. For example, she always seemed rather self-entitled. Not only was she entitled, she was truly selfish according to some that knew her. It seems like she didn't care much about the people she hurt. She purely wanted to get what she felt she was owed and move on with her life. Suzane was just 16 years old when she first began dating her boyfriend, Daniel. Daniel came from a very poor family, but to Suzane, that didn't matter. No one really knows what Suzane saw in Daniel, but she grew to admire him in ways that only a young teenager could. The pair soon began spending every minute of every day together, meeting up after Suzane's studies and after Daniel's long days at work. As their relationship continued to grow, Suzane decided that she wanted to move in with Daniel. This led her to ask her father to buy the two their own apartment so that they could begin their lives together. Suzane's father, a very wise man, didn't approve of her relationship and more or less laughed at the idea of her asking him to spend his own money so his teenage daughter could move in with someone that he believed to be a lowlife. To be honest, it's kind of hard to blame the guy. Now, I don't know what kind of background you may have, but where I come from, if you want to move out, you work, make money, and buy a place of your own, not ask your parents to buy you an apartment. This just shows the mindset of Suzane and the crazy lengths she was willing to go to in order to get what she wanted. But while Suzane's father may have been stern and somewhat old-fashioned, he also wanted to make sure that his children were taken care of. This led him to set up a trust fund for Suzane, and presumably for her brother as well. Suzane was specifically entitled to around £20 million, like we mentioned a moment ago, but she would only receive this once she graduated college. He revealed this to Suzane at some point around the time that she asked for an apartment, as far as I can tell. But Suzane, being selfish, unemployed, and I'll say it, lazy, didn't want to finish school. She wanted what she felt was rightfully hers, and she wanted it now. Luckily for Suzane, she was about to get her wish, but not in the way that anyone would have expected. It was Halloween night of 2002. Suzane had snuck out of the family home around 9 p.m. that evening, quietly disabling the home's alarm system as she did so. According to her interviews with investigators, she snuck out so that she could be with her boyfriend at a nearby motel for the evening without her parents ever finding out. When she arrived back at the family home around 4 a.m., she noticed that the home was eerily quiet. Not only this, but something didn't feel right. She soon began to notice that several items were out of place. Papers had been strewn across the floor and all around her father's library. But as she made her way towards her parents' bedroom, she was chilled to the bone when she uncovered a crime scene of disastrous proportions. While she was gone, someone had broken into the family's home without leaving a single trace behind. They had ransacked her parents' bedroom and, worse yet, had taken both of their lives. The home was a total mess. The scene of the crime was nauseating to say the least, but worst of all, no one had witnessed anything. The home's alarm system never went off, as Suzane had obviously disabled it to sneak out with her boyfriend. The perpetrators had broken in, stolen whatever they could find that had any sort of value, and then crept away into the night without leaving even the tiniest shred of evidence behind. When investigators arrived later that morning, they began collecting whatever clues they could and tried their best to piece together what had taken place here. But the problem was, nothing made any sense. They weren't able to find any point of entry for the burglars, meaning they likely had a key or the home had been left unlocked. Considering the net worth of the family, it's almost certain the door was not, in fact, left unlocked. Keen-eyed detectives also noticed that papers were found all throughout the home, but these papers weren't in random piles, nor were they tossed around haphazardly. It seemed as though they had been evenly spread all throughout the home, with the layout seeming intentional, as if someone was trying to stage the scene of the crime. To put it more plainly, the home looked like a crime scene that you would see in a movie or a TV show, not what you would expect from a real-world crime. But the most disturbing detail of all came when detectives began to interview Suzane and her brother about what may have taken place that night. Throughout the interview, Suzane seemed cold and distant. This could easily have been explained as her being in shock by the sudden loss of her family, but that just didn't seem to be the case. Just the day after the crime, Suzane was spotted by officers hanging out with her boyfriend in the family's swimming pool, laughing and having a great time. It was as if nothing had ever even happened. Just a couple days after this, her parents were buried. That same afternoon, she went out with a bunch of her friends and threw a party for her 19th birthday. This wasn't a girl who was masking her grief with alcohol and friends. This was a girl who, by all means, couldn't have cared less that her parents were gone. It was extremely out of character and downright weird. For investigators, this proved that Suzane had been up to something, but what was it? Following Suzane's remarkably strange behavior, police began to trail her and her boyfriend. It should be noted at this point, Suzane had been given free rein of her family's finances as far as I can tell. Since her brother was still underage, it seemed as though this 19-year-old girl had millions of dollars and was able to freely spend it however she wanted. She no longer needed her trust fund, nor did she need to finish school. Now, while this would be a great thing to learn at such a young age, it doesn't negate the fact that her parents were now gone. For any normal person, the money wouldn't matter. The grief would overshadow any joy that may have come with being a sudden millionaire. But for Suzane, there was nothing but happiness. As police tailed both Suzane and her boyfriend, they noticed her boyfriend's brother had recently purchased an incredibly expensive motorcycle. While this wasn't particularly concerning, what made it suspicious was the fact that such a young boy was able to pay for the bike using cash, no financing required. Mind you, he had come from an incredibly poor family. This was the final straw for investigators. They knew that this young man had ties to Susan's family. They also knew that large amounts of cash were stolen from the family's home just a few days prior. For police, this was all the information they needed to justify arresting the young man and bringing him in for questioning. Now, we don't know for sure what went down during this young man's interrogation. All we know for sure is that no sooner than he was taken in, Suzane and Daniel were arrested as well. Police didn't know much for certain, but they knew that something wasn't right. But thankfully, it seems as though they had all the information they needed, because within a matter of hours, all three of the kids began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night, and it was unlike anything friends or family would have ever expected. After speaking with both Daniel and his younger brother, Suzane realized that her hands were tied. Police knew that something was up, and they knew that she was involved somehow. This is what led her to finally reveal what truly happened on Halloween night. As it would turn out, Suzane knew exactly who had killed her family because she was a witness. Suzane was deeply upset by her father's dismissal of her request to buy an apartment with her boyfriend, so much so that she was willing to go to any lengths to get what she wanted. Her selfish desires couldn't be contained, no matter the cost. So as time passed by, Suzane had concocted a plan to take full control of her family's estate, but she'd need the help of her boyfriend in order to do it. She told her boyfriend that she had hatched a plan that would make both of them rich. She promised to cut her boyfriend in on the deal, provided he helped make her dreams a reality. Her boyfriend agreed, but he wanted to bring his younger brother into the agreement as well, as he would need an accomplice to make sure that the plan went through without a hitch. So remember how Suzane claimed that she had snuck out of the family home that night to spend the evening with her boyfriend in a motel? Well, that was only partially true. During the interrogation, police were able to uncover that Suzane had been working on a plan to end her parents' lives for several months. She'd come up with the idea for her boyfriend and younger brother to sneak into the home after dark, take the lives of her parents, and then flee the scene. So on the evening of Halloween, Suzane waited around until her parents were asleep. She then quietly disarmed the home security system, then let her boyfriend and his brother inside. The brothers ran upstairs and ambushed the couple as they slept, attacking them with metal rods and wrapping plastic bags around them. All the while, Suzane waited just outside of reach, quietly anticipating her boyfriend's signal to let her know that the deed had been done. After this, the three of them ransacked the family home and left everything in disarray, simulating a burglary. Immediately afterwards, Suzane and Daniel fled the scene and spent the rest of the night in a motel. Daniel's brother then ran off to play video games at an internet cafe. By around 4 a.m., Suzane returned home and pretended to discover the crime scene, with police being called soon after. Needless to say, all 3 of these perpetrators were tried and found guilty, with Suzane being given 40 years behind bars. But here's the crazy thing, she didn't even have to serve half of her sentence. By 2018, Suzane was eligible for parole. She applied for release, but the justice system decided that she'd shown no signs of improvement. They cited her egocentrism and narcissistic personality disorder as the reasons for their decision. They believe that both of these traits are what led her to commit the crime in the first place, so they didn't feel that she was suitable for release. But over the next 5 years, it seemed that all of that changed, allegedly of course. Suzane would spend just 16 years of a 40-year sentence behind bars. She applied for parole once again in 2023, and on January 11th, she was released. She's now operating a sewing studio in Sao Paulo, essentially starting her life over again at the age of 39. If it's not criminal enough that she was released after just 16 years, get this, she's also entitled to the 20 million pounds that her father left behind for her in those overseas bank accounts. While the rest of her family's assets appear to have been seized, her inheritance is still up for grabs, provided she finishes her schooling, which allegedly she had been doing behind bars. As far as I can tell, the only other thing she did behind bars was get married, twice. She married a woman named Sandra back in 2014, but they got divorced in 2015. By 2017, she had married again, but then divorced again in 2020. As it stands, Suzane appears to be a free woman. Her studio is doing great, and her life is all around pretty good. While this may have been a happy ending for Suzane, if you ask me, it's a complete miscarriage of justice. Suzane should have been locked up for the rest of her life, but instead she served a mere 16 years while her parents were forced to give up the rest of their lives for her greed. This is a tragedy in every sense of the word for multiple reasons, but unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Sometimes the bad guy wins. This video is sponsored by Drift. In March of 2022, Meghan Marohn, a high school English teacher, headed out for a hike in Stockbridge, Massachusetts. She had planned a getaway for herself in the stillness of the trees, taking time to unwind from a particularly hectic school year. The only problem was, the weather that day was anything but accommodating. As storms were blowing in, freezing rain, wind, and snow beat down on the town of Stockbridge. Before long, Meghan disappeared, and her family doesn't believe she visited the park that day of her own free will. They believe she was kidnapped. None of Meghan's friends or family believe the official story from police, and the mountains of evidence suggest that Meghan may have been harassed, stalked, or worse. Before we get started with today's story, I want to show you guys an amazing new product I found. It's being put out by Scentbird's new sister company, Drift. I'm sure you all know about Scentbird and the amazing fragrances that they put out, and Drift continues that legacy, designing fragrances for your home or car. All of the materials that Drift uses are sustainably sourced, and my favorite part is that all of their fragrances are pure, natural essential oils. With prices of around $9 for wood or metal products and only $14 for stone, it's difficult to beat the value that Drift offers. These scents are extremely long-lasting, giving you around 30 days of use per freshener. In your starter kit, you'll receive the scent and a clip that can attach to your car's sun visor or countless areas around your home. One of the coolest aspects of Drift is that they offer a scent of the month, which is inspired by the season, as well as all the memories and emotions you may attach to it. This limited edition fragrance changes every month in an effort to keep you from going nose blind, which is a very real thing in the world of fragrances. This ensures that your home or car continue to smell fresh year-round. Drift's subscription is super flexible, and you can change the frequency of your deliveries as well as the choice of scent. Make sure you use coupon code TY55, that's TY55, for 55% off your first month at drift.co. You can check out links for Drift below. Thanks to Drift for sponsoring today's video. Meghan Marohn was a bit of a character. She was very eccentric. It was one of her characteristics that her friends loved most about her. She wasn't afraid to be the person that she wanted to be. She was weird, quirky, maybe even a bit off-putting to some people, but Meghan was incredibly kind, loving, and always had the best interest of others at the forefront of her mind. Meghan was the kind of person who anyone could depend on. Whether you were an old friend or new, Meghan was there for you. She was also a difficult person to not love. She didn't have any ill will towards anyone as far as I could tell, well, with the exception of one man. More on him later. Meghan had a deep love for children and always wanted to make sure that they had the best chance at life. When you think of a high school teacher, you may think of a middle-aged man or woman who's truly at wit's end, hoping and praying for the summer months to come quicker, but that wasn't the kind of person that Meghan was. She loved every moment that she had with her students. She had a true passion for educating the next generation, and this enthusiasm showed. She was always doing her best to keep her students engaged and interested in the work that she'd prepared for them, coming up with interesting and unique ways of presenting her lessons and lectures. Being an English teacher, she had a profound connection with literature and the written word. She was known for her love of poems, and a comment from one of her close friends claimed that she had poetry plastered all over the walls of her home, presumably poetry that she'd written herself or poems that she connected with from other writers. Being a friend or colleague of Meghan was truly a gift. All of her loved ones have echoed this sentiment. But everyone in Meghan's life wasn't quite so friendly and caring. In fact, one man in particular took every opportunity to make sure that Meghan's life, particularly her work life, was as miserable as possible. This man was truly despicable and took every opportunity to badger Meghan, and some people believe this man may have been willing to go to great lengths to silence Meghan once and for all. It's clear to see that Meghan was a very outgoing and passionate woman, but her unique way of life, combined with her usual personality, was a bit of an acquired taste for some of her peers. Her childlike enthusiasm may have been a bit too much for some people to deal with, but her friends remember this as one of her most precious attributes. Meghan began teaching at Shaker High School in New York sometime around 2018 or 2019. She was single and lived alone in Del Mar. She always pursued various relationships, but in Meghan's eyes, she feared that a long-term commitment may simply not be in her future, though this wasn't for a lack of trying. Meghan, being 42 years old, was a thrill to be around, but it seemed as though she always managed to attract the wrong kind of partner. She'd been hurt by more men than she cared to count, but all she truly wanted was to find a husband and start a family. But for Meghan, this simply wasn't in the cards. She had always talked about her love for children and how she desperately wanted a child of her own, and as the years progressed, the weight of her desire to start a family began to drag her down in the darkest of ways, with some descriptions of Meghan's final moments suggesting that she may have fallen into a deep depression. But truthfully, this was the least of Meghan's concerns in 2022, when an otherwise normal school year would turn into the stuff of nightmares. Unfortunately, we don't know all the specifics of what took place. Much of this information has been withheld by her family to protect her privacy, or she simply never shared it in the first place. All we know is that Meghan had serious issues with one of her colleagues, a male colleague. When investigators spoke with her brother, he explained that he didn't know the full story, but he knew that one of her coworkers had caused her a lot of heartache. Another one of Meghan's friends wrote a memoir about her, entitled Fragments of Meghan, and went into a bit more detail, but still refused to explain the full extent of the grief that Meghan had been dealing with. All I've been able to piece together is that Meghan had repeated run-ins with this man, and he seems to have caused her to fear for her life. According to a Daily Mail article, Meghan was reportedly being brutally harassed and intimidated, seemingly on a daily basis by this man. If I had to guess, the context of some of these claims seems to suggest that the man may have been romantically interested in her, but that's purely a guess. Whatever his deal was, Meghan wasn't into it, and she let him know this time and time again, but he just wasn't getting the message. As time passed by, his remarks and threats only grew worse. The situation grew to be so severe that the school board offered to let Meghan have the remainder of the year off, even going as far as offering to pay her during that time period. Meghan accepted this offer, and it appears as though she made plans to work for the school for the remainder of this year. Then she planned on leaving and returning back to her friends and family who lived in Washington. According to a friend, the school was wearing Meghan down like sandpaper, and she couldn't wait to get out of there. In the weeks leading up to the crime, Meghan's upbeat and quirky demeanor had taken a downturn. This once happy-go-lucky woman was now a fragment of her former self, with her friends saying that her emotions had become disjointed and something inside of her had broken. We don't know if the weight of her troubles at school had become more than she could carry, or if there was much more going on than anyone could have known about. But during her time off, Meghan decided to visit one of her friends down in New Orleans. The friend had been deeply worried about her, so she offered to spend a few weeks together with Meghan to help her get back on her feet and ensure that she was okay. The friend hadn't seen Meghan in person in about 2 years, considering they lived over 1,000 miles apart. But when Meghan arrived, her friend barely recognized her. Meghan had lost a serious amount of weight and had been consumed by her anxiety. While she put on a strong front on the outside, inside, Meghan was struggling to keep her head above water. Her friends say that she was very jumpy, acting paranoid, and every little noise made her come out of her skin, almost like someone or something was after her. Meghan spent the following few weeks hanging out in New Orleans, seeing all the beautiful sights that the town has to offer. But before long, it was time for her to go. But rather than head straight back to New York, Meghan had made plans to stay in Stockbridge, Massachusetts for a while, clearing her head for a few weeks to a few months before making her preparations to pack up her things in New York and head off to Washington to be with her family later on in June. But unfortunately, Meghan would never get the chance to see her family again. In fact, Meghan would never leave the state of Massachusetts. Meghan had been staying at the Red Lion Inn in Stockbridge. On the morning of Sunday, March 27th, she asked an employee at the inn for directions to Church Street nearby. The problem is that there were 2 streets with the same name within a few miles of one another. One of these streets was located in Lee, while the other was located in Stockbridge. The employee gave her instructions on how to get to Lee, but Meghan's friend believes that she intended to go to Church Street in Stockbridge, as it was next to a cemetery, a place that Meghan was known to frequent to connect with the spirits of those that had passed on. Meghan had the belief that she could communicate with the energy and spirits of those who were no longer with us. This led her to often make trips to cemeteries in her local area and in the towns that she visited, finding peace in the presence of the dearly departed. Meghan thanked the employee and headed off toward Church Street, but she was never seen again. By March 29th, 2 days later, Meghan's family had not heard from her. She hadn't been calling or checking in as she usually did. Her family grew concerned and filed a missing person report. That same day, her car was found parked at a trailhead on Church Street in Lee. It's been reported that not only was her car found parked at the trailhead, but her car was actually blocking the entrance to the trail, a very strange clue that investigators seem to have glossed over. When detectives began taking statements from the locals, they learned that Meghan's car had been left here since the 27th. Bad weather had torn through the area since Meghan's disappearance, and it's been reported that terrible rain, storms, high winds, and snow had blown in. All the while, Meghan's car was left there seemingly untouched. Police searched the vehicle and found that it had been left unlocked. Virtually everything that Meghan was known to have been carrying with her was gone. Her keys, laptop, phone, hotel key, wallet, and her favorite stuffed animal were all missing. This was when Meghan's friends knew that something was wrong, but it seems that police were still largely unconcerned. Investigators claimed that they had no reason to suspect foul play, but her family denied these claims. Still, detectives searched every square inch of the surrounding area for Meghan, but they came up empty-handed. They sent out search teams, drones, sniffer dogs, and even diving teams to search all the nearby bodies of water, but there was not a single trace of Meghan to be found. After her disappearance, locals, friends, and loved ones continued to search for her for several weeks. Missing person posters were put up all over town with a particular focus on the trailhead where she had disappeared. But this is where things get extremely interesting. Dozens of missing person posters were placed all throughout the trail where Meghan's car was found. But no sooner than the signs were hung up, they were all torn down. Everyone thought this was strange. After all, who would want to tear down so many missing person posters? Her loved ones returned all of the posters back to the posts and trees where they had been, only for them to all be torn down once again in a matter of days. We don't know who is responsible for hanging all of these flyers, but whoever it was, they were growing tired of the games. So they decided to install a trail camera to try to catch who was doing this. Well, that didn't work either. This time, not only were all of the posters torn down, but the trail camera was stolen, taking all of the footage along with it. But it was around this same time that detectives got their first and only breakthrough in her case. Meghan had been found. On September 1st, more than 6 months after Meghan had gone missing, she was found, but not in the way that investigators had hoped for. It was announced that her remains were located on Fox Hollow Drive, about a 6-minute drive from the trailhead where she had presumably vanished. The only problem is that her discovery still yielded no clues. There was no sign of a struggle and no evidence left behind, aside from her remains, obviously. Meghan's body was sent to the local medical examiner, and it took them quite some time to even confirm that the remains belonged to Meghan. In the end, after this confirmation, all they were able to conclude was that Meghan had THC in her system at the time of her demise, but nothing more. This obviously played no part in how she lost her life, meaning that the examination was essentially useless. There were no obvious signs of trauma, nor were there any broken bones. There was nothing in her system or nearby to suggest that she had taken her own life, or that someone had taken her life from her. It was a total mystery what had taken place here, and all this time later, there's still no indication of what may have happened to her. But things get interesting when you hear about the remarks that her family and friends had made about her sudden and unexpected disappearance. Many of Meghan's friends believe that she may have been stalked. It seems that these rumors are based on the fact that she'd been acting so strangely in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, but no one has revealed who may have been following her. The natural assumption here is that the stalker could have been the same person who'd been harassing her at school, and this is certainly a possibility. The drive from her school in New York to the area where she was found was only around 3 hours. In fact, Meghan disappeared on a Sunday, so the suspect, being a school employee, wouldn't have even needed to miss work in order to find her and follow her. The man could have tracked Meghan down, taken her life, and easily made it back home with time to spare, and none of his coworkers would have been the wiser. The plot only thickens when you hear a remark from Meghan's brother shortly after her disappearance. GPS data was pulled, and it appears as though this came from her cell phone, but I honestly haven't been able to confirm where this data was actually pulled from. I'm just guessing here. But the data suggests that Meghan never made it to the park on Church Street. Yes, her car was obviously found there, but the GPS data shows that Meghan was never anywhere near that park when she vanished. Her GPS movement stopped several miles from the park, and they never moved again after this. Yet her car was found parked right at the entrance to the trail on Church Street. I don't know about you, but this obviously means that Meghan's car had been moved after she lost her life. Yet police say that they found no evidence to suggest that foul play was involved. I can't even come up with words here. This is as clear as it gets when it comes to foul play. I mean, what could they think happened here? I mean, did Meghan come back from beyond the grave to just drive her car 3 miles away? Someone had to have driven her car to the trailhead that day, but who this person was and why they bothered to move her car remains a mystery. Ever since her disappearance, Meghan's bank accounts have remained untouched. None of her cards have been used, so even though her belongings were all missing, it doesn't seem like the suspect ever tried to steal anything else from her, which essentially rules out robbery as a motive in my book. Police did search her car for DNA and fingerprints, but the results were never publicly recorded. It seems safe to assume that nothing of value was found here, or the person responsible would have already been brought in for questioning, and there's no mention of this ever happening. The last update that I've been able to track down was from December of 2022, and it appears as though police still only have the case classified as a missing person case, and it doesn't appear that Meghan's disappearance is under investigation any longer. The cause of her passing has never been reclassified as a homicide, even though that's pretty clearly what took place here. While investigators never determined what exactly happened, they've given us every reason to believe that the case is now closed, and it appears as though they couldn't care less about getting to the bottom of things. I try to remain optimistic in cases like this. Maybe police will investigate things further if they come across new information. But for now, it seems like they're content with labeling this as nothing more than a mysterious accident. This is seriously heartbreaking for both Meghan and for her friends and family, but with a police department that's so dead set on closing the case, there isn't really much else that can be done. As it stands, Meghan's family and friends believe that they likely know her killer, and they'd love to reveal his name. But unfortunately, without any tangible evidence, we can't go around pointing fingers. All of her closest friends believe that the person responsible is most likely the man who'd been harassing her at school for the months leading up to her disappearance. But there's simply nothing that can be done if the police aren't willing to take these allegations seriously. In cases like this, I usually like to include a case number and a phone number at the end of the video, asking for you guys to call in if you happen to have any information. But with a police force that's so clearly incompetent, it would just be a waste of breath. Maybe one day Meghan's case will be solved, but for now, we're left with nothing but unanswered questions and a mountain of evidence to suggest that someone had certainly been following Meghan that day, and it's almost guaranteed that she met her end at the hands of a bloodthirsty coworker. I choose to believe that the truth will eventually come out. It almost always does. But for now, the case of Meghan Marohn is just another heartbreaking, disappointing tragedy. Bianca Devins was an up-and-coming Instagram celebrity who gained quite a sizable following online. She'd made many friends and fans on social media, but one friend in particular seemed to have been much more interested in Bianca than anyone realized. While Bianca and her newfound friend seemingly cared for each other and did everything together, investigators would soon learn that he had an ulterior motive, one that detectives never saw coming, and one that would cost Bianca her life and lead to one seriously twisted crime scene. If you're in a relationship with someone, whether you're married or dating, it's best to check in with one another from time to time to make sure everyone's needs are being met, and to be sure that you're on the same page. This is where Paired steps in. Paired is an incredible app that can help you improve communication, stay connected to your partner, and deepen your intimacy as a couple. Most importantly, Paired was designed to help you improve the happiness of your relationships, and it does a wonderful job. You can explore fun games, quizzes, and even receive expert guidance to help strengthen your relationships and overcome your struggles or shortcomings. Paired is a fun and easy way to regain control of your relationships, and it's suitable for all couples in any stage of your relationship. My wife and I have been trying Paired out recently, and I'll admit it's actually quite fun. We've been together for over a decade, but still managed to discover some new things about one another. The games and daily conversations are a welcome change of pace from your typical relationship apps that may seem a bit boring or just plain dull. Paired is truly fun every step of the way, especially the new game called You or Me that was just added to the app. That game in particular is a blast. Click my link below and get 25% off a Paired premium membership so you can strengthen and deepen your connection with your partner. Thanks to Paired for supporting today's video. Bianca Devins was a self-described fake internet girl who had gathered quite a following on Instagram. But Bianca was also a very real person, something we all may tend to forget from time to time when keeping tabs on some of our favorite social media stars. Bianca seems to have been focused on attempting to make a career out of being a social media influencer, and she was certainly on her way to making these dreams a reality. I can't say for sure just how large of a following that she had, but her account currently sits at just under 150,000 followers, so I'm sure many of these followers found her account after the crime took place, but more on that in just a moment. Being just 17 years old, Bianca had a good head on her shoulders for her age. She was incredibly talented as an artist, and this shows in many of her more expressionistic Instagram posts. Bianca wasn't a so-called e-girl in the traditional sense of the word. Rather than posting provocative photos like many people do these days, she would pose for more artistic shots, often adding in captions or other images alongside herself, making her posts more of a modern art form than anything else. While Bianca focused heavily on her potential career online, she also took the proper steps to ensure that she'd have a successful life in case social media didn't pan out. Bianca was a remarkably bright girl, and her family says that she took pride in her efforts to help others. A former online friend spoke about Bianca and remembered that she always was willing to help those around her, even if she was going through some dark situations in her own life. Bianca had made plans to study psychology at Mohawk Valley College in Utica, New York. She doesn't appear to have decided on what she planned to do with this degree just yet, but I would imagine she would have been involved in counseling or some sort of therapy if I had to guess, but we really don't know for sure. While Bianca presented herself online as a powerful and willful girl, she had some pretty serious struggles that she had to deal with on a daily basis for a number of years. I'm sure most of us are aware that being a teenager is incredibly hard, and many teens end up battling depression at some point. But for Bianca, her struggles were much deeper than anything many of us would have ever had to deal with. Her family spoke about her teenage years and recalled that Bianca had been battling serious bouts of depression for a number of years. Not only this, but she also had to deal with crippling anxiety and a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder. Now, I don't know really anything about BPD, so I'm certainly not going to try to give any real detail to try to describe the disorder, but I know that a large number of people often struggle with BPD, and many of them are teenagers. The only thing I can say for sure about BPD is that it often leads to a disturbingly warped sense of reality and dramatically heightened emotions. And it's been said that up to 10% of people who suffer with BPD will end up taking their own life before finding a suitable form of treatment. If this weren't bad enough, Bianca would also be treated for PTSD, but we don't know for sure what may have led to all these troubles. Bianca's loved ones say that because of all these struggles, she found herself in and out of mental hospitals all throughout her teenage years. Bianca was seriously having a hard time, and she did everything she could to keep her health troubles at bay, but she'd often lose these battles and be forced to spend additional time in various hospitals for treatment. With all of the issues that she faced in her day-to-day life, it's no surprise that Bianca found refuge in online communities, particularly 4chan and Discord. And who can blame her? Many of these forums that she became a part of prided themselves on the anonymity that they offered, meaning that Bianca could be whoever she wanted to be without feeling judged for the troubles that she faced on the daily. Bianca found a great number of friends online, but she also made more than a few enemies. According to a newspaper article, while Bianca loved to hide away on the internet, she found herself being harassed by perverted men on multiple occasions, and these men would go to great lengths to lure Bianca into do, well, whatever they wanted her to do. There's really no telling with some of the creeps on the internet these days. They could have been harassing her for photos of her armpits or something for all we know. Now, I say that as a joke, but seriously, if you have teenage kids, keep a close eye on the people that they talk to online. One thing can lead to another very quickly, and Bianca was about to learn this in the worst possible way. One of the men that Bianca had been speaking with online went by the name of Brandon Clark. Brandon was a bit of a troubled child. While details of his childhood and upbringing haven't really been shared publicly, we do know that he had to deal with a lot of trauma in his younger years, much like Bianca. He recalled one particular incident where he witnessed his father using a weapon to hold his mother hostage for several hours. Thankfully, the situation seems to have cleared itself up, but this did a great deal of damage to Brandon, considering he was so young at the time. As time passed by, Brandon was able to hold himself together, but he always had troubles and triggers that would send him into fits of rage, paranoia, or worse. While he was able to live a normal life, he'd been battling demons for as long as he could remember, and that's probably why Brandon and Bianca hit it off so well. It's believed by many that Bianca and Brandon met on Instagram sometime in the spring of 2019. He began following Bianca because he enjoyed her posts, but he soon began privately messaging her as well. Bianca thought that he seemed like a perfectly nice guy, so she even messaged him back. Eventually, their relationship blossomed into a real-world friendship, but that's the problem. See, Bianca was just 17 at the time, and Brandon was 21. But this didn't matter to Brandon. While he loved being friends with Bianca, for him, that simply wasn't enough. While their relationship wasn't illegal per se, considering the age of consent in New York is 17, their relationship certainly turned a few heads. Brandon had expressed his romantic feelings for Bianca several times, but Bianca quickly set him straight, explaining that she wasn't interested in becoming anything more than friends. She felt that the two had a lot in common and they were both able to get a lot out of their friendship, but Brandon just wasn't able to let it go. But here's where things get a bit confusing. According to investigators, they have evidence to suggest that Bianca was, quote, personally intimate with Brandon. Now, your guess is as good as mine as far as what that means, but to me, this suggests that they have reason to believe that the relationship was of a private, consensual nature. I could be wrong about that, but that's the implication as far as I can tell. But Bianca's mother refutes these claims, saying that she'd spoken with Bianca about Brandon on several occasions, and Bianca had assured her that the relationship was nothing more than friendly. But let's be real for a minute. If you were 17 and you were having relations with someone who was 21, would you really tell your parents? Now, I don't know the dynamic of Bianca's relationship with her mother, and I'm certainly not suggesting that Bianca was lying to her mom. I don't know this family at all. The only point I'd like to make here is that it's entirely possible that her mother wasn't aware of the full nature of this relationship. Now, I may seem way out of line to even suggest such a thing, considering Bianca was a minor, but the reason I've come to this conclusion that Bianca wasn't being entirely open with her mother is because one of Bianca's mother's close friends claims that she feared that Brandon was manipulating Bianca. The friend claims that Brandon would get Bianca high and then coerce her into sexual encounters. So if this family friend had reason to believe that Bianca and Brandon were intimately involved with one another, and detectives claim the same thing, well, I don't think it would be too much of a stretch to assume that they were intimately involved. But we still need to treat this idea as nothing more than a rumor since it can't be proven. But the real kicker here is that, in all honesty, regardless of the details of Bianca's relationship with Brandon, one thing is certain. She was not interested in him when it came to a serious or even long-term relationship. While they may have been slightly more than friends, she didn't plan on things going any further than that. But Brandon was a very jealous man, and Bianca was a young girl who turned quite a few heads. And unfortunately, this would lead to a dramatic fallout in their relationship, and one that Bianca wouldn't recover from. It was July of 2019. Over the last couple of weeks, Bianca had been speaking with her mother about attending a concert in Queens. A gothic folk singer that Bianca was extremely interested in was coming to town, and Bianca wanted more than anything to be there. Bianca's mother was extremely nervous about letting her daughter go to a concert unattended, but she soon learned that Brandon would be there as well. Bianca's mother loved Brandon. He seemed like a very clean-cut guy, and she felt much better about letting Bianca go to the concert after learning that he would be going with her. Now, to be clear, her mom still didn't want her to go, but in her mom's own words, Bianca was nearly 18, and she knew that she would go whether she said yes or not. When the night of the concert came, Bianca couldn't contain her excitement. She'd spent the majority of the evening trying on various outfits and asking for her mother's feedback. She finally decided on a black tank top with a black and white skirt. It was around this time that Bianca's mother learned about another person who'd be going with the two to the concert, a young man named Alex that Bianca had met on Discord. We don't know Alex's age, but we know that he lived somewhat close by, and Bianca thought that this concert would be a great way for the two to meet up for the first time. Bianca eventually left home with Brandon and met up with Alex a short while later. According to various reports about the meetup, Bianca appears to have been romantically interested in Alex, even though she had told her mother that she wanted to remain single so that she wouldn't be tied down when she left home to attend college in a few months. But for whatever reason, Bianca appears to have been taken aback by Alex. The two had so much in common, and Alex was an incredibly sweet and caring young man. The two had chatted for hours upon hours online, talking about anything and everything. Bianca felt that the two had been friends for years, even though they'd only known each other for a matter of weeks, as far as I can tell. This relationship only continued and strengthened once they met in person, and Bianca seems to have been falling head over heels for Alex, and the two ended up kissing at a nearby store in Queens. As you could imagine, this kiss angered Brandon greatly. Brandon, being somewhat possessive, felt betrayed by Bianca. After all, she'd no sooner told Brandon that she wasn't interested in anything serious when she, in his eyes, then turned around and began pursuing someone else. Brandon was devastated, to say the least. Bianca insisted to Brandon that this was nothing more than a friendly kiss, but Brandon could sense that something more was going on here. Nevertheless, it appears as though the three attended the concert together anyway, but Brandon kept a much closer eye on Bianca after this. Bianca had been checking in with her mother all throughout the evening, and her final text rang through at about 7:30 p.m. when the three were looking for a parking spot at the show. After this, her mother was left completely in the dark. When her mother hadn't heard back from them by about 1:45 the following morning, she became a bit concerned, but she assumed that Brandon and Bianca had pulled over somewhere to sleep before attempting to drive home after dark. Unfortunately, this wasn't true. By 7 a.m. that morning, Bianca's sister Olivia heard a knock at the door. She answered and was shocked to find that it was the police, and they wanted to talk about Bianca. When prosecutors arrived at Bianca's home, they weren't there because Bianca had gotten into trouble or had been arrested. Instead, they arrived with the worst news a parent could ever imagine. Bianca's life had been stolen from her, and if this weren't bad enough, it was taken by a trusted family friend. While Brandon may have given outward appearances of being a very calm and collected young man, he wasn't, by any stretch of the imagination. The two had argued about Bianca's kiss with Alex for hours after the concert had let out. While Bianca thought it was nothing more than a misunderstanding, Brandon perceived this as a direct violation of his trust, and he wasn't going to stand for it. Brandon truly believed that he loved Bianca, and he would have done anything to have had her love him back, but if he couldn't have Bianca, no one could. While the two were in the midst of a heated disagreement in Brandon's car, Brandon pulled out a knife that he had hidden in his car earlier and claimed Bianca's life with one swift movement. For reasons that remain unclear, Brandon appears to have been under the assumption or the delusion that he and Bianca were dating, even though she had allegedly made it painfully obvious that she was uninterested. We know that this is the case because Brandon actually called the police himself and confessed to the crime. But rather than admitting that he had taken the life of his closest friend, he phoned 911 and said, quote, "I just killed my girlfriend." But here's where things get disturbing, confusing, and just plain dark. On that fateful evening, Brandon revealed that not only was he battling some serious issues, but he was truly a sick and disturbed man. Before he even bothered calling 911, Brandon had actually taken photos with Bianca's body, posed with her body, and then shared these images all over social media. If this weren't bad enough, these photos spread like wildfire, but it gets even worse from here. Considering Bianca was an up-and-coming Instagram celebrity, these photos eventually made their way to Instagram, and soon enough, the photos had been sent to the inboxes of Bianca's family members. These images were sent to Bianca's mother multiple times, with her mother opening the messages before she could realize what they contained, blindsiding her with the most awful images of her child that anyone could ever witness. These images were sent alongside hurtful and untrue statements, with some users claiming that Bianca got what she deserved, with some even saying that Bianca was sleeping around with various people and that she had it coming. But this statement is an outright lie. When detectives dug into the situation further, they learned that Brandon had first posted the images to one of Bianca's regular Discord servers that she was known to frequent. He posted the image alongside an expletive-laced comment saying that her fans would need to find someone else to follow now that Bianca had been dealt with. Detectives have even suggested that Brandon filmed himself committing the crime, and it's rumored that this video is floating around on the internet as well, but to tell you the truth, this isn't an allegation that I'm willing to dig into because some videos are better left unseen. So if you're curious about the validity of these claims, I'll let you do the digging on your own. When police arrived at the scene of the crime following Brandon's phone call and his confession, he turned the weapon on himself and attempted to take his own life, but thankfully first responders were able to administer aid in order to keep him alive long enough to stand trial. In the end, Brandon made a full recovery. Investigators say that they have every reason to believe that not only did Brandon take Bianca's life out of jealousy, but they believe he also did it for the fame, as they found a note left behind at the scene of the crime that was written by Brandon, reading, "May you never forget me." Worse yet, the crime may have even been premeditated, and the kiss may not have actually been what provoked Brandon. He may have planned on committing the crime from the very beginning. Police claim that they have more than enough evidence to suggest that Brandon had been planning the crime for quite some time. If you remember, the weapon that Brandon had used to commit the crime had been stashed away in his car ahead of time, presumably long before Bianca's kiss with Alex. Brandon had also spent several days Googling information about the location of the carotid artery online, as well as how to incapacitate someone. By all means, it seems as though Brandon had every intention of claiming Bianca's life for weeks in advance, but in the end, he was only sentenced to prison for second-degree murder, presumably due to a lack of irrefutable evidence. But thankfully, Brandon was given life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. But if we're being honest, I think we all know that this man will never see the light of day again. In the aftermath of the crime, Bianca's crime scene photos were popping up all over the internet. Her family were forced to not only live through the tragic and heartbreaking loss of their loved one, but every time they opened social media, they were greeted with more disturbing images of their family member. One of Bianca's friends recalled a time when someone had forwarded the photo to her. The friend had flagged the photo and reported it to Instagram so that it could get removed. But get this, she got a message back from Instagram the following morning saying that the image didn't violate their terms of service, and thus it wouldn't be taken down. This happened on more than one occasion as well. Some of Bianca's family members said that they continued to receive these images in their inboxes for more than 2 years after Bianca had lost her life. With her family essentially being unable to do anything to drown out these disturbing photos, fans of Bianca came up with a different idea. Her followers all worked together to begin sharing photos of pink clouds in Bianca's honor. The idea here seems to have been to snuff out the images of Bianca's crime scene with images of peaceful pink clouds, and this movement certainly worked to a certain extent. For Bianca's family, though, the damage had already been done. Bianca's mother says that she doesn't feel as though she can close her eyes without seeing the awful, disgusting final images of her daughter. Worse yet, she found out that the Oneida District Attorney's Office also leaked private images and videos of Bianca to the press. So now these videos are circulating around on the internet as well. These images supposedly came from Bianca's private phone, and when investigators and detectives searched the phone during the investigation, these images were uploaded to a database shared by multiple law agencies, then eventually leaked to the public somehow. Without getting into too much detail, all I can really say is that these photos and videos, well, they're disturbing and highly illegal, as Bianca was underage. That should tell you all that you need to know. Bianca's family has since pressed charges, but as of now, the case hasn't been settled. This story is just disgusting from beginning to end. From Bianca's mental health issues, to the actions of her close friend, to the mishandling of her case by the district attorney's office, everything about this case is just tragic. Bianca's family will still be battling court cases for many years to come, but maybe on some level, the incarceration of Brandon will help bring them some form of peace, knowing that the man that ruined their lives will now be locked away forever. At trial, Brandon certainly did show signs of remorse, but whether these feelings were genuine or all for show remains to be seen. All we can hope for now is that Brandon never gets to live his life in the free world ever again. It was October 13th, 2011, when a pair of black bags were found behind an Oklahoma City grocery store, and police were called to the scene to investigate. The bags were discovered by a team that was trying to trap some feral cats, and the smell that was emanating from the bags was indescribable, but detectives pressed on. As they opened each of the containers, investigators quickly realized they'd uncovered a morbid crime scene, something unlike anything they had seen before. Detectives are still working to piece together what exactly happened here, and they've since arrested 2 men in connection to the crime. But what exactly was inside these bags, and who could have done such a thing? Stick around and find out. Carina Saunders was born on July 17, 1992. Her parents say that they decided to name her Carina as the name directly translates to Dear Little One, and dear to her family, Carina certainly was. Carina was one of 9 siblings, but she always found a way to stand out and become noticed. Her father described her as being very outgoing, and she'd always find a way to fit in no matter where she went. Carina went to school in Mustang, Oklahoma, attending Mustang High School, a relatively small school in a relatively small area, but the Saunders family made the best of it. and Carina seemed more than happy during her teenage years, a stark contrast from many of the other young victims that we cover from time to time. While attending school, Carina became well known for her singing. According to one report, Carina was always seen wandering around campus singing, and eventually she was given a spot on the high school honor choir team. But Carina wasn't just a great singer, she was also quite smart. She'd been a top competitor in the school's math tournaments year after year, and she won the school's spelling bee 3 years in a row. She'd also won a statewide tournament in accounting. And I'll be honest, I've never heard of any teen being interested in accounting before, and certainly not to the extent of entering an accounting tournament, but this just shows the type of person that Carina was. She wasn't just good at accounting either, she truly enjoyed it. Her main goal in life was to become an opera singer, but if that career path didn't pan out, she decided to take up a career in accounting. Her future was looking incredibly bright, and Carina was so far ahead of other teens her age that she was able to graduate high school a year early. But unfortunately, this is where her winning streak would run out. According to Carina's mother, no sooner than Carina left school, her life began to spiral. Her mother says that Carina began to struggle with substance abuse, and she was known to have taken part in various illegal narcotics. As shocking as it may be, her issues grew so severe that she decided to spend her summer vacation going to rehab. So this certainly seems to have been a problem that was brewing for quite some time. Her stay at the rehab facility seems to have worked out great, and her mother recalls that Carina left the program as a new woman. She was excited to get her life back on track, and by all means seems to have been doing much better. But we have to keep in mind that for most people, addiction is a lifelong struggle. It's not something that can just be solved by spending a few weeks in a program. Addiction is a habit that you can certainly kick, but months, years, even decades after getting clean, the lust for another fix can pop up when you least expect it. But for Carina, as far as her family could tell, she was having no issues coming to terms with her new life as a recovering addict. Carina and her family had begun attending church services again, and Carina would even post about her religion and beliefs on social media from time to time. Social media was the main way that her friends and family would keep in touch with her, as she didn't have a cell phone or a car of her own just yet. But she would always be sure to post updates or send messages to her loved ones on social media. The last time Carina saw her mother was the day that they attended church together, September 18th, 2011. Several days later, on September 28th, Carina would post to social media and ask her friends and followers what they planned for the night, seemingly looking for someone to tag along with. But oddly enough, Carina would never post to social media again after this. Even stranger, her mother was never able to get in touch with her again either, and her family were left in the dark about where she may have gone. It wouldn't take long before Carina's family would realize that she had gone missing. On September 28th, the day of her final social media post, Carina was known to have visited a local Taco Bell with her cousin, though her family says that the two girls were more like sisters than anything else. Her cousin Catherine left Taco Bell a short while later, but Carina didn't go with her. Instead, Carina stayed at the restaurant to meet up with a friend known as Kenny. According to several reports, Kenny was a bit of an interesting character. He wasn't friends with Carina in the traditional sense, rather, he was helping Carina establish her career as an adult actress. Sources vary regarding what type of work Carina was specifically getting involved with. Some say that she was beginning to start working on the streets, while others report that she was gearing up to begin starring in adult films. We just don't know for sure. But whatever the case was, Kenny was more or less set up to be Carina's manager, and detectives found several pieces of evidence in Kenny's possession proving that these allegations were most likely true. Kenny says that he and Carina hung out for several hours that afternoon, and he later dropped her off outside of an apartment complex close to Oklahoma City. About a week later, an old friend from high school saw Carina hanging out near this apartment complex. The two chatted for a while, and Carina claimed that she'd moved in with the apartment complex's handyman, and that she'd been helping him around the apartments in her spare time. The friend, named Keegan, said that he saw Carina again later that day, and he stopped to chat with her for a while longer. He quickly learned that Carina hadn't eaten in several days, but he didn't press her to find out why. He offered to take her to get some food, and while they were out, he learned that Carina was essentially homeless and had been living out of a small duffel bag. This took place on October 8th, 2011. After the two said their goodbyes that afternoon, Keegan says that he never saw or heard from Carina again. Well, at least not until he saw her face plastered all across the local news. He quickly learned that Carina had gone missing, and police feared the worst after discovering CCTV security footage of Carina getting into a red pickup truck outside of a local casino. Several other women were spotted in a nearby vehicle, each of them pleading for Carina to not get inside, but Carina entered the truck anyway. And after this, she was never seen again. The CCTV security footage from this case doesn't appear to have been made public, but various descriptions of the footage can be found online. According to these reports, there were two cars parked outside the casino that evening. One was a red Ford pickup truck with a brush guard and lights mounted on the top. The other was parked nearby and was simply described as being a dark-colored vehicle. This is the vehicle that multiple women were believed to have been inside of. A large man with sleeve tattoos exited the red pickup truck, and it seems that he instructed Carina to get inside, and she followed his orders. All the while, the women in the nearby car were screaming for Carina to run away, but she didn't. Neither this man nor the women have ever been located for questioning. The following day, Catherine, Carina's cousin, was texting one of Carina's friends named Kyle Savage. Carina and Kyle were known to have been on good terms, but at some point during this conversation with Catherine, things turned sour, and he sent a haunting text message that remains unexplained all these years later. He texted Catherine and said, "I'm going to bury you next to Carina." When police questioned him about this text later on, he said that the text was sent by mistake. He thought he was talking to one of his male friends, but sent the text to Catherine purely by accident. But this begs the question, why would he have been sending such a threatening text to one of his male friends either? To make things worse, when this text had been sent, no one had seen or heard from Carina for about 24 hours, and his text certainly suggests that something bad had happened to Carina and he knew about it. In the end, police weren't able to find any evidence to place any charges against Kyle, but for Carina's mother, enough was enough. She thought that it had been very odd that Carina had been out of touch for such a long period of time. After these text messages were brought to her attention, she decided it was time to file a missing person report, and the hunt for Carina was officially underway. This report was filed on October 10th, 2011. Carina's mother immediately sprang into action and began hanging up missing person flyers all around town. She reached out to all of Carina's closest friends and family members and asked for help, only to learn that no one had heard from Carina in at least a month. Nevertheless, they all worked together to raise awareness for her disappearance on social media, and through hanging up hundreds of missing person flyers in the local area. In missing person cases like this, it often takes detectives and families weeks, months, or even years to get answers, but for the Saunders family, they would only need to wait a matter of days before there was a major breakthrough in the case. But unfortunately, it wasn't the breakthrough that anyone would have hoped for. It was October 13th, 2011. A team of animal rescue volunteers had been attempting to trap some feral cats behind a local grocery store, known as Homeland Grocery. As they were setting up the traps for the animals, they encountered a pungent odor that filled the air. As they traced the source of the smell, they came across two black duffel bags, one small and one large. The closer they got to the bags, the stronger the smell became. It was at this point that they decided to abandon their initial mission, and they called in the help of the local police. When police arrived at the scene, they immediately knew that something was wrong. One officer recalled smelling the distinct odor of decomposition, and she knew that they'd encountered a terrible crime scene. As officers opened up the bags, they found that each duffel bag had been stuffed with smaller plastic bags, each of which contained a portion of a young woman. I'm not going to go into any further detail about the state of this discovery, but it was more than obvious that a serious crime had taken place here. Officers said that a lack of any other evidence at the scene suggested that this wasn't the scene of the actual crime, but rather a dump site. Police say that the bags had likely been here for 3 or 4 days, but at the time of the discovery, they had no idea who the remains could have belonged to. They wouldn't find answers to this question until 4 days later, on Monday, October 17th. Early that morning, Carina's parents received a phone call from the police, asking them to call out of work and come to the police station immediately. When they arrived, it became painfully obvious that they weren't called down for good news regarding their search for Carina. Instead, it was far worse than any parent could ever prepare themselves for. Carina's parents would soon learn the pain of loss that none of us could ever imagine. Losing a child or a loved one is beyond comprehension, but losing a child like this, these are wounds that will never heal. As mentioned a moment ago, the last known sighting of Carina was at the aforementioned Newcastle casino, which meant that Carina was last seen alive on the evening of October 8th, 5 days before the duffel bags were discovered. After confirming this info, police turned their attention towards a nearby home located at 3500 South Harvey Street. This home was known by locals as being a home for less than desirable people. While innocent homeless people would use the home for shelter from time to time, the real reason why locals were bothered by the home is because it was also used by individuals who would seek shelter in the home to sell illegal goods or to use them. Police had been called dozens of times over the years, and there were various reports of women selling themselves for money near the home, and even reports of a man claiming his life inside of the home, and another man trying to set the home on fire. This place was seriously sketchy, and it was one of the first places police searched for clues, given the somewhat close proximity to the scene of the crime. While investigators didn't find any additional evidence here, it did help prompt the police to issue an order for the building to be condemned and torn down, certainly easing the minds of all the neighbors who lived nearby. It was around this time that the autopsy report came back from the coroner's office. Now, like I mentioned a moment ago, I'm not going to go into all the details about the state of Carina's remains. It's far too graphic for even seasoned true crime viewers to hear, but that information is out there if you want to read it for yourself. All I'll tell you is that there were various pieces of evidence and remains that were tested, and each revelation was worse than the last. Carina had been subjected to a night unlike anything else. She had been restrained, she'd been dosed with prescription painkillers, and the criminals went to great lengths to try to conceal her identity before dumping the evidence. The coroner says that it's impossible to determine whether or not Carina had been alive when the criminals began, taking steps to fit Carina into the duffel bags. But one witness claimed to have seen video footage of the ordeal, and this witness confirmed that Carina was, in fact, alive at the time that this occurred. This witness was known as Tia, and she claims she uncovered the video while looking through a friend's cell phone. Her friend, Luis Ruiz, had left his phone out while he went to the bathroom one day while he was visiting with Tia. She began innocently scrolling through his photos and videos when she came across the footage of Carina by mistake. Another woman later came forward and claims to have witnessed the crimes against Carina firsthand, becoming so terrified that she jumped out of a window and ran for her life, and thankfully did so successfully. Now, all this may sound like it's coming completely out of left field, but there's much more to Luis than meets the eye. According to Tia and several investigators who dug deeper into Luis's past, Luis reportedly had been involved in various crimes, including dealing, human trafficking, and he may have even had links to certain homicide cases. But get this, here's the craziest detail of all. Luis also used to be an elementary school teacher. It's rumored that he became involved with illegal trafficking and quit his job as a teacher soon after, as he didn't need the money anymore. It was July of 2012 when police finally began to bring together enough evidence to implicate Luis Ruiz. But he wasn't the only man believed to have been involved in the crime. As they would soon learn, 2 prison inmates had come forward and revealed that they had shared a cell with another man named Jimmy Massey. Jimmy had allegedly confessed to the crime while behind bars. Not only this, but Jimmy had direct ties to Luis, and they both allegedly ran a trafficking ring together. Hopefully now all this is starting to make sense as the facts and allegations are all adding up, but this still begs one bigger question. What was the motive? After all, Carina had no known ties to either of these men. Well, it may be as simple as Carina being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, as you can imagine, being a victim of human trafficking isn't a great lifestyle. These young men and women are forced against their will every day of their lives, and most of these victims will attempt to escape at some point or another. But for Luis and Jimmy, they were tired of having to deal with all of their victims trying to flee. To help put an end to this, it's been suggested that Carina was captured and her life was taken in the most awful way in order to show all of the trafficking victims what would happen to them if they ever tried to escape again. According to these rumors, Carina had no involvement with either of these men or any of these girls. She just happened to be outside the wrong casino at the wrong time. But here's where things really take a dramatic turn. In 2013, all charges against both Louis and Jimmy were dropped due to a lack of evidence. While police had multiple compelling witness testimonies regarding both Louis and Jimmy, they weren't able to find any evidence that tied either of them to the scene of the crime, nor did they have any evidence to confirm the witness testimony. Witness statements can only take an investigation so far, and in this case, they just couldn't take things far enough to secure a conviction. To make matters worse, the video that Tia allegedly found on Louis's phone has never been located, and it's entirely possible that she made the whole thing up or that Louis deleted the video before police could find it. In the end, both men were cleared, and Louis was even granted $50,000 in compensation after his attorney learned of at least 10 civil rights violations that were carried out against him while he was in custody. Ever since then, the case has more or less reached a standstill. The FBI has been called in to help with the investigation, and various investigative agencies in Oklahoma are still helping out, but the evidence in this case is minimal at best. Whoever carried out this crime did an excellent job of covering their tracks, and so far, police have virtually no leads. While many people still believe that Louis and Jimmy were involved, this doesn't matter if police aren't able to prove it. In the end, it's entirely possible and highly probable that Carina did nothing wrong in the lead up to her disappearance. Her friends and family say that she had no known ties to any of the suspects, and investigators have been forced to agree. The hunt for the criminals responsible for Carina's demise is still ongoing, but things are not looking great for the investigation. Police are currently offering a $10,000 reward for information, and another $50,000 was offered by an anonymous donor in 2018. If you have any info regarding this case, anything at all, you're asked to contact the OSBI at 1-800-522-8017. You can also email tips to tips@osbi.ok.gov. Stephanie Scott was a well-known and very well-respected high school teacher from New South Wales, Australia. Investigators say that Stephanie had been at school on Easter Sunday of 2015, getting prepared for some upcoming classes. Detectives say that as soon as she began to leave later that afternoon, she was ambushed from behind, being forced into a storage closet where a grisly, callous, and disturbing crime unfolded. This isn't the worst part, though. As police would soon learn, this crime would hit much closer to home than anyone could have expected. That's because, as the evidence would soon reveal, Stephanie knew the person behind the crime, and she knew them well. The story of this crime is heartbreaking, stomach-churning, and easily one of the most cold and heartless crimes I've ever covered here on True Crime Stories. So strap in, because this is going to be a wild one. Before we get into today's video, I want to let you guys know about a great new mobile game called June's Journey. If you're into true crime and mysteries as much as I am, this game will be perfect for you. June's Journey is a hidden object game, but with a pretty captivating story involving a murder mystery. It takes place back in the 1920s, and each new scene and level takes you through a different chapter of the story, setting up June Parker, the main character, to solve the mysterious murder of her sister. This game is completely free to download, and the basic idea of the game is hunting for clues and hidden objects that may help bring June one step closer to solving the case. You can customize and remodel your mansion as well as your garden island along the way. Now, I grew up playing seek and find games like this, so this game is right up my alley, and I feel like you guys will enjoy it as well. It's super relaxing to play, and it's easy to pick up if you just have a few free minutes here or there throughout the day. You can click the link below in the description to download the game on iOS and Android devices, but it's also available on PC through Facebook Games. So if you're ready to dive headfirst into a captivating murder mystery and help June solve the mysterious case surrounding her sister, just click the link below to download June's Journey. Thanks to June's Journey for sponsoring today's video. Before we get too far into the case, I just want to remind you that pretty much all of these cases come from suggestions that you guys provide. So if there are any other cases you'd like to see me cover in the future, just let me know in the comments or in an email. I may not be able to cover every case, but I'll certainly look into every suggestion that you guys provide. Stephanie Scott was born on October 14th, 1988 in Sydney, Australia. The daughter of Robert and Marilyn Scott, Stephanie was just 26 years old in 2015 when this case took place. Stephanie's father was a principal at a nearby high school for much of her childhood, meaning Stephanie was well educated about the ins and outs of the public school system. With this in mind, it's no surprise that she herself decided to join in and become a school teacher after college. Stephanie had been teaching at Leeton High School in Leeton, New South Wales. Leeton, when compared to similar cities here in the States, is a very small community with a population of just around 7,400 people. It's pretty far off the beaten path, over 80 miles from the nearest city. When doing research into this case, I found several local residents who insist that the town is a wonderful place to be. But I also found a couple remarks about crimes in the area that are pretty concerning, with one person claiming that substance abuse is a pretty big issue in Leeton. This person claims that it's become such a problem that you'll see people on the streets of Leeton dealing in broad daylight or dealing over the counter at their local grocery stores, seemingly without a care in the world regarding who may see them or report them. Now, I obviously can't confirm these rumors, but it definitely makes you question just how great of a town Leeton really is. Overall, though, most people claim that the town is the perfect place to raise a small family, as Leeton is known for being a fairly quiet, clean, and affordable place to live. For Stephanie Scott, things couldn't have been better for her in Leeton. She had a wonderful job that paid well enough, as well as a loving fiance that she was fiercely dedicated to. In fact, Stephanie and her fiance, Aaron Lisanne Woolley, were scheduled to be married just after Easter of 2015. The two were high school sweethearts, meaning they must have been dating for close to 10 years by this point, becoming engaged about a year earlier in 2014. Their wedding date was scheduled for April 11th, 2015, but an unexpected and tragic change of plans would force Aaron to cancel their wedding and leave the Scott and Lisanne Woolley families begging for answers. It was April 3rd, 2015. Stephanie and Aaron kissed each other goodbye at around 12:30 p.m., not knowing that this would be their last time to ever see each other. The couple had been invited to attend a party later that afternoon, but Stephanie had much bigger plans on her mind. With Stephanie and Aaron being scheduled to get married on the 11th, Stephanie had requested a few weeks off of school so that the two could go on a honeymoon together. The school faculty were more than happy to allow this, so they hired a substitute teacher to take Stephanie's place while the two were gone. I couldn't find any specific mention of how long the couple planned on being gone, but it seems like most sources suggest that it may have been about 2 or 3 weeks. With this in mind, Stephanie was still expected to put together a curriculum for her students, though these lessons would be taught by the substitute teacher. This meant that Stephanie had a lot of work to do if she wanted to leave her students with enough work for the upcoming weeks, while also providing herself enough time to plan and get ready for their upcoming wedding. So Stephanie told her fiancé that she would unfortunately have to miss the party that they'd been planning on going to, but she assured Aaron that she still wanted him to go. Stephanie instead would be heading to Leeton High School so that she could work on finalizing some of the lesson plans for her students before turning the info over to the substitute teacher. The couple kept in contact with each other for the remainder of that afternoon, texting each other every so often and even calling and speaking on the phone at about 10:30 p.m. that night. The following morning, Stephanie headed back to the school to make final arrangements, informing her fiancé of her plans via text message, letting him know when she was leaving the house. Aaron got dressed, said his goodbyes to his wife through the phone, and charged up his phone so that he could call Stephanie when he was heading back to the town of Leeton. They had spoken the night before about heading out to one of their favorite restaurants that evening when Aaron returned, and Stephanie was on board with this. But strangely enough, when Aaron tried to call Stephanie later that day, his call went to voicemail. He tried multiple times after this, but each and every time, Stephanie refused to answer. Aaron convinced himself that Stephanie must have just been distracted by work or stepped out of the classroom, and he didn't think much of it. But when he arrived back home later that evening, he noticed that her car was missing and there was no sign of his soon-to-be wife anywhere. This was incredibly unusual, as Stephanie was known for being a very punctual and organized person. Aaron was incredibly confused, and he began to wonder if Stephanie may have been spending time at a friend's house. He got back into his car and began to drive around town, trying to find any signs of Stephanie, all the while admitting to himself that this was a bit ridiculous, knowing there was virtually no chance of finding her without any clues to go on. He didn't feel like circling the town would prove anything, but he gave it a shot regardless. He felt that he had to do something because this was so unusual for someone like Stephanie. His search of the town naturally didn't yield any results. By this point, he was getting pretty anxious. He began calling all of Stephanie's friends, but when none of them had heard from her either, he knew something was terribly wrong. With nowhere else to turn, Aaron canceled the couple's dinner plans for the evening and eventually had to go to bed, though he admits that he didn't sleep for even a single moment that entire night. By the time morning broke and Aaron still had not heard from Stephanie, he knew that it was time to contact her family. Her family had also not heard from Stephanie in quite some time, so together they decided it was time to get the police involved. Considering how small of a town Leeton is, it didn't take long at all for word of Stephanie's disappearance to spread like wildfire. Social media posts were made and shared around with locals, and one missing person post was shared more than 1,500 times. Rumors began to spread around town, with many people even suspecting that Aaron may have been involved. When looking at photos of Stephanie, she just fills you with this feeling of innocence, happiness, and compassion. So who could have possibly done something like this? Aaron answered every question he received from journalists with complete honesty, patience, and sincerity, even when the questions were clearly directed at his own potential involvement. Aaron never once changed his story. All he ever did was beg for Stephanie to return home or to call him as soon as she could, but this call never came. The Scott family began to wonder if Stephanie may have gotten into some sort of terrible car accident. This is because, at this point, her car had never been located. A few days after her disappearance, her family arranged for various agencies to conduct air and water searches in the surrounding areas, but all of these searches turned up no evidence. Dive teams searched nearby canals, ditches, and water channels. Volunteers searched nature trails and roadsides, but there were no clues found that would indicate where Stephanie had gone. But after a few days had passed, investigators made a breakthrough. Detectives announced that they'd located Stephanie's car in a field about 11 kilometers outside of Leeton. The car was totally out of place, being parked a short distance away from a trail that was surrounded in tall grass. The only problem was, Stephanie still wasn't found. She wasn't in the car, and there was no indication of how the car could have ended up here in the first place. Aaron and the rest of Stephanie's family were now forced to the realization that Stephanie had most likely not left her car there of her own free will. She had been kidnapped. What's interesting about Stephanie's school, Leeton High School, is that the school seems to have had remarkably tight security. The school was surrounded by 2 steel gates, each with its own lock so that no one could get in without a key, and these keys were only held by approved personnel. On the day that Stephanie disappeared, one of her colleagues from the school showed up to let her into the school. Both gates had been locked as it was a Sunday, and no other members of the faculty were present, outside of the usual weekend cleaning crew. After Stephanie made it past both locked gates, she headed towards the English teacher's staff room so that she could get started on her lesson plans. She remained there for about 2 hours and 40 minutes before deciding it was time to go home for the day. She then packed up her things and headed for the exit, walking along an interior hallway and calling out to one of the cleaning crew members as she left, shouting for him to have a happy Easter and that she would see him on Monday. A few moments later, Stephanie made it to the exit of the building, which was locked. She stopped just inside the doorway so that she could grab the keys out of her purse. But as soon as she looked down, she was grabbed from behind, with someone forcing their hand over her mouth so that she couldn't scream. Stephanie fought back very aggressively, clawing at him, screaming the best she could, and fighting every step of the way. She scratched at the criminal's face but couldn't get a good enough grip to allow herself to break free. The assailant easily overpowered Stephanie, prying her away from the door and dragging her to a photography room just a short distance away. This room had been used as a dark room for the photography department, allowing them to develop photos for their assignments. Stephanie continued to fight, but it was all in vain. The assailant, still holding her from behind, closed the door behind themselves, then shoved Stephanie onto the ground, with her landing face down with some serious force. She continued to fight even after all this had taken place, but her best efforts simply weren't enough. Her attacker fiercely laid into her, hitting her a total of 40 times directly in the face. After about 40 or 50 seconds, detectives say that she most likely fell unconscious. The attacker then did the unthinkable and took advantage of Stephanie while she was incapacitated. The unknown assailant then pulled out a weapon and ended Stephanie's life right there in the darkroom of the high school. But here's where things get particularly crazy. If you remember, Stephanie wasn't alone in the school that day. According to school records, there was one other person in the school with her, a man who worked for the school cleaning crew. 24-year-old Vincent Stanford had been working at the school for quite a while, being one of their most popular janitors. Vincent lived at home with his mother and brother, and seeing as how he was likely the last person to have seen Stephanie before she vanished, police wanted to ask him a few questions to better understand her last known movements. Police spoke with Vincent on a couple occasions, but for reasons that remain unclear, they began to grow a bit suspicious of him. They asked for permission to search his home, and it seems that Vincent and his family agreed. This would prove to be a critical mistake for Vincent. As they searched his room, police found a set of keys that looked strikingly similar to a set of keys that Stephanie used to carry. But things were about to get far, far worse for Vincent. Police soon asked to take a look at Vincent's phone, and that's when they found the most disturbing piece of evidence thus far. A photo that Vincent had taken that showed a burnt crime scene, as well as a human body that they had a strong belief may have belonged to Stephanie. Why Vincent would have left images like this on his phone is beyond me. Why he held on to Stephanie's keys doesn't make any sense either. I guess he must have been keeping them as a trophy or something. Needless to say, police knew without a doubt Vincent was involved in Stephanie's disappearance. But don't click away just yet, because that's only the tip of the iceberg. As police continued to interview Vincent about the crime, they would learn just how twisted and disturbed this man really was. As police continued to speak with Vincent, he quickly realized that he had nowhere left to run. He gave police a haphazard excuse about why he had such strange and disturbing photos on his phone, but his excuses were very clearly lies. Police had also uncovered a set of blood-stained handcuffs in his bedroom, so it was pretty obvious what had taken place here. But the details of the crime, and the crime that Vincent had planned for the future, are two of the most shocking details about this case. Investigators say that after being confronted with so much condemning evidence, Vincent gave up and confessed to the murder of Stephanie Scott. When police asked him to explain how the crime had taken place, well, that's when things got extremely creepy, to put it lightly. Vincent confessed to everything we discussed just a moment ago, grabbing her from behind, tossing her into the photography darkroom, then ending her life while she was unconscious. But after he had done this, Vincent explained that he dropped his knife on the darkroom floor, got up, and went home. He made himself a cheese sandwich, poured himself a cup of coffee, and enjoyed a nice meal before heading back to the school to clean up after himself. He casually picked up all the items that had been dropped by Stephanie during the struggle, including her car keys. He then picked Stephanie up, placed her on a plastic tarp in the trunk of her own car, then headed back into the school to finish cleaning. He says that he used a pressure washer to clean the scene of the crime, then hopped into her car and drove back to his own home. He parked Stephanie's car behind a shed in his own backyard, then walked back to the school to pick up his own car. Once he arrived at the school, he got his car and decided to head back inside to remove some of the floorboards from the darkroom to better conceal his crime. This timeline was confirmed by a police officer who picked up Vincent's car on his dash cam at around 3:35 p.m. that afternoon. A while later, he got back into Stephanie's car and drove to a local gas station, filling up a gas container and then getting back into Stephanie's car. This scene was later picked up on CCTV cameras, confirming the story that Vincent had told investigators. The next day, April 6th, Vincent drove Stephanie's car once again, this time to Cocapara National Park, between 50 and 70 kilometers from the high school. He placed her body on the ground alongside various pieces of evidence from the scene of the crime, and potentially condemning items found in Stephanie's car. He covered Stephanie and all of the items in gasoline, then lit a fire and drove away. While driving Stephanie's car, he dumped various items in trash cans along his drive back towards Leeton. None of these items were ever recovered by police, as they'd already been taken to various landfills by the time police arrived to investigate. When police carried out additional searches of Vincent's home after he had admitted to the crime, they came across a strange notebook that included various details about a local girl believed to be about 12 years old. When police questioned Vincent about these notebooks, he didn't even try to lie. He admitted that he'd been stalking a local girl and she was planned to be his next victim. Upon further interviews, Vincent would admit that he'd had violent thoughts since he was about 8 years old. He often thought about what it would be like to end someone's life. And Stephanie just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Vincent finally saw his opportunity to act on his twisted fantasies. Stephanie was a bright, loving young woman who was stolen from the world far too soon. Stephanie had so much to offer to her students, but this worthless lump of human waste stole her from her family, her beloved fiancé, and her students before her life had really even begun. In the years since the crime, Vincent was naturally sentenced to life in prison. Her family filed charges against the New South Wales Education Department, as well as the cleaning company in charge of Vincent. A private settlement was reached, but this did nothing to ease the pain that Stephanie's family will hold on to for the rest of their lives. Aaron, Stephanie's fiancé, eventually found love again and became engaged to someone in 2021, doing his best to heal from the unforgettable trauma that he was forced into. Stephanie's life may have been tragically cut short, but the only silver lining to this story, if there even is one, is that the investigation helped to shut down yet another monster prowling the streets, and thankfully may have saved the life of that 12-year-old girl that was next on Vincent's list. John Sharpe and his wife Anna had a difficult marriage from the very beginning. The two had a beautiful little girl named Gracie, as well as a second child on the way, a boy they planned to name Francis. But just months before Francis's birth, tragedy would strike in the Sharpe family home. In the dead of night, someone rushed into the bedroom of Anna, claiming her life. Just days later, the same maniac would claim the life of young Gracie as well, leaving only John to pick up the pieces. Detectives say that this case was unlike anything they had ever seen, and it would take police months to dig up even the slightest amount of evidence to prove what sort of twisted criminal could be capable of such a gut-wrenching crime. But before long, the clues started to fit together, and in the end, investigators found their primary suspect, and he'd been standing right there in front of them all along. Before we get into the story, I wanted to let you know about today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that allows you to make it appear as though you're located pretty much anywhere in the world. This allows you to access the internet as if you were actually in a specific country. So if you live in the United States, you could have your device appear as though you're located in India or Canada or pretty much anywhere. Doing this lets you view and unblock certain websites that you may not have otherwise had access to. A great example of this would be Young Sheldon on Netflix, or several other series and movies that can be viewed on Netflix, but not on Netflix in the United States. But with Surfshark, you can watch these films right here in the States by simply switching your location to the UK, or any other country that may have access to the films or TV series. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, because Surfshark also encrypts your online presence and data to help protect your passwords, documents, banking info, everything. What's really cool is that Surfshark uses the same level of encryption as the United States government, which is seriously impressive. Surfshark is the only VPN that offers one single account that can be used on all of your devices. You can check out Surfshark by using my code TIEKNOTS, which will give you an extra 3 months for free. Or you can access the deal by visiting surfshark.deals/TIEKNOTS. If 3 free months is enough, Surfshark also offers a 30-day money-back guarantee if you're unsatisfied for any reason, so you've got nothing to lose. So visit surfshark.com to learn more, or click my link below for an extra 3 free months with your subscription, and help support the channel in the process. Thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring today's video. John Sharpe was born and raised in Mornington, located in Victoria, Australia. John has always been a fairly private man, and he's never revealed much about his upbringing publicly. The same is true for Anna, John's wife. She was born in New Zealand, but that's more or less all we know about her. What we do know is that the couple began their lives together after meeting at the Commonwealth Bank in Australia, where they both worked. Before long, they decided to settle into John's hometown of Mornington. Mornington is a relatively small town, located on the Mornington Peninsula in Melbourne. With a population of around 25,000 people, Mornington is well known for its village-like atmosphere. While 25,000 people isn't really a particularly tiny town, it's small in relation to the surrounding areas. But it's truly the way of life and the general atmosphere of Mornington that makes it feel so quaint and cozy. The main draw for Mornington is its beaches and wineries, which are a hotspot for tourists during the warmer months of the year. There are also several well-known horse breeders in the area, as well as some of Melbourne's greatest restaurants and shops, all of which help to bring in thousands of visitors each year. Overall, Mornington is a pretty great little town to raise a family in, as there's easy access to schools that cover kids of all ages from pre-K to graduation. This is likely why John and Anna decided to settle down here. The couple got married in October of 1994, and they'd moved around the small peninsula of Mornington for several years before finally finding a place to call their own on Prince Street. Around the time they moved here, Anna would give birth to their first child in August of 2002. Little Gracie Sharpe was an adorable little girl, but she was born with a crippling disability, and I mean crippling in the literal sense. She was born with a deformity known as hip dysplasia, which would have made walking incredibly difficult for her as she got older, maybe even making it impossible depending on the severity. Her doctors required her to wear a type of harness that would gradually change the shape and orientation of her hips over the course of about 3 months. She began wearing this soon after she was born, and after a while it seemed like her deformities had been corrected. But this wasn't an easy process by any means. As you can imagine, changing the shape of your hip joints is not a very pleasant experience, leading Gracie to cry pretty much 24/7 for the first several months of her life. This put an exhausting strain on the Sharpes' marriage, with John becoming incredibly frustrated by the whole ordeal. To top this off, due to the pain, Gracie also had issues feeding, which led to a whole host of other medical complications. To sum it up, Gracie had a very hard time during her first year of life, and it left the Sharpe family on edge, begging for any type of relief for their little girl and for themselves. If this weren't bad enough, it's been said that John and Anna didn't even truly love each other from the very beginning. And this isn't just some rumor that's been spread around town, this information came straight from Anna. According to Anna's brother, when Anna and John returned from their honeymoon back in 1994, Anna revealed that she'd made a mistake. She told her mother that she felt no passion and no love towards John, but Anna was devoted to her Christian faith, being a fiercely dedicated Catholic. Because of this, divorce was never an option for Anna, as it's essentially forbidden by the Catholic Church. Regardless of whether or not she felt like marriage was a mistake, though, she vowed to make things work and did her best to love her newfound husband, which, despite what most of the world may say, is a fairly honorable thing to do. We don't know if John felt the same way about Anna, or if he may have truly loved her from the start. It would be a bit strange to hear that both Anna and John felt nothing towards one another. After all, if they didn't even like each other, why get married? But realistically, stranger things have happened, and unhappy people get married every day. But my guess is that John must have felt something for Anna, and that's likely why she committed herself to trying so hard to make the marriage work. But marriage issues aside, the couple did make things work, and about a year after settling into their new home with their daughter Gracie, Anna announced that she was pregnant again. This announcement came as both a shock to John and their family, but particularly John. See, John gave an outward appearance of being a pretty calm and collected guy. He had his enemies, that's for sure, but it doesn't seem like most people had any problem with it. But behind closed doors, John was a much different person. While John had initially seemed pretty excited about the idea of starting a family in years past, after the difficult birth of Gracie, he had checked out completely. He felt like Gracie was much more of a burden than she was worth, and he certainly didn't want to have another child thrown into the mix. While it's pretty normal to either not want children or simply not want two children, John never shared these feelings with Anna, at least not as far as I can tell. As a result, as time passed by, you can understand that John's frustration grew more and more with each passing day. While Anna was ecstatic to be bringing a new little boy into their family, John couldn't have been angrier if he tried. While he kept it quiet and cool to friends and family, inside, John was about to burst. By March of 2004, the Sharpe family had been attending a birthday party for one of their nephews. Dozens of people were present at this party, and everything seemed to have gone along without a hitch. The children were playing and the parents were chatting and laughing, and everything seemed to be great on the surface. But beneath it all, the Sharpe family was struggling. With each passing day, the arrival of their son ticked ever closer, making John more and more nervous for what the future may hold. A few months prior to this party, John had developed a sudden interest in spearfishing. His family found this to be pretty strange because John wasn't much of an outdoorsman, nor was he ever interested in fishing prior to this moment. For many, they likely just assumed that John needed some sort of way to clear his mind and step away from the struggles of Gracie's disability for a while. John would spend hours upon hours practicing with the new spear gun he had purchased. But as far as his friends and family know, he never actually went fishing with the gun. He more just enjoyed target practice. Just 2 days after the aforementioned birthday party, John and Anna had gotten into a very heated argument. We don't know what the context of this argument was, but it's safe to assume it likely had something to do with their upcoming son's birth. The two eventually cooled off and went to bed around 9 or 10 p.m. on March 23rd. Anna was so exhausted that she fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, but John was still fuming from their heated debate. After lying in bed for a while, he decided to just get up as he couldn't get himself to fall asleep. He went out to their backyard garage for a while before coming back inside and sleeping on the couch. According to John's version of events, at some point during the night, Anna awoke and announced that she'd had enough. John soon learned that Anna had been having an affair. She was finally ready to move on with her life and told John that she was moving in with her new lover and taking Gracie with her. John was understandably devastated, but what made this revelation so strange is that Anna didn't take Gracie with her immediately. Instead, she left Gracie at the couple's home, claiming that she'd be back in a few days to pick her up. After this sudden and unexpected announcement, Anna left. What's interesting is that she never bothered to call her family and inform them of her sudden change of plans. She also never called Gracie's daycare to let them know that John would now be picking her up and dropping her off over the next few days. It's almost as if Anna just up and left without any regards for anyone but herself, something her family says was incredibly strange. John arrived at Gracie's preschool the next day and explained the situation in a bit more detail, further claiming that he'd be in charge of Gracie's trips to and from school for the next few days. After speaking with the daycare, John also spoke with Anna's mother, and the two had a brief conversation about what had taken place with Anna. The only thing was, by this point, Anna had still not reached out to her mother on her own, at least not as far as I can tell. The details around this moment in time are admittedly a bit unclear, but John told his friends and family that he didn't know where Anna had gone. All he knew was that she was moving in with someone that she'd been having an affair with. But as days passed by, Anna still refused to reach out to any of her family members. Though after around 3 days, she had reportedly returned to the family home and picked up Gracie, leaving John alone. By March 29th, around 7 days after Anna's initial disappearance, her mother had become incredibly worried for her well-being. No one had been able to get in touch with Anna at all. She still wasn't answering her phone or returning any of her family's calls. Her mother knew that she needed to do something, so she decided to report Anna and Gracie missing. John went along with this plan and agreed that it was time to get the police involved. John would eventually appear on television begging his wife to at least return a call and confirm that she and Gracie were all right. But that's when an email finally came through. Anna's mother received an email from her daughter in which she assured her that everything was fine and everything was going according to her plan. She confirmed the affair and her impending divorce with John, as well as the fact that she had taken Gracie with her. The only problem is she wasn't willing to reveal where she was, and it's unclear why she was being so secretive about this. After all, as far as we know, John wasn't abusive, he was just unhappy. John was certainly a man with a short temper and a lot of frustration, but Anna didn't have any reason to run away and hide like this. The whole situation just didn't make any sense. John told Anna's family that he had a reason to believe that Anna had moved to the nearby suburb of Chelsea, but he didn't know anything other than this, and according to police, he repeatedly denied any further involvement or knowledge of her disappearance. As weeks passed by, Anna's mother would eventually receive flowers from her daughter on her birthday, but still no verbal contact with her. John continued to appear in television appeals for information about Anna's sudden disappearance. And in one interview, he explained that he knew the couple's marriage was over, but he begged his wife to come forward, as he still loved her and obviously had a deep love for their daughter as well. But that's when things started to take a turn. During his interview, John's tone of voice changed, and he began to refer to his wife and daughter in a past sense. Detectives picked up on this right away, and that's when they began to press John a bit more regarding his knowledge of his wife's disappearance. It was clear that John knew something, but what was it, and why was he keeping it a secret? By May 20th, 2004, about 2 months after Anna's disappearance, police requested to speak with John once again. During their interview, they questioned John at length about his wife's sudden disappearance and her alleged affair. In particular, they found it very odd that Anna would have chosen to stay with John for more than 10 years, then up and left him all of a sudden. After all, if she was half the devoted Catholic that she claimed to be, this would have never been an option for her. If she had any plans of leaving him due to a lack of love or passion, why hadn't she just done this immediately after their honeymoon all those years ago? Worse yet, investigators were even more confused about her decision to leave Gracie with John for a few days before returning to pick her up. If Anna felt the need to run and hide from her husband and her family, seemingly out of fear, then why didn't she take her daughter with her from the very beginning? It was around this time that police began to realize that Anna's ATM card and phone had remained active throughout the duration of her disappearance. Her card had been used repeatedly throughout the southeastern suburbs of Victoria, and her phone had pinged from towers in the area as well. But when police checked around those areas, there was no trace of Anna or Gracie, nor were there any witness sightings. Detectives would continue to grow increasingly suspicious of John. They soon began to track his every move, hoping that his whereabouts may reveal some sort of hidden knowledge about Anna's sudden disappearance. And it turns out they were right. They witnessed John visiting several of the areas where Anna's phone and ATM card had last been used. As luck would have it, they even witnessed him retrieving some of Anna's belongings from a hidden location inside of a public restroom in southeast Victoria. They also reportedly saw John dispose of a few pieces of evidence in trash cans along the side of the road in the area, but it doesn't appear that they were ever able to retrieve these items for testing. By this point, they still had no reason to suspect that John may have been responsible for Anna's disappearance, but they had certainly begun to believe that he may have had some sort of knowledge of Anna's whereabouts that he wasn't sharing with police. This brings us to June 22nd, 2004. Police believe that, at a minimum, John had been interfering with their investigation. They arrested him and brought him in for questioning, but they weren't able to learn anything that they didn't already know. While he was in police custody, though, they questioned him again, pressing him much harder during this particular session. And this time, having nowhere else to turn, John finally decided to open up. As it would turn out, and as I'm sure we've all come to expect, John was the one responsible for using Anna's ATM card and cell phone in the weeks and months after her disappearance. Worse yet, detectives even learned that John had been the one who sent flowers to Anna's mother on her birthday. And he'd also been the one sending her mother text messages and emails throughout the duration of her disappearance. But why would he have done such a thing? If he knew where his wife was and was supposedly helping her to create this paper trail, what was with all the public appeals for information? Well, on June 22nd, John finally opened up and revealed everything he knew about Anna's disappearance and the disappearance of his daughter. We don't know what led him to make such a dramatic confession, but John finally explained the real story of what had taken place the night that his wife disappeared. If you remember, the two had been in a heated argument just before they went to bed. John, unable to sleep, had gone to their backyard garage to clear his head, but this wasn't his only reason for going out there so late at night. John revealed that he was so incredibly angry with his wife and fearful for his future that he grabbed his spear gun and returned to the house. He entered the couple's bedroom, placed the spear gun against Anna's head, and fired. When this didn't finish the job, he fired a second round, ending the life of both his wife and his unborn son at the same time. He then went downstairs and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. The following day, a TV repairman showed up at their home to address some issues with their television service, but John turned the man away, saying that it wasn't a good time. John then went upstairs and retrieved his wife, burying her in the backyard while their daughter Gracie was at daycare. A couple days later, he took Gracie with him to a local sporting goods store, where he purchased more spears for his spear gun. A couple more days passed, leading us to March 27th. That evening, Gracie was put to bed at her usual time, and John headed to the kitchen to make himself a glass of whiskey, then another, and then another. After he was suitably drunk, he decided to do the unthinkable. He once again retrieved his spear gun from the garage, then headed into Gracie's bedroom to finish what he had started. He then placed Gracie in the trunk of the car. John later went out to the backyard and dug up the remains of Anna. He went to the store and purchased an electric saw, then returned to Anna's side, doing his best to conceal his crime by placing the remains in multiple bags, then tossing them in the back of his car alongside Gracie. He then loaded up all the evidence from the home, including the couple's mattress, and headed off to a nearby landfill where he dumped the contents of the car's trunk. When police searched John's home, they found the receipt for the additional spears that he had purchased at the sporting goods store that day, as well as the receipt for the duct tape and the tarps that he had used to help conceal the crime. When detectives searched the dumpsters in the nearby area, they even found handwritten notes from John, where he had written out his alibi so that he could study it and rehearse it for when the police inevitably questioned him about his wife and daughter. When asked why he would do such a thing, it doesn't seem that John ever gave a direct answer to detectives, though according to his friends and family, the most likely reason is simply because he didn't want to raise another child, and his family was too much of a burden. John admitted that his wife was controlling and moody, and that he no longer wanted to deal with her, and this crime was somehow the only way he could figure out how to escape his marriage. He admitted that he planned on taking care of Gracie by himself, but at some point along the way, he changed his mind. But things got even more crazy when police spoke with John's family after the fact. According to several family members, John had a history of abuse against minors. In his younger years, he had forced several female family members against their will, each of them being children at the time. It was never explained why these accusations were never reported to the police, but John's family believes that he may have been carrying out the same abuse on little Gracie, and that his wife found out about it. In order to silence her, he ended her life, and in order to silence Gracie, he ended her life as well. Now, this is merely a theory, and there's no evidence found to support this belief, but it's interesting nonetheless, and it certainly makes sense. In the end, John was sent right where he belongs, to prison. He was given 2 life sentences and is tasked with serving a minimum of 33 years, at which point he'll be eligible for parole when he's 71 years old. Amanda Doss was just 34 years old in 2011. She was at home on the afternoon of May 11th, 2011, alongside her 2 children and a friend, when all of a sudden, someone clutching a knife unleashed on the family, then fled the scene of the crime. Just minutes later, the house went up in flames, destroying nearly every trace of evidence that had been left behind by this callous criminal. By the time detectives and investigators arrived at the scene of the crime, the smoke had settled, but the real mystery had only just begun. Who could have done such a thing to such a harmless family? Police would soon learn that the truth was much stranger than fiction, and it only took them about 3 months to get to the bottom of this heartless crime, after a suspect made a startling confession. Amanda Doss was born in Muskogee, Oklahoma in August of 1976. Muskogee is located just outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and is home to around 36,000 people as of 2020. There isn't anything particularly interesting about Muskogee. It's a pretty ordinary town filled with ordinary people doing their best in life, and Amanda certainly fit that bill. Amanda moved at some point along the way, deciding to settle in Texarkana, Texas, a town that shares its border with Arkansas. Specifically, Amanda moved to Redwater, Texas, a small suburban area of Texarkana, with a population of about 853 people. We don't know too terribly much about Amanda's personal life, but we know that she must have gotten married somewhere along the way, as her maiden name is listed as Pruitt instead of Doss. Amanda gave birth to her first child, Guinevere, in August of 1999. Gwen was known for being a wonderful child, attending Redwater Middle School as she grew older. She was an active member of the Girl Scouts and all around a great kid. Gwen was remembered for being a selfless little girl who always cared about others. In fact, when she was just 9 years old, she decided to give all of her birthday and Christmas money, including her presents, to a local orphanage. Every month for the rest of that year, Gwen and Amanda would work together to bake cakes and bring gifts and ice cream to all the children who were having birthdays each month. Just 4 years after the birth of Gwen, Amanda gave birth to her second child, a boy named Texas. Texas was born in May of 2003 and, much like his sister, was recalled for being an all-around great little boy. Following in his sister's footsteps, Texas decided to join the Boy Scouts and even attended Redwater School District as well. Amanda and her 2 children were known for being a happy family, and it seems they all got along well. But no amount of happiness could save the family from the impending tragedy that was about to strike. One that would destroy their notion of safety and leave behind nothing but ash and rubble. Before we continue with today's case, I needed to give you guys somewhat of a PSA. You probably didn't know this, but all of your online data might be getting sold to shady companies or individuals without you having any idea. At this very moment, there are thousands of data brokers out there that scour the corners of the internet simply looking to buy people's personal info so that they can sell it off to someone else and make a profit. This can include anything from your address to your phone number to bank account info or maybe even your social security number. The info they can get a hold of would seriously shock you. The good news is that you have the legal right to reach out to these people and request that they delete your info. But the bad news is that this would take you years to do on your own. That's why I've partnered with Incogni, because they'll do the work for you without you even needing to lift a finger. Incogni will reach out to thousands of data brokers on your behalf and request that they delete your data from their database, virtually eliminating your online presence automatically. All it takes is creating an account and providing Incogni with a few personal details so that they can better identify you. Then allow Incogni the right to work on your behalf. After this, you just have to sit back and watch them get to work. They'll keep you updated every step of the way. Some great examples of how your data gets into the wrong hands is, say you sign up for a free newsletter, then start receiving tons of spam immediately afterward. Maybe you're researching some medical complications, then start seeing ads for medical services you were never even interested in. The list goes on and on. Incogni is truly an invaluable tool, and I'm honored to be able to work with them to help you guys get the protection that you deserve. All you need to do to get started is click the link in the description below or use the code TIEKNOTS to get started. By using my personal code, the first 100 people to sign up will get 60% off your Incogni subscription. Thanks to Incogni for sponsoring today's video. It was May 11th, 2011. Amanda, Gwen, and Texas had settled into their home for the evening, going about their usual nightly routines of having dinner, taking showers, watching TV, and eventually getting ready for bed. But this night's series of events would be much different. It was around 3 a.m. The children had been tucked away in bed, but Amanda seems to have still been awake, based on a report given by the Texarkana Gazette. At 3 a.m., a knock came at the family's front door. Amanda headed over to the door to see who it was, and she was greeted by 17-year-old Rachel Pittman. Rachel was an old family friend who would often come over and babysit the 2 children, and Amanda welcomed her into her home with open arms, as she had many times before. Rachel was someone that the Doss children looked up to as somewhat of an older sister. But unfortunately for the family, this visit would be far different from the many other times that Rachel had stopped by. Over the years, Rachel and Amanda had become friends with the woman who's never been named by police or news outlets. She's only ever referred to as the woman, so I guess police chose to keep her anonymous for some reason. For the sake of the story, we'll refer to her as Tanya, just to make things simpler to understand. It's unclear what relation Tanya had to Rachel, but we know that Tanya was an adult while Rachel, as mentioned, was merely 17. Tanya had moved out of state about 5 or 6 months before this, but she kept in touch with Rachel all the time. Reports claim that Tanya had previously lived near both Rachel and the Doss family, allegedly living just a few houses away in the same neighborhood. Tanya, Rachel, and Amanda Doss were all known to have been close friends, or at the very least close neighbors. They'd often spend time together at Amanda Doss's house, sharing drinks and stories and generally being friendly with one another. But before long, darkness started to creep in. Rachel was considered by most people to have been a typical teenage girl. But as she grew older, she began to show signs of being a bit unusual, so to speak. I say this because, according to Rachel, she believed that Tanya wanted to end Amanda's life. But Tanya claims she never suggested anything of the sort, nor did she have any bad intentions towards Amanda. They both got along great and enjoyed each other's company. But for Rachel, the message was loud and clear. Stepping back to the night in question, May 11th, Rachel arrived at Amanda's home at around 3 a.m. Once Amanda asked her to come inside, the two sat down and chatted for a while, talking about anything and everything. While Amanda was more than twice Rachel's age, the two were great friends and often confided in one another. But this particular get-together would be unlike anything Amanda could have expected. After the two spoke for a while, Rachel got up and began heading toward the door, suggesting to Amanda that she was ready to leave. But no sooner than she reached the door, Rachel grabbed a knife that she'd been hiding in the waistband of her pants, turned around, and ran towards Amanda. She ended Amanda's life in a matter of seconds, but at some point during the scuffle, Gwen and Texas woke up. To be completely upfront with you, the details of how things unfolded past this point are not very clear, but it appears as though Gwen knew something was wrong and ran away in fear. Rather than call the police, though, Gwen grabbed a phone and called her grandparents. The call was incredibly confusing for her grandparents, as Gwen doesn't appear to have said anything that could be understood. All her grandparents heard were shouts and screams in the background of the call, followed by Gwen shouting for her mother. As any good grandparent would do, the two threw their shoes on and jumped in the car, driving as fast as they possibly could toward the Doss household. As they neared the home, their jaws hit the floor. They truly couldn't believe their eyes. The entire home had gone up in flames, and they knew that their daughter and 2 grandchildren were trapped inside. They whipped their car into the driveway, and without a second of hesitation, jumped out of the car and ran straight into the burning building. They found Gwen lying on the ground and pulled her from the fire. As they did so, both of the grandparents suffered severe burns that forced them to be admitted to the hospital later on. While they managed to pull Gwen from the blaze, they couldn't locate Amanda or Texas. Unfortunately, as the fire grew hotter, they were forced to admit that both of them were gone. Paramedics arrived at the scene just moments later. The grandparents were treated for their injuries and sent to the hospital, but as paramedics checked on Gwen, they realized that they were far too late and she was gone. The fire continued to rage on for hours after this, and it wouldn't be until the following day that the fire department was able to put out the flames, allowing investigators to survey the scene of the incident and do their best to determine what had taken place. Initially, detectives believed that the fire had been caused by a faulty electrical outlet, one of the leading causes of home fires. But as they retrieved the charred remains of the Doss family from the rubble, they realized that what they had stumbled upon was something far worse. As police did their best to piece together the evidence from the scene of the fire, they quickly realized that things simply weren't adding up. When the fire experts began to analyze the incident, they found that some sort of accelerant had been used. Worse yet, the body of Amanda appeared to have been where the fire had originated. For police, they knew that this meant one thing. The fire had not been caused by some sort of electrical short. Rather, it was intentionally set, and detectives began to believe it had been done in order to conceal evidence of a murder. Police scheduled interviews with the local media outlets and announced what they had uncovered, offering a reward of over $40,000 for information leading to the arrest of the individual who committed this crime. But despite such a hefty reward, no tips were ever called in that led to the suspect being caught. Police spent weeks searching every square inch of the property for even the slightest clue, but they repeatedly came up empty-handed. But after about 3 weeks of searching, a tip was called in from a woman who lived all the way out in California. The woman, who's never been identified, was very direct in her statements. She claimed that she knew for a fact that Rachel Pittman, the 17-year-old babysitter, was behind the murder. Now, we don't know why she believed this or why she was so certain about it, but regardless, police didn't take the tip seriously. Now, many people may be quick to blame investigators for this, but in reality, you have to admit that the tip seems pretty strange. After all, Rachel was a child and a close family friend. But more than anything else, how would someone in California have such pertinent information about a crime that was committed in Texas? Well, as weeks passed by, police did their best to follow up on almost every lead they received, but they never managed to get around to speaking with Rachel. The tip was considered low priority for officers, and they felt their services would have been more useful investigating other suspects. It would be 3 months before police ever got any closer to locating the person responsible for this disaster. During this time, another $100,000 had been added to the reward for information, and soon enough, they would receive a call that turned the case on its head. As months passed by, it seemed as though Rachel's conscience had begun to catch up with her. The past always finds a way to catch up with you, and for Rachel, the guilt was becoming more than she could bear. One day, Rachel had been at her mother's home. We don't know the specifics of their conversation, but Rachel's mother detected that something was bothering her. After speaking for a few minutes, Rachel finally opened up and confessed what had taken place. She told her mother everything. Rachel openly confessed to the crime, but this is where things get pretty incredible. A mother's instinct is almost always to protect her children, but in this case, Rachel's mother could do no such thing. She knew the gravity of the situation and, without hesitation, called the police. The officer who accepted the call remembers that Rachel's mother was filled with grief, sobbing as she revealed what her daughter had confessed to. Interestingly, submitting a tip like this would have made Rachel's mother eligible to receive the $140,000 reward that had been set up, but she even went as far as refusing the money. Now, I don't know anything about the type of person that Rachel's mother is, but this act alone proves that she must have been a person of character. That's a ton of money to just turn it down. Soon enough, detectives arrived and Rachel turned herself over to the police without a fight. But it's what she revealed to police after the fact that really sets this case apart, because it took investigators by surprise and revealed a whole new aspect of the story that no one saw coming. When Rachel was in police custody, she came clean about everything, revealing every last detail about what had unfolded that day in 2011. She explained that she'd been speaking with Tanya, and that Tanya had asked her to end Amanda's life. More specifically, Rachel claimed that Tanya asked her to end Amanda's life, but that she should do it when the children weren't home, as there would be no need for them to be caught up in the crime. Rachel claims that Tanya's request sounded urgent, and the more they spoke, the more Rachel felt as though this crime was a now or never situation. Thus, she decided to move forward with the crime without waiting for the children to leave, resulting in the entire family losing their lives. While this explains most of the story, it doesn't explain one major detail. If Rachel merely ended the lives of the family, then how did a fire break out? Well, the entire crime was premeditated from beginning to end. Rachel knew that if she took out the entire family, she was almost certain to leave behind some form of evidence, even if she did her best not to. So on her way to the family home, she decided to get a 2-liter soda bottle and fill it with gasoline. After carrying out the most gruesome part of the crime, she grabbed the bottle, doused the victims in fuel, and then set the house on fire, eliminating virtually any piece of evidence she may have left behind. But there's one part of the crime that Rachel didn't anticipate. During the scuffle, she accidentally cut herself with the knife that she'd been using to carry out the attack, causing a pretty serious injury to her arm. After she set the house on fire, she ran back home to clean herself up before anybody would notice. She did all of this without anyone ever realizing she'd even stepped out of her home in the first place. But in the chaos of all this, Rachel had jumped a fence connected to the Doss family property. So after cleaning up at home, she ran back to the Doss's fence to clean up any prints or evidence she may have left behind. Again, without being noticed by anyone. Once she got back home, Rachel removed her clothing and burned it in the backyard along with her shoes. To top this off, she took the knife that she'd used that evening and broke it into 20 pieces, scattering the metal in the woods behind her house, and burning the handle in the same pile that she burned her clothes in. Police were able to recover most of the pieces of the knife that Rachel had scattered in the woods, but nothing else was found. But as she spoke with investigators, they began to realize that there was much more to this story than meets the eye. Specifically, police were interested in the portion of Rachel's alibi in which she mentioned Tanya asking her to carry out the crime. Police tracked Tanya down and listened to her version of events. As they would quickly learn, Tanya had no ill will toward the Doss family at all, and considered them to be close friends. But if this is true, then why had Rachel lied? Well, she didn't. Sort of. When someone commits a crime of this magnitude, police will usually send the person in for a mental health analysis to determine if they may be suffering from some sort of mental health disorder. In Rachel's case, investigators were stunned by the reports that came back from multiple psychiatric investigations. One of the professionals believed that Rachel had been suffering from a form of paranoid schizophrenia. They believed that, in a way, Rachel had been telling the truth about Tanya. See, Rachel did truly believe that Tanya had asked her to take out Amanda Doss, but this simply didn't happen. According to the psychiatrist, the conversation that Rachel had with Tanya was nothing more than a twisted delusion. While the two did speak shortly before Amanda lost her life, the content of their discussion had nothing to do with Rachel claiming Amanda's life. The psychiatrist believes that Rachel's own mind was able to spin an ordinary conversation into a request for murder. This effectively cleared Tanya of any involvement, but many people question whether or not this cleared Rachel of involvement as well. Now, obviously, Rachel was the one who committed the crime, but if she wasn't of a sound mind, could she really be held accountable for such a tragedy? Well, according to one psychiatrist, Rachel knew that what she was doing was morally wrong. She knew that taking someone's life was, well, bad. The fact that she took every opportunity to conceal her involvement proved this. But the doctor believes that Rachel felt as though it was her only option, and in essence was the right thing to do for whatever reason. A second psychiatrist weighed in and said that Rachel knew that her actions were wrong, but that she was influenced by statements made on television, billboards, and even conversations that didn't involve her. Rachel found hidden meaning in these various avenues and believed that the universe was telling her to do it, so she did. In one interview with doctors, Rachel spoke about hearing snakes that began talking to her. She believed these snakes were demons, and she also believed she could see ghosts. Later on, she mentioned encountering a pink cloud that she believed harbored the souls of her 3 victims. The doctors claimed that Rachel only decided to turn herself in after she made a deeper commitment to her religion, presumably in an attempt to ward off these so-called demons. Now, as you might expect, Rachel's defense team wanted to enter a plea of insanity. And if her doctors are correct in their analysis, who could blame them? Rachel has exhibited every possible sign of being mentally ill, and the crime very clearly appears to have been committed while Rachel was dealing with serious mental challenges. But in the end, for reasons that I just can't seem to understand, Rachel decided to plead guilty to the charges placed against her. Rather obviously, because of her age, Rachel was placed in a juvenile detention center. But unfortunately, things only got worse for her from here. Her behavior behind bars greatly concerned the staff at the correctional facility. They say that she developed a cult following behind bars, and that she was very disrespectful to the staff members. She would often speak to her friends and followers about God's forgiveness, but she would do so in a warped and distorted way. While she gave outward appearances of being a calm and collected person, the slightest mention of her doing anything wrong would cause her to turn cold and distant. Ever since her incarceration, Rachel's behavior has been truly terrible. Reports about her stay in prison stopped being reported in 2012, but in that year alone, she's known to have begun multiple fights with multiple inmates. She attempted to break out of her cell. She knocked out an inmate's tooth, stuffed paper into the lock of her cell door so that she could open it whenever she wanted, and was caught plotting an attack against another inmate. One time, she successfully broke out of her cell and wandered off into the prison, doing her own thing. She even managed to get a hold of a blade from a pencil sharpener, but rather than use it to attack someone, she used it to cut her hair off so that her hair couldn't be used against her in a fight. All of the prison staff believe that Rachel needs some form of medical intervention if she has any chance of getting better, but there's been no word on whether or not this will be mandated. As it stands, she's now being held in an adult women's prison in Texas, but as far as we know, she's still shown no signs of improvement. She's expected to be eligible for parole after spending another 19 years behind bars, but unless she gets the mental help that she needs, it probably goes without saying that Rachel will never see the light of day again. It was December 12, 2021, and Chantel Fields had not been able to get a hold of her daughter, Lauren Smith Fields, all day. She sent various texts and called multiple times, only to be met with radio silence. The following day, Chantel and her son headed over to Lauren's apartment, where they were met with a note on the door that said, "If you're looking for Lauren, call this number." As soon as Mrs. Fields called the number, Lauren's landlord came downstairs to meet her. The landlord had the heartbreaking task of informing Chantel that her beloved daughter had passed away the day before. The Bridgeport Police Department was already aware of this, but they never bothered to call Lauren's family to break the news. The landlord gave Chantel's son the phone number of a detective, who informed him that Lauren had met a man on a dating app and she'd spent the evening with him before losing her life. The detective never told the family what had happened, never offered any details, and abruptly hung up the call without so much as an explanation. Lauren's family had to beg detectives for days on end just to show up and collect evidence from the scene of the crime. By all accounts, the investigators could not have cared less about Lauren's case. They made virtually no attempts to follow up on various leads, and they wrote off the man who was with her the moment she passed away, saying he was a nice guy, only speaking with him one time for a few brief moments at the scene of the crime. Worse yet, police labeled her case as no need for investigation. But what would have led the Bridgeport police to have been so careless, so heartless, and utterly unconcerned? Well, get ready because this one's a doozy. Lauren Smith Fields was a 23-year-old woman who lived in Bridgeport, Connecticut. She'd been a student at the Norwalk Community College and was pursuing her dreams of becoming a physical therapist. Lauren was known for being an outgoing woman with a bubbly personality, and she had a deep love for her family, the fashion industry, and traveling. On the evening of December 11th, 2021, Lauren had invited over a man that she just recently met, named Matthew LaFontaine, or LaFontaine depending on which sources you read. Matthew was a man who was several years older than Lauren, and the two had met on a dating app called Bumble. The two had only known each other for a few days, but Lauren had invited Matthew over to her apartment to share a few drinks and play games, generally getting to know one another better. The two spent the majority of the evening drinking tequila, watching movies, and seeing where the evening would take them. As the evening rolled on, Lauren eventually stepped outside to meet with her brother to give him back a basket of clothes that he'd left behind. When she returned to the apartment, she went to the bathroom for around 15 minutes, then returned to the living room couch where she and Matthew had been watching a movie. Before long, she fell asleep on the couch. Matthew finished watching the movie while Lauren slept, and when the credits rolled, he picked her up and carried her to bed, falling asleep beside her just a few minutes later. But there is an alternate version of events that was shared by Lauren's family, and it's difficult to understand which version of the story aligns more closely with reality. Lauren's family claims that Lauren had been feeling ill all afternoon, and when Matthew came over, Lauren was already sick. According to Lauren's family, as soon as she returned to her apartment after meeting with her brother, she began to vomit uncontrollably, leading her to enter the bathroom for the aforementioned 15 minutes. After this, Lauren's family claims that she was immediately carried to bed by Matthew, rather than returning to the couch and falling asleep. Regardless of which line of events is more accurate, Matthew says that he went to bed a short while later and woke up around 3 a.m., and he heard Lauren snoring in bed next to him. He fell asleep again a few short moments later, and after this, the evening took an incredibly dark turn. Matthew was completely unprepared for what he would wake up to just 3.5 hours later. For Lauren's family, life would never be the same. A seemingly ordinary night shared between friends was about to turn into a tragedy that no one would soon forget, leaving behind yet another dating app murder mystery for friends and family to unravel. Before we keep going with today's story, I've got to ask you guys a question. As we're all getting older, have you started to notice that your skin isn't quite as vibrant as it once was? Or better yet, maybe your hair is starting to look less voluminous and may even be thinning in some areas. I know mine certainly is. I can certainly tell you that as years go by, my joints are starting to creak as well. If you're in the same boat that I'm in, then I'd like to introduce you to BioTrust. This is a completely natural supplement that contains 5 different forms of collagen, as well as turmeric to keep your hair, skin, nails, and joints healthy. As we age, our collagen levels tend to drop about 10% every decade. That's why you see so many collagen supplements on the market, because they work and everybody wants one. What's different about BioTrust is that they utilize a total of 5 different collagen types, while most brands only use 1 or maybe 2. To top this off, they also add turmeric and several other organic spices that may help with inflammation in your joints and other areas of your body. My favorite thing about BioTrust, though, is that you can mix this supplement with water or even put it in your coffee or any other drink of your choice. It doesn't have that awful bitter, earthy flavor that other supplements have. It's actually quite delicious. Kind of has a pumpkin spice sort of vibe. It's actually pretty great. Click the link below to get up to 51% off your order, and you'll even get free shipping. If you're a bit hesitant to try out BioTrust, well, don't be, because they're even throwing in a 60-day money-back guarantee on top of all this. So give it a shot and let me know what you think. But let's get back to the story. And thanks to BioTrust for sponsoring today's video. Matthew would wake up a few hours later at 6:30 a.m. He expected to roll over and find Lauren smiling back at him after an evening of fun and games, but that wasn't at all what he encountered. As he rolled over to tell Lauren good morning, he quickly realized that she wasn't breathing. A small amount of red liquid was dripping from her right nostril, and that's when he began to panic. Matthew immediately called the police, and the emergency call operator on the other end of the line helped provide Matthew with instructions on how to provide CPR, but it was all to no avail. By the time first responders arrived at the scene, Lauren was already gone. There was nothing Matthew could have done to save her. When officers arrived, they questioned Matthew for a few brief moments. He explained what had happened and how he'd woken up to find that Lauren wasn't breathing, and that's about as far as the conversation went. The police collected Lauren's phone, her keys, her passport, and over $1,000 in cash that she kept in her apartment, then gathered up Lauren and left. That was the end of the story. They didn't collect any evidence, no additional witness statements from her neighbors, nothing. The worst part is that they made no attempts to even contact Lauren's family. It would take Lauren's mother more than 24 hours to learn that her daughter had even lost her life, and it wasn't even the police who revealed this information to her. Now, just to paint a clear picture of how the situation would typically unfold, police will rarely reach out to family immediately. It's not uncommon at all for police to take a few hours to collect whatever answers they can before informing a family member about the passing of a loved one. The only thing worse than finding out that someone you loved passed away is to hear this news from an investigator followed by a million responses of "I don't know" when you begin to ask questions. So it's not uncommon for officers to follow up on a couple potential leads, or at least gather a few witness statements before calls are made. But in Lauren's case, police seemed to have had no intentions of informing her family any day soon. And it wasn't even because they were actively investigating the case. They made no attempts whatsoever to get to the bottom of what had taken place with Lauren. They simply collected her body, placed her in the morgue, and got to work investigating other crimes. When Lauren's family arrived at her apartment to check on her the following day, they found the aforementioned note on her door that redirected them to the landlord. The landlord, believe it or not, was the one who had to break the news to Lauren's family about her unexpected passing. Lauren's family then immediately reached out to the Bridgeport Police Department, and they were directed to Detective Kevin Cronin, the detective who had arrived at Lauren's apartment on the morning of her passing. Detective Cronin explained the situation to the family, how Lauren had been on a date with Matthew, and how Matthew had found her unresponsive in bed the following morning. Lauren's family obviously had a million questions, so Detective Cronin explained that he would head straight over to Lauren's apartment to speak with them, claiming he would be there in 30 minutes. After 45 minutes passed by, Detective Cronin never showed up, and when Lauren's family tried to call him back later that day, he hung up on them, explaining that he'd already told them everything he knew. When Lauren's family was finally able to get a hold of the department once again, the officer they spoke with confirmed that Lauren had been on a date the evening she lost her life, but the officer explained that the man that she'd been seeing was, quote, a really nice guy, and that there was no need to investigate the situation any further. But let's be real for a moment. In what world is this okay? At this point, detectives didn't even know how Lauren had lost her life. They just assumed it was either an accident or an overdose, but they had no reason to believe such a thing, as they'd collected no evidence. The only statement they had taken from the scene of the crime was from the man who very well could have been her killer. Now, to be painfully clear here, police say they had no reason to suspect Matthew was lying, or that he had any involvement in Lauren losing her life. In no way am I suggesting that Matthew was responsible, but without so much as a second statement, how do we know he wasn't lying? Police say that Matthew was a really nice guy and that he didn't give appearances of being a criminal, but neither did Ted Bundy, neither did Jeffrey Dahmer or Dennis Rader. Now, again, I'm not suggesting even for a moment that Matthew is hiding anything. I'm merely saying that someone should have questioned him further, or at the very least, taken other statements from neighbors, friends, family, or something, but they didn't. And officers clearly could not have cared any less if they had tried. Chantel Fields, Lauren's mother, decided that if police weren't going to investigate the case, then she would have to do it herself. She headed back over to Lauren's apartment, and that's when she found evidence to suggest that Lauren and Matthew had been intimately involved on the night that she lost her life. I find this particular aspect of the story pretty strange because if Lauren's family claims that Lauren had been feeling ill all afternoon, long before Matthew arrived, why would she and Matthew have been drinking, partying, and eventually being intimate with one another? That just doesn't make sense to me. If she was sick, she certainly wouldn't have felt up to this kind of behavior. But things get a bit more strange when Chantel found the blood on Lauren's sheets. Now, we don't know if this came from her nose, as mentioned a moment ago, nor do we know the quantity that was found, but we know that it was enough to cause Lauren's mother to be incredibly concerned, especially considering police hadn't bothered to collect the sheets as evidence. But when she found a mysterious pill nearby as well, that's when she knew that there was more to this story than meets the eye. Chantel called the police back and informed them about the evidence that she had found at the scene of the crime. But still, investigators were unconcerned. While they did eventually collect these items from Lauren's apartment, police didn't submit the items into evidence or even bother sending them in for forensic testing until over a month later. Now, to clarify, I'm not saying it took that long to get the results back from testing. I'm saying it took them this long to even bother filing the paperwork to submit the items in the first place. After another 2 weeks, the results of Lauren's toxicology test had finally come back in, this being a total of 6 weeks after she had lost her life. The results showed that Lauren had passed away from an overdose of antihistamines, alcohol, and fentanyl. Now, before we keep going, I need to make it clear that I'm not a doctor or any form of medical professional, but there's something interesting that I noticed about this toxicology report. To be more specific about what was found in Lauren's system, investigators say that they found traces of promethazine, hydroxyzine, alcohol, and fentanyl. Hydroxyzine is a pretty typical antihistamine. It's taken for allergies, to help people sleep, and some people even take it for anxiety. But promethazine is a pretty interesting one in this particular case. Promethazine is what's commonly found in prescription cough syrup. Prior to about 2017 or so, you could buy this stuff over the counter, and it was often mixed with codeine. But the over-the-counter sale of codeine was restricted in the United States just a few years ago, and promethazine disappeared along with it. The reason this is interesting is because cough syrup that contains codeine and promethazine is often used as a party drug known as purple drink or lean, or several other street names. But this is interesting in Lauren's case because the toxicology report made no mention of codeine being found in her system, only promethazine. The whole point of purple drink is the codeine, not the promethazine. Codeine is known for getting you high, numbing pain, and generally making you feel copacetic. Without codeine, promethazine is pretty dang useless, at least in terms of street usage. All it'll do is put you to sleep, not something you want when you're partying like Lauren was. So this begs the question, why was Lauren taking so many sleeping medications the night that she lost her life? Now, this is just my opinion, but if Lauren planned on staying up all night and partying with her new boyfriend, why would she have taken so many sleeping pills? Or any at all, for that matter? This leads to the obvious follow-up question of, where did they all come from? And where did the fentanyl come from? Also, what about the mysterious pill that Chantel found that was never identified? Nothing that was found in Lauren's system would have had any sort of partying effect outside of the alcohol, obviously. Without the codeine, Lauren wouldn't have been having a particularly good time that evening. She would have just been asleep. She would have been out cold within minutes of taking all of this. Now, again, this is just my opinion, but this toxicology report kind of looks like Lauren may have been drugged. It honestly sounds like someone wanted to get this poor girl unconscious, and quickly. After the complete disrespect from the Bridgeport Police Department, Lauren's family resorted to hiring an attorney, Darnell Crossland. Crossland very quickly took to the media and explained that he had never heard of a medical examiner concluding that someone died accidentally while taking drugs, without ever bothering to find out where the drugs came from or how they were ingested, especially in relation to a woman who had no prior history of drug use. Lauren's family backed up these statements, explaining that Lauren would have never taken anything that wasn't prescribed. She lived on a plant-based diet, watched what she ate, and was in incredibly good shape, as is evidenced by all of her photos. She went to the gym nearly every day and took great care of herself. Her brother also came forward and recalled the night of Lauren's passing. If you remember, he stopped by to pick up a basket of clothes from her just hours before she lost her life. Her brother says that she wasn't drunk, nor did she show any signs of being out of sorts. She was her typical, usual self. Lauren's family and friends eventually banded together and formed multiple protests in the city of Bridgeport. As a result of their efforts, Detective Cronin was suspended from service and placed on paid leave, also known as a free vacation. He returned to duty in May of that year without any further repercussions. The complete lack of care and repeated displays of disrespect in this case are utterly appalling. As it stands, no further updates have taken place in Lauren's case since 2022. After repeated appeals by her family, her case was reassigned to a different group of investigators, but there's been no indication that they've made any progress either. As it stands, we have no answers regarding how such a clean-cut woman could have passed away from a drug overdose, just days after meeting this new man on Bumble. Now, I'm not a person that likes to throw blame at someone without some form of evidence, so I'm certainly not blaming Lauren's boyfriend for her demise. But at the very least, the man should have been investigated. I mean, really, if I woke up to find my wife, who had allegedly passed away in bed beside me overnight, I would expect to be very thoroughly investigated. I would be truly concerned if I wasn't. So why was this man getting a pass, simply because he seemed like a nice guy on the surface? Someone gave Lauren the drugs that caused her to lose her life. Someone knew what was in them. So why is this person not being held responsible? Worse yet, we don't even know how Lauren ingested these drugs. Were they given to her in the form of a pill, similar to the one that Chantel found in Lauren's apartment? Were they mixed into her drink while she was in the bathroom for those 15 minutes? We don't know, and at this rate, we never will. This is yet another dating app murder mystery that police just don't want to get solved. And this seems to be a trend these days. So did this dating app reveal her killer? Was Matthew the man responsible? I mean, who even knows at this point? I certainly hope that one day Lauren's case will be solved. I'd be lying if I didn't admit that, in all honesty though, I don't think it will be. The Bridgeport police have made their stance very clear. They don't care. Our only hope at this point is that Lauren's family lawyer will be able to find some sort of evidence to hold the police force accountable for their complete disregard in getting justice for Lauren. And maybe, at the end of it all, someone will be able to catch the person who's responsible for all this. It was April of 2014 when Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon, two young girls from the Netherlands, set out on a journey that was half vacation and half mission trip, The girls have been planning a trip to Panama, where they hope to do some hiking and touring, as well as help out some of the less fortunate locals, particularly kids, teaching them arts and crafts as well as learning some Spanish themselves. The girls set out on a scenic hike on April 1st, but less than a day later, the two would disappear. As they were hiking through the Panama jungle, something happened to the two girls that is yet to be fully understood. Months after the victims vanished, investigators came across several key pieces of evidence that left them scratching their heads. As more tips and leads began to pour in, detectives came across a camera that belonged to the two victims. And the photos they found on the camera are disturbing, to say the least. Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon are the last people you would ever expect to become caught up in a national park disappearance. Most of us have probably heard of the various missing 411 stories that have been shared in recent years, but Kris and Lisanne didn't fit the bill of hikers that would typically go missing. After all, the girls have been planning this trip for more than 6 months, having their every move mapped out inch by inch. But somehow, tragedy struck, and investigators are still working to understand what happened. Kris and Lisanne had been staying with a host family in the days leading up to the first major leg of their journey. The two left their host family's home on April 1st, 2014, to take that family's dog on a walk near some of the scenic forests in the area, passing by the Baru volcano in Bouquet, Panama as they walked. The two victims had come from Amersfoort, Netherlands, so a trip to Panama was unlike anything else they'd ever done in their lives, and they'd been looking forward to it for many months. At this point, the girls had already been in Panama for about 2 weeks, but this was the first major expedition that they would be taking part in on their own. When they returned from this hike, they were expected to stay in Panama for another 4 weeks before heading back home. Throughout the upcoming few weeks, their plan was to begin volunteering at a local school and teaching various kids at the school things such as arts and crafts. Unfortunately, their trip didn't go to plan. They headed out from their host family's home at around 11 a.m. on April 1st, and the girls would never be seen again. Before we keep going with today's case, I wanted to show you guys an amazing new mobile game called June's Journey. Now, if you're into true crime stories and unsolved mysteries as much as me, you're gonna love this game. June's Journey is a hidden object game, but with a pretty interesting story involving a murder mystery. It takes place back in the 1920s, and each new scene and level takes you through a different chapter of the story, with June Parker as she works to solve the murder of her sister. The game is completely free to download, and the basic idea of the game is hunting for clues and hidden objects that may help bring June one step closer to solving the case. You can customize and remodel your mansion as well as your garden island along the way. It's super relaxing to play and easy to pick up when you have a few free minutes here or there throughout the day, and the story is genuinely pretty engaging. You can click the link below in the description to download the game on iOS and Android devices, but it's also available on PC through Facebook Games. So if you're ready to dive headfirst into a captivating murder mystery and help June solve the mysterious case surrounding her sister, just click the link below to download June's Journey. Thanks to June's Journey for sponsoring today's video. Kris and Lisanne had spoken about their trip and their upcoming hike on Facebook. In one of their posts, the girls mentioned that they planned on heading to a local village for a tour of the town. Around this time, the girls stopped by a local restaurant to have brunch, and while there, they met 2 Dutchmen here before heading out on their hike. The girls were particularly excited to have met these 2 men, being Dutch-speaking people themselves, whereas everyone else in the area only spoke Spanish, at least for the most part. Needless to say, the girls were just happy to have someone to talk to in their native tongue. There weren't really any other updates from the girls after this post on Facebook. They'd planned to spend the rest of the afternoon hiking, planning to return to their host family later that evening. It doesn't seem that the host family was very concerned about the girls' safety. They rightfully assumed everything would be just fine. The path the girls planned on taking was known for being relatively safe, and nothing bad had ever really happened here before. I mean, after all, the host family let the girls take their family dog with them. It seems safe to assume that if the family had any fears about the girls' journey, the dog wouldn't have been allowed to go. But as the afternoon sun began to fade and evening crept in, there was no sign of the girls' return. Before long, the family dog had wandered back home alone, and the host family assumed that the girls would follow behind, but they didn't. Before long, the family realized that something wasn't right. The girls were nowhere to be found. The family searched the area surrounding their home, but they didn't find even the slightest piece of evidence. They decided to wait until morning before calling the police, hoping that the girls would turn up overnight, but they never did. It was April 2nd before any alarms were raised about the girls' sudden disappearance. Both Kris and Lisanne were scheduled to take a private tour of a local coffee farm in Bouquet, but they never showed up for their appointment. Their host family knew at this point that enough was enough, and it was time to call investigators to bring the girls home. It wouldn't be until the following morning, April 3rd, that detectives pulled out all of their resources and began an extensive search for the missing girls. A police helicopter was brought in and an aerial search was conducted, but investigators didn't find much of anything. Many locals worked together and volunteered to search more lightly wooded areas nearby, as well as the local village, but there was still no sign of the girls. It would be April 6th before authorities and the girls' family really began to panic. Police knew that the girls left home that day with a bit of food and water, but certainly not enough to sustain them for the 5 days that they had been missing. Fearing the absolute worst, Kris and Lisanne's families decided to fly down to Panama themselves to help out in the search for their missing daughters, bringing a Dutch detective along with them to help out with the investigation. The families, as well as countless investigators, police dogs, and volunteers, searched the nearby forests for a total of 10 days. Eventually, these days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months. A search was conducted nearly every day for a total of 10 weeks, but there was no sign of Kris or Lisanne. Literally nothing, not a single shred of evidence. In all reality, it seemed as if the girls had never even entered the woods that day. But then, a breakthrough came. As the police search was winding down and investigators felt as though they'd reached a dead end, a local woman who'd been helping search for the girls turned in a blue backpack. When investigators searched the bag, they found that it contained 2 pairs of sunglasses, $83 in cash, Lisanne's passport, a water bottle, and 2 bras. But most importantly, police also found a camera inside the bag, as well as both of the girls' cell phones. Police were first interested in the cell phones. After all, if the girls had really come into trouble along their journey, they would have almost certainly tried to call someone. As it would turn out, they were right. But the results of their investigation were far more heartbreaking than anyone could have expected. As they looked through the call logs of the girls' phones, they found that the girls had made at least 77 attempts to call the police, but they had no service out here in the wilderness, so their calls never rang through to rescuers. Only 1 call is believed to have gotten through, but this call lasted less than 2 seconds before the phone lost service again and the call was dropped. Using these call logs, police were able to come up with a clearer picture about what may have taken place on the day the girls headed out on their hike. According to the logs, the girls had placed their first emergency call just hours after setting out from the host family's home. We don't know the specific timeline, but the girls had very clearly gotten into trouble just shortly after their journey began. Remember, their hike started out on April 1st. This is important because, as far as I can tell, all of their emergency call attempts took place on this date. The phones appear to have either been turned off later that day or on April 2nd. I wasn't able to confirm the specific time that the phones were finally shut down. But 5 days later, on April 6th, Kris's phone was turned on once again, and several attempts were made to unlock the phone using the wrong PIN code, resulting in the phone finally locking itself permanently. By April 11th, both phones had run out of battery. But while all of this information is pretty shocking, to put it lightly, it pales in comparison to what was found on the girls' camera. When police searched the contents of the camera, they found a batch of photos that was taken on April 1st, the day the hike began. It showed all the usual photos of the beautiful natural scenery, as well as several photos of the girls enjoying their time on their hike. There wasn't anything suspicious found in any of these initial photos. But as police continued looking through the camera, they found a second batch of photos taken 7 days later, on April 8th. This batch of photos was taken in the middle of the night, between 1 and 4 a.m. The photos showed the girls' belongings spread out on a patch of rocks, neatly separated and divided up with intent and purpose. The images also showed candy wrappers, plastic bags, piles of dirt, and even a mirror, though it doesn't seem like this mirror was ever recovered. But one photo in particular was incredibly shocking to detectives. The photo seemed to show the back of Kris's head, with her hair in a mess. Now, several articles claim that a small amount of blood could be seen in this photo as well, but try as I might, I'm just not able to see anything like this in the photo. If you see it, be sure to let me know in the comments, but I think this information may have been made up, or maybe I'm just blind. After finding these shocking and disturbing photos, police decided that this was more than enough evidence to continue with their investigation. They headed down to where the backpack was found by the search and rescue volunteer. The path led them down to a nearby river, and oddly enough, the bag was found in the very center of the river, wedged in between a few rocks. As detectives refocused their search efforts to this area, they soon found a neatly folded pile of clothing next to the banks of the river. About 2 months later, as the searches continued, they also found a pelvic bone and a boot with a foot still wedged inside. Now, this is the part of the story that I find particularly fascinating. According to investigators, this river is known to flood quite often. In fact, the river has been nicknamed the Grinder because of its frequent flooding and the tremendous difficulty to cross the river. One investigator admitted that finding the backpack and the pelvic bone was nothing more than a stroke of luck. They claimed that within a matter of hours, these two items would have been washed down the river during regular flooding, never to be seen again. Now, I've never heard anyone else mention this in any of the articles that I've read, so I have to pose the question. If this river frequently floods, and all of the items found in it were found purely by sheer luck, then why was there a neatly folded pile of Kris's clothes next to the river? After all, if flooding is such a serious issue, shouldn't these clothes have been washed away in the days or weeks that the girls had now been missing? To me, this suggests that by some crazy miracle, the girls may have survived out there much longer than anyone expected, crossing the river within a few hours or even a day or so of police finding the clothes. Or at the very least, maybe someone else had found the clothes and placed them next to the river more recently, suggesting that they may be, in some way, involved in the girls' disappearance. Now, there are several theories online about the girls potentially being followed into the woods that day and meeting with foul play. But I'll be the first to admit that this theory sounds like a bit of a stretch, but in reality, how else would the clothes have ended up there, neatly folded in a stack? As more time passed by, more and more bones were found along the banks of the riverbed. In the end, officers found a total of 33 bones scattered around the river. After a careful analysis of the bones, they learned that they belonged to both Kris and Lisanne, proving that they both eventually lost their lives in the forest. At this point, I think it's pretty safe to assume that most of us are beginning to believe that the girls had simply gotten lost in the forest that day and maybe eventually slipped and fell or succumbed to the elements. This theory is easy enough to pass off as being true. But you have to remember some of the strange pieces of evidence that were found on the girls' phones and camera. If you remember, the girls were known to have been traveling with only enough food and water to last them through the afternoon comfortably. After all, it was a pretty simple hike that they were taking part in, and they expected to be home by dinner. As far as we know, the girls left for their hike that day equipped with nothing more than a couple candy bars and a couple water bottles, with this taking place on April 1st. So if this is true, and it is, what about the photos that were taken on the girls' camera on April 8th, between 1 and 4 a.m.? The girls couldn't have still had food and water by this point. So how had they managed to survive in the wilderness for 7 days with limited sustenance? Now, it could be assumed that they may have been drinking water from the river where their bones were found, but that still doesn't explain the strange photos. One theory that I've seen shared around online is that the girls may have simply been taking the photos so that they could see better in the dark. The camera's flash would have helped to light their way so that they could continue moving through the forest. But if this is true, why take the aforementioned photo of all their belongings neatly scattered out on that large rock? I don't know about you, but even in the dark, I think it would be pretty easy to feel the difference between a candy wrapper and a water bottle. They wouldn't have needed the flash to light their way. This has led some people to believe that the evidence that was found of the girls was tampered with, and that someone discovered the scene of their demise long before police did, possibly the person who committed the crime. But if you ask me, there just isn't enough evidence here to convince me that a crime actually took place. One really interesting detail that's glossed over by most articles and videos is that Kris's pelvic bone was cracked when investigators found it. They have no way of knowing if this took place before or after Kris lost her life, but I've got a theory that could help explain the whole case, so let me know in the comments if you agree. My theory is that the girls headed out that day, very ill-equipped to handle the elements in the unfortunate possibility of them getting lost, which they obviously did. It's possible that at some point along the journey, Kris slipped and fell. Several people who are familiar with the area revealed that there are some very large boulders in the surrounding area, some that are larger than houses. These boulders would have been easy enough to slip and fall down, especially after dark when you can't even see your own hand in front of your face. In fact, one of these final photos that the girls took with their camera shows a cliff edge that would fit this bill. Considering both of the girls' remains were found near or in the river, this fall would have likely taken place near the aforementioned river. If we assume that this is what happened, and that this happened at night, Kris likely would have fallen some unknown distance down onto the river rocks below, resulting in the broken hip. With Kris now injured, Lisanne may have been using the camera's flash to try to navigate her way down to Kris. When she arrived at Kris's side, they may have used the camera's flash to determine the extent of Kris's injuries, and maybe even try to determine if Kris was still alive at this point, but really we have no reason to believe that she was. Lisanne may have also used the camera to see the contents of their bag to try to determine if they had anything with them that they could have used to help save Kris's life or even to treat any potential injuries. My honest guess here would be that Kris did in fact lose her life during that fall. The reason I say this is because 5 days later, Kris's phone was attempted to be accessed so many times with the wrong passcode that it permanently locked itself. Whoever was trying to use the phone clearly didn't know Kris's password, and Lisanne would fit this bill. Lisanne may have wandered off further down the river in hopes of trying to find help. She may have even noticed that she had stumbled into some decent cell phone reception on Kris's phone, so she tried to use the phone to make a call, but she could never get it unlocked. Eventually, she too succumbed to the elements. Mind you, this is all just a theory based on the evidence that police have found. I've heard a few other people chime in about what they believe may or may not have happened, so I just thought I'd add my own 2 cents to the case, even though I try hard to keep my opinions out of cases like this. In the end, the disappearance of Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon is still technically unsolved and under investigation, but police haven't released any further updates since January of 2015. There are many people out there who firmly believe that the girls met with foul play, and that's definitely a possibility, so let me know which version of events you believe in the comments. There's a team of private investigators and authors who are still actively pursuing this case. In fact, they traveled to Panama in June of 2023 to try to collect more evidence, but ultimately ran out of time before finding anything too meaningful. They plan on returning to the forest next year in hopes of searching a dam that's located at the end of the river where Kris and Lisanne disappeared. Their belief is that whatever happened to the girls, the answers will be found in the filters of that dam. My sincere hope is that however the girls lost their lives, that their suffering wasn't too great and that their families have been able to heal in the time that's passed since their disappearance. It's so heartbreaking to know that these girls just wanted to head out on a once-in-a-lifetime journey to explore the jungles of Panama and help the less fortunate. But tragically, their once-in-a-lifetime journey proved to be their last. Ellen Greenberg was a first-grade school teacher and loved her job and her life. She'd met the man of her dreams, and the two were engaged to be married. But in January of 2011, all of that would change. A winter storm forced Ellen to leave work early, returning home to her apartment. At around 5 p.m. that evening, a terrible tragedy occurred. When Ellen's fiancé returned home from the gym, he found his soon-to-be wife on the floor in their kitchen, completely unresponsive. When responders and investigators arrived just 7 minutes later, rescue personnel announced that there was nothing they could do. The crazy thing is, according to detectives, Ellen had been wounded more than 20 times, and many of these injuries were on her back, very clearly suggesting that Ellen had been ambushed while her fiancé was away. But after a relatively brief investigation, police determined that Ellen had done this to herself. Ellen Greenberg was just 21 years old in 2011. She'd been living in Philadelphia for much of her adult life, but had originally come from Harrisburg. Ellen taught first-grade students at the Juniata Academy, located in Philadelphia. Even though the school is labeled as an academy, which in my area means it's a pretty high-end, decent place to be, well, the school seems average at best. With math and reading proficiency scores coming in at 20 and 39% respectively, well, it's not really the best school in the world. Overall, it ranks in the mid to low ratings compared to other schools in the area, but Ellen never let that deter her. If anything, this just meant that her students needed her more now than ever. Ellen seems to have been incredibly happy with her job at the school, and she seems to have loved all of her students dearly. At least that's how it appeared on the outside. In reality, underneath it all, Ellen, known by her family as Ellie, had been struggling pretty severely. We don't specifically know what led to all of this, but her parents had known that she'd been dealing with some pretty serious anxiety for quite a while. Considering Ellie lived in a less than desirable area, there's a chance that the crime and unpredictability of the city just placed her on edge. There's a chance she'd been struggling with her students at school. There's just so much that's uncertain and so much that we don't know about her private life. But what we do know is that Ellie called her parents just a couple weeks before the crime unfolded and announced that she wanted to quit her job and, in her words, come home. Her parents were very sympathetic to Ellie's struggles. They openly welcomed her back into their home, but they requested that she get some professional help with her anxiety if she decided to do so. When they pressed her about what was bothering her, all that Ellie revealed was that the stress of planning a wedding was getting the best of her. Her wedding was set to take place in August, about 7 months away. She also revealed that her job as a teacher had been super busy lately, and it was really starting to stress her out. She'd been planning for her wedding for a number of weeks, and she sent out her save-the-date cards just 4 days before tragedy struck. While all of these complaints are certainly understandable, none of them should have been enough of a reason for Ellie to have done what the police claim she did, which was take her own life. According to Ellie's father, when he spoke with her on the phone in January of 2011, he felt like something was a little bit off about Ellie. He claims that her personality had changed and she didn't sound like her typical happy-go-lucky self. He says that Ellie had been continually complaining about how the stress of her job was affecting her, and she felt like she may have been falling behind. But when the teacher who eventually took Ellie's class over looked through her books and general housekeeping, she said that everything looked perfect. It appeared as though Ellie was on top of everything and was doing remarkably well with her class. After learning this, many people began to wonder if Ellie had been sharing the whole truth with her parents. Was her job really the problem here, or was there something else going on that she didn't want her family to know about? Eventually, Ellie gave in to her parents' wishes and agreed to go to a professional for help with her anxiety. This professional appears to have been chatting with Ellie extensively for several weeks, with the two meeting on at least 3 separate occasions as far as I was able to confirm, but it's possible that they've been meeting for a lot longer than this. Her doctor says that at no point during any of their discussions did Ellie give any indication that she would want to claim her own life. She was a perfectly healthy young woman who was simply overwhelmed by various stressors that had appeared all at once in her life. In the end, the doctor offered Ellie a couple medications to help her sleep and help her take the edge off, so that she could have a clearer head to try to work through whatever it was that was bothering her. While seeking help should have been the start of a new beginning for Ellie, unfortunately, it just wasn't. In fact, it was quite the opposite. If anything, it merely marked the beginning of the end. It was January 26, 2011. A terrible winter storm had begun to blow into the area, and the local schools quickly became concerned that the buses may not be able to finish their rounds before the roads were covered in snow and ice. As a result, school was called off early that day, and all the children were sent home in the early afternoon hours. The teachers would follow soon after. After leaving the school, Ellie headed to a nearby gas station and filled up her car with gas before returning home to her apartment that she shared with her fiancé, Sam Goldberg. Sam was a local television producer, and he and Ellie had met about 3 years prior. By all outward appearances, the relationship between Ellie and Sam was going great. Shortly after Ellie had returned home from school that day, Sam announced that he was going to head to the nearby gym, which was still open despite the storm. He left their apartment at about 4:45 p.m. that day, saying goodbye to Ellie and not thinking anything else of it. He was at the gym for around 30 minutes before he returned home. When he got back, he tried to open the door to their apartment, but it was wedged shut. Sam quickly realized that someone had engaged the swing lock from inside of the apartment. He tried to open the door, but he just couldn't. Clearly frustrated, he began to text Ellie, asking her to open the door. Ellie didn't respond. He texted her again and again, with this taking place over the course of around an hour. His texts grew increasingly frantic, and he got so frustrated with Ellie's lack of response that he went and found one of the apartment building's security personnel and asked them to unlock the door, but they refused, claiming that it was unethical and against their building's policy. Sam, undeterred, returned to the apartment and broke through the latch that was keeping the door closed. As soon as the door flung open, Sam's anger turned to sheer terror. As he peered into the apartment, he saw Ellie slumped down on the kitchen floor. She was covered in pools of evidence, as was the ground around her. Sam immediately called the police and explained what was going on. He was instructed to begin CPR, hoping to keep Ellie alive until rescuers could arrive, but that's when he noticed the knife. The emergency responder then instructed Sam not to conduct CPR and to wait until first responders could get there. Paramedics showed up within a couple of minutes, but it was quickly determined that Ellie was gone. She was pronounced deceased at 6:40 p.m., not even 2 hours after Sam had last spoken to her. The big question here is, who could have done this to Ellie? After all, the door was not only locked, but it was also latched from the inside. So who could have been responsible? Well, if investigators are to be believed, Ellie. Once detectives entered the apartment, they immediately noticed there were no signs of forced entry, aside from the broken latch that Sam had burst through in order to gain access to the apartment. As police canvassed the apartment, there was no sign of anything being disturbed outside of the kitchen. Very clearly, the crime had begun and ended within the boundary of the kitchen. In fact, it doesn't even seem as though Ellie had even walked around in the kitchen. Best I can tell, all of the evidence was collected in one small corner of the kitchen, where Ellie had collapsed in the corner of a set of cabinets. A fresh bowl of blueberries was found on the counter, as was a freshly peeled orange. It seemed as though Ellie may have either prepared herself a snack or was getting ready to have dinner, but she was ambushed from behind. But detectives refute this belief. When a medical examiner arrived, it was determined that Ellie had passed away from a total of 20 individual wounds. Each wound was infected with a single weapon, the knife that was still found in the kitchen. 10 of the wounds were found on the back of her head, her back, and her neck. She also had a pretty serious cut on the top of her head, sort of on her backside, but the fatal blow was to her chest. What's crazy is that no matter how much police investigated the scene of the crime, they couldn't find a single shred of evidence that suggested anyone else had been inside the apartment that day. There were no shoe prints, obviously no forced entry, no open windows, nothing. So how had someone broken in, taken Ellie's life, and then fled without leaving a shred of evidence behind? Well, investigators first looked at the weapon for any signs of evidence. They found no fingerprints nor any DNA outside of Ellie's. They also began to look at all the exterior walls of the home. They noticed that the home had a large balcony, but none of the snow that had fallen on the balcony had been disturbed. There was also no evidence that anyone had entered the home after being in the snow. No wet marks on the floor or anything else of the sort. There was nothing. This led police to one seriously dangerous but honestly understandable conclusion, that Ellie had taken her own life. Police quickly contacted the apartment's security team, hoping they captured CCTV footage of someone that day. The apartments did have cameras set up in the main lobby, but they didn't have any surveillance in the hallways of the building, likely for privacy reasons. After combing through the footage, police found no evidence of anyone who couldn't be accounted for. When speaking with neighbors, investigators recalled that none of the nearby residents heard anything unusual that day, outside of Sam repeatedly banging and shouting at the door trying to get inside. Sergeant Tim Cooney remembered the investigation and said that the entire crime unfolded in the exact spot where they found Ellie, in the corner of the kitchen cabinets. He said the rest of the apartment was unremarkable. No further evidence was found outside of what was collected from the kitchen. When speaking about the case, Detective Cooney explained that the case was not ruled as a homicide for a number of reasons. The most obvious was the lack of any further evidence suggesting such, but he also recalled the state of Sam, the fact that he never left the scene of the incident for that entire night, as well as the fact that Sam was extremely cooperative throughout the investigation. I say this because, naturally, police always suspect the spouse or partner, especially considering Sam was the only other person with the key to the apartment as far as we know, outside of security staff. But Sam's alibi checked out, and there was zero reason to believe he was involved in the crime. I remember reading one report that claimed that there was evidence found on Ellie's laptop, claiming that she'd been looking up details regarding taking one's own life. But the best I can tell, this report was false. Every other report I've found claims that nothing was found on her laptop or in her search history, but it does clarify that police did check into her laptop just to be sure. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, okay, cool story. Ellie was more depressed than she let on, and she eventually took her own life. Case closed, right? Well, no, not exactly, and in fact, not at all, because the results of Ellie's autopsy soon came in, and what they revealed would cast the case in a completely different light. Just a day after Ellie lost her life, the local medical examiner began the autopsy. He began searching her body for wounds. When he would find one, he would label them with a letter, obviously beginning with the letter A. By the time he was finished, he made it all the way to letter T. He noted that Ellie had a total of 8 wounds on her chest alone. Each of these injuries ranged from a couple centimeters to more than 4 inches. Now, I could certainly understand how someone may have done something like this to themselves in an attempt to claim their own life. I'll admit there are easier ways of going about this, but we don't know Ellie's mental state at the time, so this may have been a reasonable option for her. But what about the 10 wounds that were found on her back? How in the world would a petite person like Ellie have been able to get herself in the back with such tremendous force? Worse yet, how could she have done this and still been able to inflict the final 10 blows on the front of her body? After all, one expert took a look at the results of this investigation and explained that the wounds on her back appeared to have taken place first. But she would have been in such excruciating pain that she would have either been rendered unconscious or maybe even paralyzed. This is because the wounds on her neck completely severed much of her nervous system. To put it plainly, there's no logical way that Ellie did this to herself. The examiner also found 11 bruises on her body, with them being in various stages of healing. This seems to suggest that Ellie may have been in some sort of a scuffle in the days leading up to her demise, though admittedly she was also an elementary school teacher. First graders are nuts, so many of these bruises may have just come from her day-to-day life as a teacher. We just don't know for sure. I've seen several people suggest that these bruises prove that Sam may have been abusive, and this could have led to Ellie's sudden change in personality, as well as her sudden onset of anxiety. But police found no evidence to support this theory, and I didn't find any reason to believe this either. The bruises are certainly suspicious, that much is obvious, but that doesn't mean that Sam was involved in any way. At the end of it all, the medical examiner weighed the options and listed Ellie's case as a homicide. But that's not the end of it, because no sooner than Ellie's case was handed off to the homicide unit, it was updated once again. This time, the homicide unit rejected the idea of her case being listed as such, and they once again claimed that Ellie had done this to herself. They claimed that they believed this to be true after Ellie had obviously been struggling with her mental health, as well as the fact that there was literally nothing found at the crime scene. When investigators eventually spoke with Ellie's closest friend, Debbie, she revealed some information that didn't really help this ruling. Debbie explained that in the weeks leading up to Ellie's demise, she had become incredibly reserved and didn't want to talk about much of anything. When Debbie pressed her about this, Ellie would shut down and refuse to reveal what had been bothering her. Debbie says that if she asked her anything, There'd be a long pause, followed by Ellie saying, "I don't want to talk about it." Debbie worked alongside Ellie at school, and she says that while working, Ellie didn't seem any more stressed than any of the other teachers. She believes that whatever's going on, it wasn't work-related. Ellie's father says that despite Ellie's obvious signs of anxiety, she never complained about anything or anyone in particular outside of her wedding plans. When investigators spoke with Ellie's psychiatrist, she revealed that Ellie never complained about anyone either. She specifically explained that Ellie never complained about her relationship with Sam, which in essence completely rules Sam out as having any involvement in this. Her psychiatrist even recalled that when speaking about Sam, Ellie would begin to smile. Ellie's family, rather obviously, does not buy into the belief that Ellie claimed her own life. They firmly believe that she had her life stolen from her. They've hired various detectives on their own, and one of these detectives described the scene of the crime as a so-called blitz attack, which is essentially an attack that's carried out incredibly quickly and would certainly explain the number of Ellie's wounds, as well as the varying severity of them. But still, investigators were undeterred. In the end, Ellie's family took the case to court and demanded that it be re-examined as a homicide. This all took place as recently as September of 2023, just a few weeks ago at the time of making this video. But in a 2-to-1 vote, the case was rejected. Ellie's demise is still listed as having been carried out by herself. Now, I tend to be fairly quick to be critical of investigators during cases like this, but if we take a step back for a moment, we have to ask ourselves, what other choice do officers have? Rather obviously, they should continue pursuing the case and looking for leads, but as the case stands, there's simply no evidence pointing to anyone else being in that apartment that day. The only two entrances were the front door and the balcony, which was on the 6th floor of the building, mind you. The front door was latched shut from the inside, and the balcony was covered in countless inches of snow, all which had been undisturbed. Now, to be clear, I'm not defending the belief that Ellie did this to herself, not for 1 second. But in terms of a simple black and white investigation, what other option do investigators have? I hate this so much for Ellie and her family. Sam has since moved on and continued with his life, and he's now a married man and a father of 2 young children. But for Ellie's family, the pain never stops. They've announced that they plan to continue pushing for justice, and I'm so thankful that they have the strength to do so. In the end, something happened to Ellie that day, and I, for one, do not believe she was alone in that apartment. All we can do is hope that, at some point, more information will become available, and investigators will finally be able to get this case solved properly. Noelle Paquette would leave for work every day with 2 lunches in hand, one for herself and one for a child who was in need. Noelle had been teaching at the St. Matthew's Catholic School for a few months, and she quickly noticed just how many children were in desperate need of help, both financially and emotionally. While it wasn't part of her job description to do so, Noelle went out of her way to help every one of her students as best as she could. The children loved her for it, and she was a favorite teacher for many of the kids. Noelle was on a path to make a tremendous difference in the lives of children who attended St. Matthew's, but her plans were tragically cut short on a cold winter evening in 2013. Detectives say that Noelle was heading home from a New Year's celebration. She was ambushed by 2 criminals with a hauntingly demented plan for the evening. Investigators believe that Noelle was grabbed before she ever even knew what was going on, and within minutes, her life was over. Police honed in on 2 primary suspects, but believe me when I say they are no one that any member of the investigative team would have ever suspected. Noelle Paquette was just 27 years old in 2013. She'd been living in Courtright, Ontario for a while, settling down and finding a job as a substitute school teacher at St. Matthew's Catholic School. There isn't a whole lot of information available about this school online, but I was able to learn that an incredibly large portion of their students are considered to be living in poverty, or at a minimum, in low-income households. To make matters worse, only between 50 and 70% of the students are considered to have passing grades. It's clear that many of these students are in desperate need of help, and Noelle wasted no time in jumping into action. Noelle was hired at St. Matthew's after another teacher requested time off for maternity leave, meaning Noelle would be in charge of this teacher's classroom for several months. Noelle was known for having a very unique philosophy for teaching. She didn't just want the children to excel in life, she wanted them to be so-called smash hits, a term she coined to describe the level of success that she vowed to help her children achieve, not just in school, but all throughout their lives. As soon as Noelle began working for the school, she noticed that there was a much larger problem plaguing these students than simply their less than ideal grades. It didn't matter that over 60% of students were failing math because nearly 50% of these students' families didn't have enough money to buy proper clothing or food. A shockingly large number of these kids didn't even wear shoes to school, and an even larger number didn't own warm coats for the winter. Noelle wanted to help these students in any way that she could, so she and her mother teamed up to begin buying as much clothing and food for these children as they possibly could. Noelle's mother says that this became a regular occurrence for them, and they would often travel out into town to scrounge up as many of life's essentials as they could find, providing them to the students who needed them most. One of Noelle's closest friends, Kyle, says that this is just the type of person that Noelle was. He says that there was no better profession for Noelle, and she was meant to be a teacher and a guardian for these students. You know, it's often the case that after someone passes away, we only recall the good things about them, and we cover up the bad. But in Noelle's case, she truly was a great person. She cared in a way that is so rare these days, and her character is something that should be celebrated. But Noelle's passion, her drive, and her dedication to her students would meet its end long before her journey should have been over. There are still countless students who truly needed her, but their pleas would go unanswered after one cold winter night in January of 2013. I want to let you guys know about Pia, an amazing VPN service that you can use on any smartphone, and also the sponsor of today's video. If you're an active internet user, and since you're watching this video, you are, then you need to know one thing. Everything you do on the internet can be seen by someone else, whether you realize it or not. Using the internet without Pia is like having Facebook post your diary. Your friends and family can all read your secrets. PIA, short for Private Internet Access, uses a virtual private network, or a VPN, to hide your IP address from would-be hackers, scammers, and other elusive people, and it helps to safeguard your internet connection using an encrypted tunnel. If you're like me, you're probably using Wi-Fi when you're in public places like the supermarket, coffee shop, or even an airport. When you do this, any hackers that may be connected to that same network can see everything you do. Everything. But with PIA, that will no longer be true. You can even use PIA to grant you access to region-restricted content from all over the world, including hidden content on BBC, Prime Video, Netflix, Hulu, and so much more. One of my favorite reasons for using PIA is to access region-restricted content on Netflix, such movies like The Godfather or Shawshank Redemption, which you can access by switching your location to Germany. One of my favorite things about PIA is that you can use just one subscription to protect all of your devices, including your computer, phone, tablet, everything. PIA is the world's most transparent VPN provider, hiding your IP address and encrypting your internet connection, all while giving you access to heaps of content that may have otherwise been hidden from you. Join PIA using my link below to get 83% off your subscription. That's just $2.03 per month. Better yet, PIA is even throwing in an additional 4 months of protection, absolutely free if you sign up using my custom link. Just go to piavpn.com/truecrimestories to get 83% off your subscription, then get 4 additional months completely free. Thanks to PIA for sponsoring today's video. It was just after 2 a.m. on New Year's Day of 2013. Noelle had been attending a New Year's Eve celebration with her boyfriend, something they'd both been looking forward to for quite some time. The party was going relatively well, but at around 2 a.m., Noelle and her boyfriend got into a disagreement. We don't know what prompted this argument, but Noelle felt that things had escalated enough that it would be best if she just left for the evening and headed home. One of Noelle's friends tried her best to stop her, but when Noelle insisted on leaving, the friend decided to leave alongside her. The two walked together for several blocks, but eventually they went their separate ways. The party had been taking place in Sarnia, but Noelle had recently moved to Courtright, just south of Sarnia. She purchased a house here a short while back, and regardless of how long the walk was, Noelle was adamant that she was going to take the long trek back to her home, even though it was quite cold out and in the dead of the night. Noelle and her friends were spotted on several CCTV cameras in the area, but before long they had wandered out of view and were on their own. Throughout her walk home, Noelle texted her boyfriend several times. It seems that whatever had happened at the party, Noelle was incredibly upset. She was spotted by several witnesses as she wandered through the streets, sobbing about what had taken place. Her boyfriend has never spoken up about what transpired that evening, but whatever it was, Noelle was devastated. This brings us to around 2:30 a.m., only about 30 minutes after Noelle had left the party. As she was still within the boundaries of Sarnia, a few witnesses reported seeing a man walking behind her. Considering it was so dark, descriptions of this man were less than helpful, but it seems as though witnesses recalled him following her for quite some time. Within minutes of these witness sightings, Noelle's cell phone activity suddenly stopped. She never responded to her boyfriend's texts after this, and all of her calls went unanswered. Investigators used witness statements to piece together what transpired after this, and they determined that a white Pontiac Grand Prix pulled up alongside Noelle as she was heading home that evening, or early morning at this point. The car was driven by a woman in her early 30s. We don't know what the woman said to Noelle, but after a brief discussion, Noelle seems to have agreed to get inside the car. As soon as she entered, the car switched into reverse and backed up down the street, picking up the man that had been walking behind Noelle all this time. The moment he entered the car, they sped away into the night. About an hour and a half after Noelle had been picked up by the two unidentified strangers, two Ontario police officers had been patrolling the area. This was around 4 a.m. on New Year's Day. As they were patrolling the outskirts of Sarnia, they came across a white Pontiac Grand Prix that had broken down on the side of the road. When officers approached the car, a female stepped out of the driver's seat. She was crying and had blood on her face and hands, pleading with officers to help her, as her boyfriend had just accidentally cut himself in the passenger seat and she wasn't able to help him. Paramedics were called to the scene immediately. One of the paramedics helped out the passenger, treating his injuries and making sure that he was stable before taking him to the local hospital. The occupants of the car were then revealed to be Tanya Bogdanovich, age 32, and Michael McGregor, age 22. When investigators asked what had taken place leading up to Michael's injury, Tanya revealed some pretty interesting details about the two. She said that the two were heading out into the forest to engage in what she called knife play. She explained that this was some sort of risky sexual adventure that they were planning on acting out, but that their car had broken down on the way to the woods, so instead they decided to act out their fantasy in the car. But things went downhill very quickly when Michael accidentally got cut on his hand. It would later come to light that Tanya's relationship with Michael wasn't even public knowledge. The two had been having an affair behind Tanya's boyfriend's back. Somehow, despite the large amount of time she spent away from home with Michael, her boyfriend was none the wiser. When the two were taken to the hospital, Michael was taken into a room for treatment while Tanya was asked to wait outside of the room. All the while, she was seen with her face pressed against the glass of the observation room, pacing back and forth in the hallway. Several of the staff members believed that she was Michael's mother, but they would soon learn the reality of their relationship. The two never really described themselves as dating. Instead, they merely referred to each other as a best friend or a friend with benefits. Turns out the two had only known each other for a few months after they met through a website that connects individuals with certain interests. See, Tanya and Michael had rather dark histories of sexual fantasies. I'm not going to get into the specifics of their situation, but they were both interested in very violent activities, and the website that they met on specifically catered to people with these interests. But the problem is, their fantasies weren't just violent. They were full-on dangerous, hence how Michael ended up in the hospital. While they were in the treatment room, after Michael had been patched up, nurses and doctors recalled seeing the two lying down on stretchers, staring at each other, with their hands pressed over their faces, giggling and laughing. It seems that everyone in the emergency room thought that the two were very odd, but they never did anything wrong or illegal, so everyone just let them be. But then news broke that police had just uncovered a body that had been dumped in the woods about 25 kilometers away from the hospital. This is the moment that everyone's mood suddenly changed. The female victim had been subjected to a night of heartbreaking terror, and it was clear that this was not the work of an ordinary person. Whoever had done this to her took pride in their work, and it seemed as though they may have even enjoyed it. It didn't take long before the victim was identified as Noelle Paquette. As investigators showed up to the scene of the crime, they were taken aback by what had transpired. As detectives gathered up evidence and information from the scene, they quickly learned that the victim had been jabbed at least 49 times. She'd also been taken advantage of. A coroner revealed that the victim was alive during each and every one of the injuries. She would have lived through all of them, but she likely would have passed away quite quickly after that final strike was dealt. Whoever had done this to her, they were calculated. They wanted her to survive until that final blow. Police spoke with witnesses in the area, but no one had seen much of anything outside of mentioning that they had seen a woman matching Noelle's description walking alone around 2 a.m. But as police gathered up more and more witness statements, they came across the aforementioned witnesses who recalled seeing a white car that morning. Around this same time, Tanya and Michael were released from the hospital. Their car was towed to a nearby compound where it was revealed that the engine had run out of oil, explaining why they'd broken down so unexpectedly. After the two had left the hospital, they made plans to head to the compound lot that afternoon to pick up the car for repairs. But at some point during the day, Michael learned that the injury to his hand was going to require surgery. So the following day, he was asked to return to the hospital for an operation. Police had noticed how strange both Tanya and Michael were acting when they were taken to the hospital earlier that day. But investigators assumed that they were simply strange people, so they didn't think much else about it. But as witness reports of a white car that was spotted around the time of Noelle's disappearance began to pour in, detectives began to wonder if there was more to this story than meets the eye. It seems that police were hot on the trail of both Tanya and Michael long before they knew that they were even being suspected in Noelle's disappearance. As mentioned, the two had planned to pick up their car from the compound later that afternoon. But police were quick to react, and they asked the tow driver to hold on to the vehicle and not give it back to the couple until they had time to search it first. The tow driver agreed and held on to the car. We're not sure what the two were told when they arrived to pick up the car later on, but the tow driver did manage to ward them off while police conducted an investigation. When police searched the vehicle, they found that it was covered in red stains. To make matters worse, they even found a knife on the floorboard on the driver's side of the car. The knife appeared to have been cleaned off since the incident, but considering the state of the rest of the car, this did little to help. It seems that Tanya and Michael explained this discovery away as being related to Michael's hand injury, but the police weren't so sure. This is around the time that the most concerning witness report of all was submitted to officers. Not only had a white sedan been seen in the area that morning, but a witness proclaimed to have seen the driver of the car pick up Noelle. But that wasn't all. The witness also reported seeing Michael get into that same vehicle after Tanya had reversed to pick him up. At this point, police knew that there was much more to the story than Tanya and Michael were letting on. But the problem was, they needed to establish a motive. Otherwise, all three of these people may have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Without a motive, the case was sure to be kicked out of court. This led officers much deeper down a rabbit hole than they could have ever anticipated. When detectives really began to dig into the past of both Tanya and Michael, they quickly realized just how bizarre their relationship really was. The things these two were involved in were just plain weird. The two are big fans of the TV series Archer, so much so that Michael actually went by the name Archer, and Tanya went by the name Kane, referencing two of the lead characters from the series. Anytime Tanya referred to Michael, she would always address him as Archer. But everyone has pet names for people that they're close with. That's not terribly unusual. What makes these two so strange is just how far they were willing to go to satisfy their sexual desires, even if it meant hurting other people. The two met as a result of their dark fantasies, but what really helped them bond was how they each had a desire to end the life of a woman. Police were able to uncover texts that had been sent between the two that documented how they both longed to end the life of a female by taking advantage of her, then using a knife to finish the job. But this wasn't just some demented, hateful desire. The two wanted to do it for sexual gratification. Detectives revealed that they also found text messages that proves that the two had lined up a victim for that evening. But for one reason or another, things fell apart and the victim never showed. This was the information investigators needed to secure a conviction. They'd finally tracked down a motive, at least for the most part. But they still needed to identify why the two had chosen Noelle specifically. That same day, officers issued a warrant for the arrest of both Tanya and Michael. By this point, Michael had already returned to the hospital to have the procedure performed on his hand. Tanya was patiently waiting inside the hospital to hear about Michael's recovery. As she left the hospital later that day, she was arrested in the parking lot and taken in for questioning. Michael was released a few hours later and picked up outside of a hotel. When police got the two into interrogation rooms, all the pieces started to fit together perfectly. The two confirmed their relationship with one another and the violent sexual desires that they shared. Once they knew that they had nowhere to run, they even opened up about their intention to claim the life of an innocent woman that night. But they both insisted that Noelle was not their initial target. As more of the story was pieced together, detectives learned that they merely chose to attack Noelle because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her attack was completely random. After their initial victim was a no-show, the two were strolling the streets in their car when they happened to pass by Noelle. When they saw her, Tanya turned the car around and dropped Michael off a short distance behind Noelle. He stalked her while Tanya jumped back into action, eventually convincing Noelle to get into the car with her. That's when she reversed and picked up Michael, driving Noelle over 20 kilometers away into the woods to carry out their fantasy. Noelle had made significant efforts to fight back, but she just couldn't do it. Tanya and Michael were both handed mandatory life sentences for their crimes, but this did little to calm the minds of Noelle's family. Impact statements were read by all of those who knew Noelle, and despite their thoughtless crimes against an innocent woman, it seems as though Tanya and Michael may have actually realized the brevity of the situation. Both Tanya and Michael apologized profusely to Noelle's family and friends, though they admitted that their apologies likely meant nothing compared to the nightmare that the family was living through. Michael addressed his own family, admitting that he had let them down and shamed them. Tanya expressed her regret at not confessing to the crime sooner, but their words may as well have fallen on deaf ears, because words can't change things, only actions can. In the wake of this tragedy, Noelle's family worked together to establish a charity known as Noelle's Gift. Her family recognized just how far Noelle was willing to go to help out students at St. Matthew's Catholic School. And with this in mind, they made it their life's goal to help Noelle's memory stay alive, and to continue helping the students that she loved so dearly. The charity was established as a way to raise funds for children who come from poverty-stricken homes and may not have adequate food, clothing, or life essentials. So far, the charity has been an incredible success, and so many children have had their lives changed forever in Noelle's memory. In 2022 alone, the charity managed to bring in over $158,000 for children in need. In 2023, they gathered more than $188,000 for these children, with teachers at St. Matthew's School having direct access to this money to make sure that every single child gets the help they need. And these funds offer enough assistance to help out a minimum of 940 children. Noelle's final moments on this planet were marred by a heartless, callous crime. But in the wake of her absence, Noelle's family has proven that they will stop at nothing to ensure that her kindness, her compassion, and her genuine love for her children will never, ever be forgotten. 13-year-old Bradley Hansen left his home on November 10, 1995, without telling his mother that school had been canceled. Instead, he snuck over to a friend's home and never returned. When trash collectors visited the area later on to empty the bins, workers noticed some concerning evidence inside one of the neighborhood trash cans. But unfortunately, this small amount of evidence wasn't enough to lead to a conviction, at least not yet. But when investigators finally revealed their primary suspect, Bradley's family was shocked because the crime hit much closer to home than any of them could have expected. Bradley Hansen was your average teenage boy growing up in the mid-90s. Being 13, he had just reached the age where he was starting to become interested in finding a girlfriend, and there were plenty of girls his age at his school in Phoenix, Arizona. Bradley was enrolled at Centennial Middle School in Phoenix, where he'd established a core group of friends that he felt he could depend on. One of his closest friends was a kid named Jeremy Bach, and Jeremy and Bradley were pretty much inseparable. The two would often hang out before school started, and they were the first two kids to meet up after school had ended, too. It was November of 1995. Brad and Jeremy were speaking sometime earlier that month about Veterans Day, a popular holiday here in the United States. Knowing that the two would be off of school for the holiday, they'd been excitedly planning on what they could do with all their free time. But the crazy thing is, Brad's mother didn't even realize that the children would be out of school for the holiday, and Brad had no plans of telling her. We don't know if he kept this information a secret from his mother because he feared that she may interfere with his plans, or if he simply didn't realize that his mother was unaware of the holiday. But whatever the case was, Brad and Jeremy had quite a day ahead of them. When Veterans Day finally rolled around, it was November 10th, and Brad woke up that morning, got dressed, and prepared for the day as it were any other. He then hopped on a bike that he had borrowed from his neighbor and headed off in the direction of the school. His mother watched him leave and, obviously believing it was a school day, didn't think much else about the situation. But as we know, Brad had no plans of going to school that day. Somewhere along the way, Brad changed course and began heading toward his friend Jeremy's house. It's believed that one of the reasons why Brad was so excited about his plans that day was because a girl named Taylor was expected to show up at Jeremy's house later on that afternoon. Taylor was a friend from school, and if I had to guess, one or both of these boys likely had a bit of a crush on the girl. And considering everyone's parents were at work for the day, you can only imagine what must have been going through these teenagers' minds when Taylor agreed to stop by for a visit. Now, we don't know for sure what the boys had planned on getting up to while they had the entire day to themselves, but the fact that they kept their plans a secret from their parents seems to allude to the idea that they may have been getting up to no good. Now, I can't say this with any certainty, but considering what would take place just a few short hours later, well, this theory may not be as far-fetched as it seems. No sooner than Brad arrived at Jeremy's house, the two ran into Jeremy's stepdad, Daniel, in the kitchen. It seems that Jeremy's dad also didn't realize the boys were off from school for the day, as he claims he was under the impression that the boys would be heading off soon after he left at around 7 a.m. that morning. Needless to say, the boys were over the moon that they had managed to fend off their parents and claim the entire day to themselves, meaning they could do pretty much anything they wanted with no supervision. A scary thing for two teenage boys. But their plans were nearly foiled, because at around 8 a.m., Brad's mom, Rhonda, had a sudden realization that it was Veterans Day. She began paging Brad repeatedly. Mind you, this is 1995, but Brad never responded. She sent him several pages all throughout the day, but Brad simply refused to answer. Rhonda didn't get off of work until 2 p.m. that afternoon, but once she got back home, she still couldn't locate Brad. This was very much unlike him to not respond to his mother's pages and calls. While Brad was your average, reckless teenage boy, he always made sure to stay in touch with his mother, so the fact that he'd suddenly dropped off the map sent every alarm in Rhonda's head ringing. Rhonda reached out to several of her neighbors and friends and tried to determine if anyone had seen Brad that day, but no one had any idea where he may have gone. She even called several of Brad's friends and classmates, but no one reported anything. Rhonda eventually decided to call Jeremy, and that's when things got interesting. Jeremy opened up to Rhonda about what the boys had been up to that morning, but the problem was Jeremy claimed that Brad had left sometime early that morning, but he had no idea where he may have gone. As far as Jeremy knew, he simply hopped on his bike and left, pedaling off into the distance. Rhonda asked Jeremy that if he sees Brad, to let him know that if he's not home by 5 p.m., she'll be calling the police to file a missing person report. Jeremy agreed, and the two hung up the phone. Now, there's some unusual information about what took place immediately after this call with Jeremy. It's been reported that Rhonda decided to call Jeremy's stepfather, Daniel, who explained that he'd last seen both of the boys at 7 a.m. that morning. Daniel explained that he'd speak with Jeremy as soon as he got home, and that he would report back with any information he managed to find. But immediately after the call, Rhonda decided that she just couldn't sit around and wait for Brad to show up. She had to do something. Thus, she hopped in her car and started traveling to all of the nearby hangout spots, desperately hoping to find some trace of Brad. But she never did. And later that evening, things took a turn for the worse. Once Jeremy's stepfather, Daniel, got off of work later that evening, he spoke with Jeremy just as he said he would. But after the two spoke, for reasons that remain unclear, Daniel never bothered calling Rhonda back. He knew that Rhonda was still actively searching for her missing son, yet never bothered to pick up the phone. When police arrived to take statements from Rhonda, it seems as though they initially classified Brad's disappearance as a runaway case. They didn't know why, but they believed Brad had likely run away from home. But Rhonda didn't believe this to be true. She felt that something terrible had happened to her son and believed there was no chance he would run away like this. But it seems as though detectives were largely undeterred by her claims and pushed forward in their own way. When Brad still never returned home that night, Rhonda's fears and concerns began to grow to epic proportions. Police seemed to have requested that Rhonda not go around and investigate her son's disappearance on her own, seemingly for fear of hindering their own investigation. But Rhonda didn't obey their wishes, and she went to the ends of the earth to try to find her boy. She spent the entire weekend speaking to everyone she knew that had ever met Brad, hoping someone had some sort of information, but no one did. That is, except for a couple of Brad's classmates. After Brad had disappeared, there were rumors circulating around the school that something terrible had happened to him. The rumors would suggest that a gunshot had been heard ringing out in the mid-afternoon on the day that Brad went missing. These rumors suggested that Jeremy and Brad had found a weapon inside the home that day, and Jeremy had accidentally fired a single round, which narrowly missed Brad and got lodged into the wall. But these rumors grew far more concerning when it was suggested that Brad was now in possession of the weapon, and he may have planned on using it to end his own life. Now, this may sound like a sudden and unexpected jump in the story, and it certainly is. Rather obviously, up until this point, there had been no reason for anyone to suspect that Brad would have been capable of such a thing, nor was he ever described as being depressed. This only made Rhonda and the police all the more suspicious about these rumors. But the thing is, a rumor has to start somewhere. So it's possible there may have been more truth to this story than anyone else cared to admit. Daniel, Jeremy's stepfather, would call Rhonda sometime around November 13th, about 3 days after Brad had gone missing. During their call, Rhonda opened up about the rumors that she had heard regarding Brad's intentions. Daniel assured Rhonda that these were nothing more than rumors, and even went as far as calling home to his girlfriend, asking her to check and make sure that all of the family's weapons were safely stored away and accounted for. When Daniel's girlfriend Debbie checked the safe, she confirmed everything was in order and nothing was missing. This did a lot to calm the nerves of Rhonda, but in a sense, it also made things worse, because this meant that she was back to square one. This is when Jeremy decided that it was time to speak with Brad's mother personally. Jeremy called Rhonda shortly thereafter and explained everything that had transpired that day. Now, we don't know all the specifics of their call, but Jeremy said that he'd last seen Brad when he left and rode off on the bike that he borrowed from his neighbor. He added that Brad wasn't in the best of moods when he left that day. Jeremy was able to confirm that, as far as he knew, he had been the last person to have seen Brad. But he also added that in the last conversation that he had with Brad, Brad had allegedly claimed that his life, quote, sucked, shortly before pedaling off on his bike. But by the following Monday, when Brad still had not been located, and rumors were beginning to grow far more frequent and far more concerning, the school decided that it was time to get involved. This is when Anne Schelling stepped in. Anne was one of the school's lead administrators, and she spoke with Jeremy twice that day, as well as dozens of other students who had some sort of relation to Brad. Now, according to Anne, she was able to determine that Jeremy, Brad, and Taylor, the female friend who had stopped by, had all been hanging out that day. Now, prior to this, it doesn't seem as though Jeremy had ever mentioned that Taylor had been at the house that day. It seems that this information was first brought up when Anne had spoken with Taylor privately. For whatever reason, Jeremy was doing his best to keep Taylor out of the situation. But now, things had escalated. Anne decided to bring both Taylor and Jeremy into the room at the same time, and that's when Jeremy adapted his story slightly. saying that the two had last seen Brad heading off on his bike, with Brad claiming that he would return in about 10 minutes, but he never came back. This is where things get incredibly interesting, and the story that Jeremy shared with his parents and investigators, well, it began to fall apart. Jeremy knew something about where Brad had gone, but he wasn't willing to let this information slip. Realizing that Taylor and Jeremy had each been telling completely different versions of the story, Anne decided to pull Taylor aside and ask her what had really happened that day. Taylor was incredibly honest, even when she realized that her confession may get Jeremy in a lot of trouble. Taylor admitted that she had made plans with the boys to meet up at Jeremy's house that day. She added that when she arrived, she noticed Brad's bike in the driveway, a fact that didn't align with the story that Jeremy had shared, claiming Brad had already driven off on his bike. But strangely, when she entered the home, Brad was nowhere to be found. She noticed Brad's backpack sitting on the kitchen table alongside his pager, yet Brad wasn't inside the house. When Taylor asked Jeremy where Brad was, Jeremy explained that Brad had left. Taylor obviously didn't believe him. All of his things had been left behind, so where had Brad gone, and why would he leave all of his stuff? Taylor felt that Jeremy was playing some sort of a joke and believed Brad must have been hiding somewhere in the house. But after wandering all throughout the house and calling Brad's name and getting no response, Taylor finally began to believe that Jeremy was telling the truth. But no sooner than she believed him, she began to doubt him once more. That's because, as she wandered into the laundry room, she found Brad's shoes covered in red stains. After finding Brad's shoes, Taylor continued looking around the room and noticed that Brad's t-shirt was in the washing machine. It too had been stained red. But the most concerning detail was that there was a small hole in the front of the shirt. Immediately after, Taylor found a few red drips in the kitchen. When she asked Jeremy what had happened, he explained that he and Brad had gotten into an argument about her. One of the boys had called her a name, and the other boy took issue with that. A fight ensued, and Brad eventually hit Jeremy with a bar stool, causing the hole in his shirt, the red stains, and the spots on the floor. But Jeremy clearly didn't have any wounds on his body. But then Taylor noticed a small hole in the kitchen wall. Jeremy claimed that Brad had grabbed one of the weapons from Jeremy's stepfather's cabinet and fired a single shot. Thankfully, it missed Jeremy, but it left a hole in the wall. Shortly after this is when Brad ran out of the home, claiming that he would be back soon. After Taylor revealed all of this, Anne decided to bring Jeremy back into the room. She asked him about various aspects of Taylor's story, and he finally admitted to nearly all of them. But when she asked about the hole in the kitchen wall, as well as the weapon being fired that day, he denied all of it. Jeremy claimed it was nothing more than a rumor. When Anne reached out to Daniel, Jeremy's stepfather, he stood by his son's claims and insisted that no weapons were used that day, nor was there a hole in the kitchen wall. Police would speak with Jeremy a few weeks later at his school, and Jeremy would alter his story once again, this time claiming that Brad had attacked him with a butter knife before leaving the home and never coming back. Jeremy also added that he believed Brad had run away to Arizona with a man named Poppy, or that he had run away to California to find his dad. He wasn't entirely sure. But the following month, December 15th, Daniel reached out to two detectives who were working Brad's case and asked to speak with them. He explained that Jeremy had finally admitted that he and Brad were playing with a weapon on the day that Brad went missing. He claims that Jeremy came clean and admitted that a single shot had been fired that day. Jeremy even dug the slug out of the kitchen wall and held onto it all this time, with Daniel turning the slug over to investigators for further research. But my question is, if all of this is true, how had Daniel not noticed the hole in the wall until now? When detectives later showed up at the family's home, they asked Jeremy to reenact what had transpired the day that Brad vanished, and he claimed that the two got into an argument and Brad grabbed a weapon, firing a single round at it, which narrowly missed his shoulder. But when detectives took note of the location where Jeremy claimed all of this transpired, they realized how low the hole in the wall was, and there was no way that the slug could have narrowly missed Jeremy's shoulder. It would have gone right through him. When Jeremy was confronted with this evidence, it's reported that he slumped down a bit lower so that the hole in the wall would align more closely with his shoulder. Detectives then realized that there was something fishy going on here. About 3 weeks went by, and this now brings us to January of 1996. The detectives who were working the case had thought long and hard about the situation, and they no longer believed that Brad had run away. They felt that there was much more to this story than Jeremy was willing to admit. They didn't know if Jeremy was guilty of something, or if he was just covering up for his best friend, but they knew something was off. Based purely on a gut feeling, they decided to seize the family's trash can, bringing it in for forensic testing. Now, I've heard one version of the story that claims that the detectives were tipped off by local trash collectors, but other resources claim that the detectives seized the can purely off a gut feeling. I'm not sure which version of events is true, but admittedly it's largely irrelevant to the case. When detectives gained possession of the can, though, they noticed a brown pool in the bottom, as well as some brown drippage on the outside. According to detectives, they believed there was a small chance that this dried liquid may have belonged to Brad. Unfortunately, when samples were taken and compared with Brad's mother, there was a direct link between the two, meaning that whoever the evidence belonged to, they were a direct relative of Rhonda. Around this same time, Jeremy and his mother decided to uproot and move to Las Vegas. The two never explained why they had decided to do this, especially in the middle of an active investigation. But thankfully, police were able to make the proper connections with Arizona police, and they maintained contact with Jeremy, and thankfully so, because in February of 1996, about 4 months after the disappearance of Brad, Jeremy decided that enough was enough. He finally opened up with detectives and confessed what had really taken place that November day. When Jeremy arrived at the police station, he quickly confessed that he and Brad had, in fact, been playing with weapons on the day that Brad was last seen. He says that they'd been playing with multiple weapons when he aimed one at Brad. When he did, he bumped his hand on something, causing him to flinch, and the weapon went off without him ever having his finger on the trigger. The slug struck Brad, but he was still alive. But what's crazy is that Jeremy had begun to panic and clean up the crime scene, leaving Brad there, desperate for help. Jeremy dug the slug out of the wall and tossed it into the trash, along with several cigarette butts that the two had been smoking earlier that day. Now, Jeremy's version of events is incredibly graphic, but based on what he told detectives, Jeremy insists that the whole situation was an accident. He claims the weapon wasn't even cocked when it went off, but this is completely impossible. According to experts, there's a distinct possibility that Brad was alive for an entire hour after the shot had rung out, meaning there was more than enough time for him to have been saved. Yet, because Jeremy panicked, Brad lost his life due to sheer negligence. We don't know if Jeremy was afraid that his parents would find out that they've been playing with weapons, or if he was afraid that he may go to prison. This has never been fully explained. But regardless, Jeremy was too busy cleaning up the scene of the crime and covering up his own mistakes to have taken the time to actually help his best friend survive what was apparently an honest mistake. In the end, Jeremy claims that he hauled Bradley out to the family trash bin and tossed him inside. Bradley would remain in the trash bin for an entire week before trash collectors even dumped the bin. Now, we don't know how they didn't discover Brad's remains inside, but somehow they didn't. In the end, Jeremy was arrested and charged in the second degree. Investigators believe there is zero chance that the weapon went off that day accidentally. After inspecting the weapon, detectives say that there's no possibility a simple bump could have caused the weapon to have been discharged. They believe that the trigger was pulled with intent, even if the demise of Bradley was truly just a mistake. Though many people, including investigators, refuse to believe that this was a mistake at all. The sheer fact that Jeremy went to such great lengths to conceal his wrongdoing suggests there may have been far more to this case than Jeremy is willing to admit. After all was said and done, Jeremy was convicted and sent to prison for 22 years after being tried as an adult, despite only being 13 when the crime was committed. He entered prison in January of 1998 and was set to be released back in December of 2021, meaning he's now a free man. But the main thing about this case that I just can't wrap my head around is, what about Jeremy's parents? Now, I'm not accusing them of anything, that's certainly not my intention, but how could all of this have unfolded without them realizing anything? After all, Jeremy's stepfather, Daniel, claims to have inspected the weapon and even smelled it, yet claimed it had never been fired. He also claimed that all of his ammunition was accounted for, but it couldn't have been, because one round had clearly been fired. He also claims that all of his weapons were locked away in the family's safe. So does that mean Jeremy had a key or a code to the safe? It's certainly possible that he stole the key from his father without him knowing, but that still doesn't explain how his father claimed there was no hole in the kitchen wall when there certainly was. It also doesn't explain how, when Daniel reached out to investigators shortly after the crime, he opened up to them and explained that Jeremy had admitted a weapon had been discharged that day. He even handed in the slug that had allegedly come out of the wall. But this couldn't have been the one that ended Brad's life, because we know that Jeremy had already thrown that one away. So this would mean that a total of 2 rounds had been fired from this weapon, yet Daniel didn't notice the missing ammunition. But if all of this weren't enough, what about the trash bin? Did no one ever take the trash out in the 4 months since Brad had vanished? Surely one of Jeremy's parents would have noticed all the liquid that was in the bottom of the can and dripping down the sides on the outside of the can. Surely someone would have noticed a boy in the bottom of the bin for that first week. Worse yet, surely someone would have smelled something. Now, like I said, I can't with a clear conscience accuse Jeremy's parents of anything, but the whole situation just feels suspicious to me. I hate this so much for Rhonda and the rest of Brad's family. So much more could have been done to save this boy. I even hate it for Jeremy too, because if this was some sort of simple accident or mistake, Jeremy's own panic caused him to lose his best friend and be sent to prison for 22 years, when all of this could have been avoided with a simple phone call for an ambulance. This whole case is just tragic from beginning to end. I just hope that Rhonda was able to make peace with things, even though there's nothing in the world that could bring back her little boy. Brianna Kinnear wasn't someone that you would expect to become a victim of a violent crime. In fact, according to investigators and the evidence provided by her mother, Brianna is the last person you would expect to be caught up in such a horrendous cold case. See, Brianna grew up as one of the popular girls in her school, but immediately after graduating, well, things took a downward turn. Before she knew it, Brianna had become caught up in the dark underworld of organized crime. It started off as a simple, easy way to make money, but by the time Brianna turned around, she was far deeper than she could have ever imagined. Detectives are still debating why Brianna lost her life that day, but the truth of this crime may be a bit more obvious than police are willing to admit. Brianna Kinnear wasn't your average teenager. According to Brianna's mother, she was always one of the more popular kids in school, far from average. We don't know too much about her younger years, but we know that by the time Brianna made it to high school, she was doing incredibly well for herself. This was in the early 2000s, between 2003 and 2005. Brianna never really got into any trouble during school. She always kept her nose clean and made sure to get all of her schoolwork done to the best of her ability. Brianna was known for her remarkable soccer skills all throughout high school, and she was one of the star players on her team. It seemed that if she were able to maintain this momentum and skill, she would be well on her way to getting a great scholarship towards a college education. There's been no word on whether or not her time playing soccer paid off, but as her high school years were coming to an end, Brianna announced that she wanted to get a further education by studying to become an esthetician or a makeup artist. These two jobs go hand in hand to a certain extent. Her mother recalled Brianna around this time as being incredibly warm-hearted and loved by nearly everyone, so pursuing a job as a personal makeup artist would certainly have been a great path for her. But no sooner than Brianna started making arrangements for her future, things started to change. See, for her final year in high school, Brianna attended Coquitlam's Terry Fox Secondary School in British Columbia, Canada. It was here that she met her first long-term boyfriend, Jesse Margison. The two met through mutual friends, but Jesse had a reputation for being less than desirable person. Brianna's mother, Carol, knew Jesse's history all too well. As soon as Brianna announced that the two were friends, her mother began to warn her to stay away from him. The thing about Jesse is that he was always involved with all sorts of nefarious people, carrying out pretty much any kind of illegal activity you could think of. Crazy enough, when he and Brianna first met, Jesse was actually hiding out from the police, avoiding arrest. Brianna encouraged Jesse to turn himself in so that he could do his time, clear his name, and move on with his life. But as we all know, this was never going to happen. Once you become involved with people like this, there's only one way out, and it certainly doesn't involve the police. At first, Brianna and Jesse were nothing more than friends. But for those closest to them, it became quite clear that Brianna was looking for much more, and so was Jesse. It didn't take the two very long at all before their relationship started to heat up, and before long, they had announced that they were officially dating. For Carol, Brianna's mother, this was pretty much the worst news she'd ever heard. She knew how dangerous Jesse was, and she knew how impressionable Brianna was. To hear that the two were now so close was devastating, but I'm sure we all know that a parent's words mean virtually nothing to a teenager who's in love. Carol was willing to do anything within her power to keep Brianna away from Jesse, and her first attempt at this was to go to the police and request a restraining order against him. But unfortunately, there was nothing the police could do. Rather obviously, Jesse had committed no crimes that targeted Carol or Brianna. This meant that they had no legal ground to stand on when it came to requesting a restraining order. In the words of the police, if Brianna willingly invited Jesse into Carol's home, there was nothing that they could do. Unfortunately, while Carol sought this restraining order as a way to help protect her daughter, the effects of this have only made things worse. Brianna knew that her mother didn't like Jesse. She made this much as obvious as she possibly could, hoping her daughter would see the light and break up with him. But as you probably came to expect, her mother's efforts had the opposite effect. Her actions only drove Brianna closer to Jesse, and would eventually lead to her moving out when she was just 19 years old, with the sole purpose of continuing her relationship far away from her mother's eyes. It was right around 2005. Brianna was just 19 years old when she moved out of her mother's home, presumably moving in with her boyfriend Jesse, but this is just a guess. I haven't been able to confirm this. As it would turn out, the media coverage of Brianna's case was shockingly minimal, but there is a reason for this that we'll get to in just a moment. But no sooner than Brianna moved out, her mother noticed that she started having larger amounts of money around. It started off with Brianna having money to eat out at restaurants. Prior to this, Brianna and her mother did well enough, but they certainly weren't eating out multiple times a week. Carol says that it was at this point that she began to suspect that both Brianna and Brianna's best friend Tiffany Bryan had been convinced by Jesse and his crew to become part of the illegal trafficking trade that was running rampant through the area at the time. Having grown up in Coquitlam, Brianna had been exposed to organized crime for most of her life. Now, this isn't to say that either she or her family were involved in it, but rather it was an issue in the area that was only getting worse as time grew on. Coquitlam is only about a 35-minute drive from Vancouver. Now, I'm not going to pretend to know too much about the state of Vancouver around this time, but it's become common knowledge in more recent years that Vancouver, and really most of British Columbia, was in a pretty bad place in the mid to late 2000s. This is because organized crime was running rampant through the streets, and people were losing their lives each and every day. That's because beginning around 2007, building up to 2009, Vancouver was caught up in the middle of one of the most high-profile gang wars in modern times. Due to restrictions that had been put in place by the Mexican government around this time, illegal goods were becoming harder and harder to come by on the streets of Vancouver. Now, this was true pretty much everywhere across Canada and the United States, but it was particularly bad in Vancouver. This caused tensions to become incredibly high between the various gangs that had set up shop in the area. Between late 2007 and early 2009, dozens and dozens of gang members lost their lives due to increased tension and violence between these various groups. Unfortunately for Brianna Kinnear, her boyfriend Jesse was a member of one of these gangs. Now, I mentioned a moment ago that Brianna's case didn't get much media attention, and the reason for that is because she was so closely related with all of this gang activity. In fact, when her case did make the news, most people just wrote her off as yet another junkie who had it coming. But this simply wasn't true. Though this did mean that her media coverage was incredibly minimal, and most people forgot about her case as quickly as they had learned of it. The thing we don't know is whether or not Jesse had malicious intentions when he recruited both Brianna and her friend Tiffany into his dealings. I'd like to think that he didn't. I'd like to think that he was simply a guy that was caught up with all the wrong people and didn't realize just how dangerous the situation really was. But I think we both know that this is just wishful thinking. Carol first noticed how bad things had gotten when Brianna suddenly had money coming from everywhere. In fact, she and her new group of friends even made a trip to Mexico during this time. Even though they knew all of the obvious dangers related to all of these gangs, they took a vacation straight into the eye of the storm. When Carol would ask Brianna where she was getting this money for all these trips and items, she would make up stories about low-paying jobs, but her mother would see through these lies each and every time. But there was virtually nothing she could do to keep her daughter safe. All she could do was hope for the best. Carol says that despite all of this new money, Brianna continued to pursue her goal of becoming an esthetician or a makeup artist. She continued paying for classes and was even offered a position as an instructor. But as her gang relations started to grow, her ability to study for her classes began to dwindle, and she just couldn't keep up with them anymore. She started missing classes, giving up on great opportunities, and instead continued to dive headfirst into the world of organized crime. When speaking about Jesse Margeson, Carol says that she remembers Jesse as always being a bit of a loner. She remembers that he had a terrible upbringing, but didn't dive into anything specifically other than he was more or less abandoned by his parents and forced to raise himself. She mentioned that Jesse was always getting into trouble and believes that Brianna was drawn to Jesse because she believed she could fix him or help him in some way. But she also admitted that it could have been the bad boy lifestyle that seemed appealing to Brianna after living as a good girl for such a long time, but the truth is we just don't know. Carol says that Brianna always kept her eyes open looking for a way out, but the problem is that the lure of the money was just too much to turn away from. When she would speak with Brianna about getting out of the business, she says that Brianna would always have an excuse, such as, once I make X amount of money, then I'll get out. But this amount of money would always increase, and it was simply never enough. Regardless of this, Brianna's mother continued to invite Jesse to family dinners and get-togethers. She didn't do this for Jesse's sake, but rather so that her daughter knew that she would be there for her when things fell apart, and she knew they eventually would. She just couldn't have ever anticipated how quickly things would go wrong. It started with Jesse being unfaithful to Brianna. Carol says that she knew that Jesse was sneaking around, but she also knew that this was simply part of the lifestyle. Jesse felt that he was above everything and everyone, including the law and his own girlfriend. Carol knew that Brianna was being mistreated, but Brianna simply wasn't willing to listen to reason. So what else could she do? But that's when things started getting far, far worse. Brianna's demeanor began to change. She was always known for being a pretty happy and outgoing girl, but all of a sudden, there was a shift. She used to be confident, unafraid, powerful, but now she seemed to jump at every shadow. She was always watching her back. Carol says that she really noticed how bad things had gotten when Brianna started keeping the curtains closed 24/7, even on a beautiful sunny day. When Carol questioned her daughter about why she was being so secretive and acting as if she was hiding away in her own home, Brianna revealed something terrifying. She said, "Mom, they can't know where we live." By 2007, Brianna Kinnear had reached an all-time low. There was a raid at her apartment, and she was arrested and charged with possession for the purpose of trafficking. Along with these charges against her, charges were also placed against Tiffany as well as Jesse. To say that Brianna was distraught about this would be a serious understatement. Brianna insisted that Jesse was willing to take all the blame for the situation. After all, he was the one to blame. Supposedly, Brianna played no part in the collection or dispersal of these illegal goods, but unfortunately, her name was attached to the lease of the apartment where all of it was found, so she was determined to have been an accomplice. It would also later come to light that detectives believed Brianna was, in fact, involved in the dispersal of these goods. She was just as guilty as Jesse in their eyes. Carol says that for Brianna, this was the beginning of the end. Her life, as she knew it, was over. She always had dreams of leaving the country and seeing the various sights in America and across the globe, but now she was a felon, so she couldn't even leave the country. It wasn't too long after this when Jesse became caught up in a string of violence and was hit by several rounds during an altercation, nearly losing his life. Thankfully, it doesn't appear that Brianna was present for all of this. The doctors say that it was a miracle that Jesse even survived to make it to the hospital, and in the end, he would make a full recovery. For Brianna, this situation was a bit of a wake-up call. The only problem was, regardless of how woke Brianna got, there was no exit. There was no way out. By this point, she knew too much and had too many rivals who knew who she was. There was no escape. Thankfully, around this same time, Brianna did eventually leave Jesse. But as is true with many people who are in abusive relationships, she went right back to him within a matter of weeks. Worse yet, around the same time, Brianna started using the same substances she was selling. So adding an addiction into the mix certainly didn't make her situation any better. And it's likely that she went back to him not only because she missed him, but also because she needed her next fix, and he was the main person who could provide that for her. After many more months passed by, Brianna finally made the decision to leave Jesse once and for all. She even packed up all of her things and moved to a new address that only her close family knew about. But Jesse wasn't willing to give it up. He was actually in prison at this point for one of the countless crimes he had committed. He and Brianna would write letters back and forth all the time, but in late 2008 or early 2009, Brianna wrote him one final letter in which she broke up with him for good. But from behind prison walls, Jesse had Brianna stalked by one of the members of his gang, and he found out about her new address almost immediately, bringing Brianna right back into the thick of it. And that brings us to February of 2009. Brianna had been driving around the Coquitlam area in a residential neighborhood. She'd been driving a truck that she had borrowed from her friend Tiffany, who had also been deeply involved in the illegal trafficking trade. And that's when everything went wrong. How exactly the situation played out has never been determined. Best I can tell, there were no witnesses, or at least none that were willing to come forward. But Brianna was found around 7 p.m. on February 5th, 2009, after she'd pulled over and parked the truck on Oxford Street, just south of Mason. When she was spotted by police who were conducting routine rounds, she was already slumped over in the driver's seat, and the window on that side of the truck had been shattered. She'd been struck by a single round and lost her life within moments, and no one had witnessed a thing. Just days prior to this, Brianna found out that she was expected to make a court appearance regarding her charges for trafficking illegal goods. But as is true with so many people in situations like this, Brianna wouldn't live to see her court date. She lost her life all alone in a borrowed vehicle on the dark streets of Coquitlam. The worst part is, we don't even know if she was the intended victim. A suspect has never been named in this case, and considering it was gang-related, it's pretty much guaranteed that none ever will be named. In fact, it's likely that there wasn't even just one person involved. It's likely there was a collective of people who needed to make sure that Brianna didn't reveal any secrets to the police when her court date rolled around. But the craziest thing about Brianna's case is that investigators believe it's entirely possible that Brianna lost her life due to a simple case of mistaken identity. Considering she was driving Tiffany's truck, many detectives believe that Tiffany may have actually been the target. It's never been revealed why Brianna was parked in that area on the night that she lost her life, but it has been confirmed that in Jesse's absence, Brianna was still actively dealing. It could be safely assumed that she was there to carry out a deal, but this has never been confirmed. As mentioned, Brianna was just one of 3 people who lost their lives on that very same day, all of whom were tied to various gangs in the area. According to my count, at least 41 people lost their lives between January of 2009 and July of 2009, all of whom were directly related to the business that Brianna had been involved in. Brianna was just one of the first victims of these gangs, but she was far from the last. In reality, we don't even know if she had any gang secrets worth sharing. It's highly possible that she lost her life that day for no reason at all, especially if she wasn't even the intended target. It's just tragic all the way around because Brianna knew how dangerous this lifestyle was. She was a very smart girl. She did really well in school and always stayed out of trouble. But for whatever reason, this Jesse guy had an almost supernatural hold on her. And she was so blinded by her desire to be with Jesse that everything else just fell by the wayside. If there's any silver lining to this story, it's that Brianna's friend Tiffany appears to have made it out alive. After Brianna lost her life in Tiffany's vehicle, it served as somewhat of a wake-up call, and Tiffany was able to get out of the business, at least as far as I can tell. After Brianna lost her life, I was able to confirm that Tiffany had found herself a more typical job and had held on to it for at least 6 to 8 months. But after this, the trail of Tiffany basically runs cold. As for Jesse Margeson, well, he's a bit more difficult to track down. As of 2012, he was in jail awaiting trial when he was savagely beaten by a group of fellow inmates, who, you guessed it, were likely members of a rival gang. They messed him up pretty badly, but get this, he was awarded $3 million in the aftermath, given to him by the British Columbia government. Jesse and one other inmate had been the victims of this assault, and it was determined that the guards and prison officers didn't do their job to keep the two men safe, so the two were awarded a very hefty settlement. But after about 2016, Jesse basically falls off the map. I'm not sure if he's still in jail, prison, or if he's a free man now living the high life with $3 million in the bank. After this settlement, no one ever mentioned him again. Unfortunately, it seems like the real victim in this entire situation, in my opinion, was Carol, Brianna's mother. Brianna, rather obviously, is no longer around to have to suffer the aftermath of everything that went down. Jesse's no longer in the picture, nor is Tiffany. Carol has basically been left behind to sift through the wreckage all on her own. But she's doing everything within her power, and I mean everything, to ensure that her daughter isn't forgotten. She's even taken it upon herself to reach out to other mothers who've been placed in similar situations to offer them help, support, and a shoulder to lean on. While Brianna may be gone, Carol is stopping at nothing to make sure that her memory will live on forever and be a light to those who feel hopelessly lost in the dark. Thankfully for Carol, she has no regrets about the way she handled things. She knows that she did everything within her power to keep her daughter safe, but her daughter still chose to make decisions that led her down one of the darkest paths you could imagine. One of the most heartbreaking statements that I've heard from Carol is that in the days leading up to her passing, Brianna asked her mother to provide her with a letter for the judge who was ruling over her case. This letter was basically a character statement, meant to prove to the judge that Brianna wasn't a bad person. Carol refused to write the letter. When asked if she felt bad about this, Carol admitted that she did feel pretty bad. She also admitted that she wasn't ever going to lie to a judge, and it was time for Brianna to face the music, so to speak. Carol says that she could not, with a clean conscience, write a letter to a judge and tell him or her that her daughter was a good, honest person, when she knew wholeheartedly that it wasn't true. She admitted that her daughter had the opportunity to make the right move time and time again, but she made the wrong decision each and every time. She couldn't cover for her anymore, and she was forced to admit that, based on the decisions her daughter had made, she couldn't vouch for her anymore. Rather obviously, knowing all of this doesn't change the pain and the devastation that Carol has been through. If there's any comfort to be found here, it's that Carol has made peace with things, at least as much as she can. There's a strange type of solace that comes from situations like this when you know that you've exhausted every avenue that you could have. While it doesn't bring anyone back, at the very least, it may offer some level of closure. It was just minutes past midnight on March 23rd, 2015. Brittney Gargol and her best friend Cheyenne Antoine posed for a photo together to commemorate a much-needed night out after months of hectic studying for school. But what was expected to be a fun night out on the town turned into something much worse. Just hours after this photo was snapped, tragedy would strike, and one of the girls would never make it home. The crime would send police on a 3-year hunt for justice, and when detectives finally tracked down their main suspect, well, it wasn't someone that anyone would have expected. This is the tragic story of Brittney Gargol. Brittney Gargol was just 18 years old when this case took place, back in the spring months of 2015. Brittney was born to her mother, Suzane, and her father, Everett, back in 1996 in Saskatoon, located in Saskatchewan, Canada. It doesn't seem like Brittney's parents stayed together throughout her childhood, and while she maintained a good relationship with them both, Brittney certainly seems to have been closest with her mother, Suzane. Growing up in Saskatoon, Brittney seems to have had a pretty solid upbringing. Her mother certainly had a good head on her shoulders, and Saskatoon is an all-around great place to live and raise a family. Being one of the safest cities in Canada, there isn't too much to complain about. The town has all sorts of beautiful nature trails and scenery, but it also has a very lively nightlife, filled with restaurants and all sorts of attractions to keep locals and tourists busy and entertained. For Brittney and her family, Saskatoon seems to have had everything they could have ever hoped for. Great people, great amenities, and even greater friends. For Brittney, it was her friends that she cared about more than anything. See, Brittney was known for being a pretty outgoing young girl. Throughout her high school years, she'd done very well for herself. She got pretty solid grades, never got into much trouble, and she had several close friends that she felt she could depend on. Considering she was 18 years old when this story takes place, it's rather obvious that Brittney was getting pretty excited for her school year to come to a close, as that meant that she'd be heading off to university to get her degree in business, something that she'd been looking forward to for years. Unlike many of the other young adults her age who were just focused on getting to college to drink and party and get up to who knows what, Brittney was very goal-oriented, hyper-focused, and was known for being a critical thinker. Brittney had plans of getting her business degree so that she could begin managing and maybe even own a couple hotels one day. To help make these dreams a reality, Brittney had begun working multiple jobs so that she could stockpile all the money she would need to both fund her education as well as get a head start on life when she did eventually get her degree. One of her main jobs was at a local pizzeria, and it was a job that she took surprisingly seriously. Her mother recalls her as being incredibly driven, and others who knew her made sure to mention that she was an expert at balancing school, work, and her home life. She even held a job at a local German cultural center when she wasn't busy tossing pizzas. If Brittney was anything at all, she was dedicated. This girl had the willpower of an ox and would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. But while she was super hardworking and career-focused, she always made time to hang out with friends. Her closest friend was a young woman named Cheyenne Antoine. The two were about the same age and had been friends for several years, first meeting when they were in 9th grade together. Unfortunately, Cheyenne's upbringing was in a stark contrast to Brittney's. While the two certainly had some common ground and had plenty of similar interests, things just weren't as easy for Cheyenne as they may have been for Brittney. See, from the outset, Cheyenne had a hard time in life. She was known for having a seriously rough childhood, and her parents are considered to have been victims of Canada's boarding school system. Now, Canada's colorful history with boarding schools and foster care, it's not something I'm incredibly familiar with, but I've certainly heard some stories. To put it plainly, it's not a system you want to be a part of, and Canada is notorious for its mistreatment of individuals who end up in these systems, at least in years past. For Cheyenne, her parents were both forced into the system involuntarily, and they paid a hefty price for it. The years of torment and mental as well as physical abuse that they endured left a lasting impact on their lives, an impact that would trickle down to their offspring, leaving them hurt and vulnerable as well. It's been reported that Cheyenne lost both of her parents at a very young age. Due to the abuse that her parents endured in these systems, they both fell deeply into addiction and less than desirable lifestyles. This in turn meant that Cheyenne was doomed to suffer the same fate, being plunged into the exact same system that completely consumed her parents. Life was never easy for Cheyenne. It seemed everywhere she turned, things just got worse. But when Cheyenne decided to try to forge a relationship with her mother after being separated from her for years, well, she would discover a new kind of low, unlike anything she could have imagined. I cannot overstate the devastating impact that addiction can have on your life. We all know this, and far too many people have experienced it firsthand. Cheyenne was one of these people. It was her mother's addiction that ultimately landed Cheyenne in foster care after she was pulled from her family for fear of her safety. But as the years passed by, Cheyenne always tried to maintain contact with her mother, albeit from a safe distance. But as she became a teenager, her longing to have a bond with her mother grew stronger and stronger. She'd reached out to her mother countless times, but truth be told, her mom just couldn't have cared less. Her mother was so concerned with fueling her addiction that it was as if Cheyenne didn't even exist. Now, I feel it's important to recognize that Cheyenne's mother was just as much a victim as Cheyenne was. The years of abuse, the crippling addiction, you name it. But we also have to acknowledge that her mother was a grown adult, capable of making her own decisions. But she made the wrong ones time and time again, and Cheyenne paid for it. After being forced into foster care, Cheyenne was abused both physically and mentally, just like her parents. The only difference is that Cheyenne took steps to better herself and try to heal from her current and previous trauma. Her parents were not afforded the same luxuries. But all of these reached a peak when Cheyenne was just 15 years old. Her mother finally lost her battle with addiction and passed away, leaving Cheyenne, for the most part, to face the world alone. Unfortunately, if the situation wasn't already bad enough, The loss of her mother left her feeling as though she had nowhere else to turn, other than to the same vices that her mother had. Before long, Cheyenne had become involved with some rather shady people, and it only took a matter of months before she too fell into the trap of addiction. But Cheyenne had one saving grace that her mother didn't have: Brittney. It was around this time that Cheyenne and Brittney's relationship had really begun to blossom. For Cheyenne, all she wanted was for a friend to have her back and just listen and be there for her. Brittney also wanted nothing more. The two hit it off like you wouldn't believe, and before long, they were inseparable. This brings us to March of 2015. The two had been studying incredibly hard for their end-of-year exams, and more than anything, they each just wanted to spend a night out on the town and unwind for a bit. We don't really know what the two had planned for that night, but on the evening of March 23rd, 2015, the two agreed to meet up, and they snapped a few photos to share to social media. These photos were taken just moments before they headed off into the night, neither of them knowing that, for one of them, this night would be their last. It was around midnight on March 24th that Brittney and Cheyenne headed towards a family friend's home, a woman named Atasha Story. Atasha says that the girls stopped by her home on their way out and asked to borrow some money for gas. Atasha was happy to oblige, and she even took things a step further, telling the girls that if they needed anything at all that evening, just call her and she would show up. She offered to pick them up wherever they were, no matter what time of night it was. Brittney thanked her with a hug, and the two friends set off. According to investigators, we don't know exactly where the two went right after this, but we know that they shared the aforementioned photo on social media at exactly 12:02 a.m. on March 24th. This would be the last time anyone heard from Brittney, as all contact after this post ceased. She never responded to any phone calls, social media comments, nothing. Just 6 hours later, at exactly 6:02 a.m., a driver was traveling down a remote road on the outskirts of Saskatoon when he spotted something off to the side of the road. As the driver passed by, he was a bit shocked. He had to do a double take. As he was riding along, he could have sworn he saw the body of a young woman lying just off the side of the road. He turned the car around and went back to get a better look, knowing good and well he couldn't have seen what he just thought he saw. But he did. As he returned to the location, the realization quickly washed over him, and he just stumbled across a crime scene. Not knowing what state the young woman was in, he rushed to her aid but quickly realized she was cold to the touch. The woman was missing her shoes, and all attempts to bring her back to life failed. Police were quickly dispatched to the scene of the crime, but by the time they arrived, there was nothing they could do except collect evidence and begin an investigation. According to police officers who were at the scene, they immediately suspected foul play. Something about the scene of the crime, it didn't feel right. And to top this off, they began investigating the woman's body a bit more closely and found obvious signs of bruising around her neck that were consistent with a crime. When they started collecting clues and evidence from the scene of the crime, detectives gathered up a leather jacket, a woman's watch, as well as a very unique belt, all of which had just been abandoned at the scene. The only real problem is that at this point, officers had no idea who this young woman even was. To try to track down her identity, they took photos of several of her tattoos, including a group of stars and a lion's head, posting these images into the local media, hoping someone could shed some light on this poor girl's identity. Fortunately, it didn't take officers long at all to make a positive identification. That morning, Atasha Story had been watching the news, and what she saw, nothing could have prepared her for. As she sat on her couch, mindlessly watching early morning television, the images of the tattoos popped up on screen, and Atasha's jaw hit the floor. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she didn't even know what to do with herself. She immediately recognized the tattoos as belonging to Brittney. But how? She'd just been there a few hours before. She was in a great mood and made sure to tell Brittney if she ever needed anything to call. So how could this have happened? Atasha did the only thing she knew to do, and she called the police. After a very brief discussion, the body that officers had found earlier that morning was positively identified as belonging to Brittney Gargol. Once investigators discovered the identity of Brittney, they sprang into action to try to piece together what had taken place that night before. They started their search on social media, and that's when they came across the photo that Brittney had taken with Cheyenne the night before. Interestingly, just a short while before police found this photo, they noticed that Cheyenne had posted to Brittney's Facebook wall, asking, quote, "Where are you? Haven't heard from you. Hope you made it home safe." Police knew that this meant the two had certainly been together on the night that Brittney had been attacked, so they began their investigation with Cheyenne. Police paid her a visit and asked for a rundown regarding what had taken place that night. As far as a night out in Saskatoon goes, things were pretty typical. The only strange thing was, Cheyenne revealed that the girls had been bar hopping all night, but I'm not sure how they managed to do this because they were both underage at the time. But anyway, they somehow managed to gain access to multiple bars in the area, starting their adventure around midnight and ending it sometime around 4 a.m., when they were invited to a local house party by an unidentified man who they believed to be in his 30s. What happened after this house party is a bit of a blur. According to Cheyenne, she and Brittney went their separate ways a short while after 4 a.m., with Cheyenne being dropped off at an assisted living facility so that she could visit her uncle. When police spoke with the uncle, he corroborated this story and said that he and Cheyenne had in fact visited at around 4 a.m. that morning. But where was Brittney? It would take a few days before detectives made any further progress in the case. They sent Brittney's remains off for a forensic analysis, and when the results came in, they were a bit surprised. Brittney had lost her life after being strangled with a black belt, the same belt that was found abandoned at the scene of the crime. If this attack had been deliberate, and police believed it had been, why would the criminal have ditched the evidence at the scene of the crime? That just seems careless. For the investigating officers, they hoped that this meant the case would be open and shut. They now knew what happened, they knew what weapon had been used, now all they needed to do was tie the weapon to the criminal. This was when even better news came in, when the belt was sent in for analysis. They found 2 profiles of DNA left behind on it. One matched Brittney, and the other, presumably, would be a match to the criminal. It was as if all the pieces of the puzzle were just falling together perfectly. But all was not as it seemed. See, it was at this point in the investigation that officers began to realize something wasn't right. They'd taken statements from several people who had spotted both Brittney and Cheyenne that evening, but their stories just weren't lining up. Cheyenne claimed that the girls had begun their evening at a bar called the Manchester Brew Pub, then also claimed that their time together ended at the Colonial Pub and Grill, with this being around the time the 2 girls went their separate ways. Rather obviously, police headed off to these 2 bars to try to figure out what the girls had done afterward, and determine if anybody may have spotted the 2 that evening. Well, when they began their search at the Manchester Brew Pub, everything was in order. They didn't really find any information that was particularly useful, but they did confirm that the girls had been there that evening at the time that Cheyenne said they were. But when detectives made their way to the Colonial Pub and Grill, that's when things started to get fishy. According to senior Crown Prosecutor Robin Ritter, it didn't take him long at all to realize that the girls' trip to the Colonial, it didn't happen. After this revelation came to light, Detective Ritter was hot on the trail of Cheyenne. Every aspect of the story and the investigation up until this point hinged on facts that Cheyenne had shared with detectives, but they quickly began to realize that Cheyenne clearly wasn't being entirely truthful with them. If she was willing to lie about what bars the 2 had been to that night, what else was she lying about? Police decided to approach the case from a different angle. They decided to pay a visit to Cheyenne's uncle, the one who was in the assisted living facility. When they began pressing him about what had taken place that night, they quickly began to realize that he didn't know much at all about the evening that Brittney vanished. In fact, it only took him a few minutes to realize that the chain of events he'd reported to officers before simply didn't happen. In the end, he confessed that he had given false testimony to officers, admitting that he did so to protect his niece. But with this in mind, what really happened that night? Well, according to the uncle, Cheyenne had approached him that evening and asked him to lie for her to help cover her tracks. Cheyenne admitted that she and Brittney had gotten involved with a bad group of guys that night and ended up following 2 men to a motel that evening, after the men had promised the girls access to certain substances and alcohol. Cheyenne reportedly told her uncle that the 4 of them had gotten into an argument about these substances, with Cheyenne leaving in the middle of the argument to use the bathroom. She claims that when she came back, Brittney was lying lifeless on the motel bed. Shocked and confused at this rapid change of events, Cheyenne began to freak out, but the man threatened her with a weapon and demanded that she help him cover up the crime. Cheyenne seemed to be pretty shaken up by this encounter, but rather strangely, investigators very quickly learned that this entire story was a fabrication as well. Literally none of it happened. They could find no evidence of such an event taking place at the motel, nor any evidence that the girls had ever been to that motel that night, much less with the company of two grown men. Well, about 5 weeks passed by after this. Cheyenne, in the meantime, had been arrested for shoplifting and was now being held in a local jail while she was awaiting her trial. Detectives decided that they would pay her a visit in jail and see if she'd finally be willing to tell them the truth. She wasn't. In fact, when police pressed her about the night of Brittney's passing, she refused to tell them a single thing, not one word. But actually, this was all the prosecutors needed to hear, because it was now clear they were on the right track. Police may not have had much evidence to go on, but now knowing that Cheyenne certainly knew more than she was letting on, they decided to keep tabs on her and watch her from a distance, hoping that at some point she would slip up and make a mistake that might just shed new light on their investigation. As fate would have it, they were right. One day, totally out of the blue, Brittney's family received a phone call from Cheyenne's aunt. According to the aunt, Cheyenne had come over to her house that evening that Brittney had disappeared, and it was clear she was pretty drunk, upset, and panicking. She couldn't really make sense of what Cheyenne was saying, but she mentioned something about strangling her friend and even mentioned the name Brittney. Obviously, Brittney's family turned this information over to the police, and Cheyenne's aunt was more than happy to share her story with investigators. But despite this, Cheyenne was still unwilling to cooperate. She denied knowing anything about her friend's passing, and just 6 months later, Cheyenne even took to social media to make a post in remembrance of Brittney, saying, quote, "I miss you so much. You came and visited me in my dream last night. You were way too young to go." It would be another 2 years before the case would see any more progress. But one final piece of evidence that investigators collected blew the entire case wide open, and as it would turn out, it had been staring them in the face all along. While Cheyenne had been dodging police time and time again over the last 2 years, investigators finally stumbled across an incredibly damning piece of evidence that had, up until now, been completely overlooked. It was 2017 when Detective Ritter said that his team had a, quote, aha moment. As they were reviewing old photos from the early days of the investigation, they noticed something very, very interesting. If you remember, just before the two girls headed off for their night out, they posted a photo to Facebook. You may also remember that when police showed up at the scene of the crime, they found a leather jacket, a woman's watch, and a black braided belt. Take a look at this photo. Now take a closer look at that belt. Somehow, for nearly 3 years, police had a photo of Cheyenne wearing the very belt that she used to claim the life of her best friend, and they totally missed it. Now, don't think I'm blaming them for this, I'm certainly not. But it's so crazy that something like this went unnoticed for all this time. This image finally blew the case wide open, and it was a piece of evidence that police had in their possession this entire time. I mean, heck, the photo had even been posted publicly on social media this whole time too, and not one single person noticed the belt. If you remember, police had already collected an unknown DNA profile from that belt years earlier. But now, when they compared it to Cheyenne, they finally found their match. Cheyenne was, without a doubt, responsible. But the bigger question here is, why? The two girls were best friends. They were clearly on good terms. So what could have led to a simple night out ending in such a heartbreaking tragedy? Well, now that she'd been caught red-handed, Cheyenne was finally willing to talk. Cheyenne finally admitted that she and Brittney had attended a house party that night, where they were given access to alcohol and various illegal substances. She says that the two were heavily under the influence all night, and her last memory with Brittney was at around 4:30 a.m. when they visited a local McDonald's. She remembered that at some point around this time, the two had argued, but she had no idea what they were arguing about. It was all a blur. Cheyenne claims that just moments after this, she blacked out and has no memory of the rest of the evening, though she did admit that she woke up several hours later knowing something had gone horribly wrong, but she didn't know what it may have been. By all accounts, Cheyenne claimed the life of her best friend, then just forgot about it. Detective Ritter spoke about the crime and says that one of the most frustrating things about the investigation is that Cheyenne never really admitted to anything, and they have no further evidence to prove whether this was all just a tragic accident or something much more sinister. Cheyenne, to this day, has never opened up about what happened to Brittney. And I think we have to accept the possibility that, truth be told, she may really not know what happened. While I hate to entertain the thought of it, it's truly possible that this was all some sort of drunken, substance-induced mistake. But we do still have to understand and accept Cheyenne made a choice to put herself and her best friend in a dangerous situation that night by partaking in illegal substances. While she may or may not have been in control when the crime unfolded, one thing is for sure, she was entirely in control when she took that first dose, and her poor decisions led to her best friend losing her life. In the end, prosecutors wanted to pursue second-degree charges against Cheyenne, but these charges just wouldn't stick. This prompted them to work out a deal with Cheyenne in which she pleaded guilty to much lesser charges of manslaughter. Cheyenne was obviously convicted, and she was sentenced to 7 years in prison, and she'll be eligible for parole this year. I feel like Brittney's stepmother said it best when she spoke about the tragedy that unfolded that evening, saying, quote, "Brittney was a wonderful person whose life was cut short. It's not fair. It's just not fair." The story of Grace Holland is bizarre. The mother of 4 was raising her children alongside her long-term boyfriend, Robert Douse, the local fire captain. But in July of 2020, their world would be changed forever when Grace unexpectedly lost her life. The official report claims that Grace Holland ended her own life right in front of Robert. But some investigators and detectives, well, they're not so sure. See, Grace was right-handed, but the wound came from her left side. Robert says that Grace was incredibly depressed, but her family and friends say otherwise. Grace left a handwritten note behind at the scene of the crime, but many people say that anyone with eyes can tell that this handwriting isn't hers. But the most mysterious aspect of all is just 3 years after the tragic loss of Grace, Robert's new girlfriend, Dr. Sarah Sweeney, also lost her life right in front of him, just like Grace. Robert insists that this is all a misunderstanding, but recent advancements in the investigation, well, they cast the situation into a whole new light. I hope you guys are ready because this is a strange one. In 2020, Grace Holland was living in Crevcoeur, Missouri, alongside her boyfriend Robert Douse. Grace was known for being a fairly perky woman with lots of energy. When she and Robert first met sometime around 2016, Grace had just gotten out of a rather tough marriage that doesn't seem to have ended particularly well, though the two did stay on civil terms after their marriage was called off, mostly for the sake of their children. Funny enough, when Grace met Robert for the first time, she was impressed by his car more than anything. Driving a Porsche to and from work, Robert was a man that certainly caught a lot of attention. He was a man who was very well known in the local community for being an incredibly upstanding citizen, a guy who'd fight for justice and peace any chance that he could. Considering he was the local Maryland Heights fire captain, he had quite a reputation to uphold, and he seemed to have been doing a great job at it. Everyone in the Maryland Heights area knew of Robert. Everyone looked up to him. He was a guy that many young boys and girls in the area aspired to be. Robert wasn't only involved in the local fire department, though, but he also had deep ties to the local police department as well, mostly due to the nature of his job, but also just through traditional relationships with locals. What's really impressive is that Robert wasn't the only person from his family to dedicate their lives to helping others. He actually came from a family of first responders, and his own father was the former fire captain of Maryland Heights, passing the title down to Robert when he retired. If this isn't enough to convince you of the character of Robert Douse, his family also owns a small company known as Liberty Artworks, who makes memorials for local police officers and fire officers who've passed on. with this business being an endeavor that Robert's father launched in his free time to help out families of those who lost loved ones in action. When Robert met Grace, it was basically love at first sight. The two had some baggage from previous relationships, but there was nothing they couldn't handle. Grace brought along her 4 children from her previous marriage, and Robert had a son from a previous relationship too. For Grace, Robert was the total package. Grace was known for having a remarkably deep respect for first responders, police officers, detectives, firemen, you name it. From a very young age, she dedicated her life to helping others find justice. She even became a member of the Police Explorer program when she was just a teenager, a program for teens that want to learn more about the inner workings of a police department, how investigations play out, and how officers track down suspects and bring them to justice. When Grace finally graduated high school and moved on to college, she decided to pursue a degree in criminal justice, and after graduating, took every chance she had to give back to her local community and help out the local law enforcement whenever she could. As far as I can tell, Grace was never given the chance to put her criminal justice degree to work because no sooner than she got her degree, it seems as though the first of her children came along, and before long, she was spending the bulk of her time raising her 4 kids. As years passed by and she met Robert, Grace was given the opportunity to become what her sister dubbed as a police wife, becoming a full-time stay-at-home mom for the most part, while Robert helped provide for the family financially, fighting fires and solving crimes. For Grace, this seems to have been a dream come true. She loved her kids more than anything and couldn't imagine being anywhere else than with her children. But that's when tragedy struck. We don't know the specific dates, but sometime in 2020, Grace was hit with the most awful news any mother could ever imagine. She'd encountered a miscarriage. She and Robert had been trying for several months to have a child of their own, and no sooner than they found out they were pregnant, they unfortunately lost the baby. I'm not even going to pretend to understand the heartache, the grief, and the crushing emotions that come from a situation like this, but it was very clear that after this loss, Grace was suffering severely. The once happy-go-lucky woman had seemingly overnight turned into a shell of her former self. She found herself caught up in a depression that is incomprehensible. She was seeing a doctor for this, but the medications just couldn't seem to keep the dark thoughts at bay. Several sources say that this was basically the beginning of the end for Grace, and Robert seems to have suggested this as well, but no one in Grace's family could have ever expected just how right he would be. If you're into true crime stories and unsolved mysteries as much as I am, you're gonna love what I'm about to show you. June's Journey is a hidden object game, but with a pretty interesting story involving a murder mystery. It takes place back in the 1920s, and each new scene and level takes you through a different chapter of the story, with June Parker as she works to solve the murder of her sister. This game is completely free to download, and the basic idea of the game is hunting for clues and hidden objects that may help bring June one step closer to solving the case. You can customize and remodel your mansion, as well as your garden island along the way. It's super relaxing to play and easy to pick up when you have a few free minutes here or there throughout the day, and the story is pretty engaging. You can click the link below in the description to download the game on iOS and Android devices, but it's also available on PC through Facebook Games. So if you're ready to dive headfirst into a captivating murder mystery and help June solve the mysterious case surrounding her sister, just click the link below to download June's Journey. Thanks to June's Journey for sponsoring today's video. It was July 22nd, 2020. Laura Holland, Grace's twin sister, woke up to a Facebook message she couldn't believe. One of her friends asked her, "Is it true your sister is dead?" Laura was taken aback for a moment. She had no idea what was going on, nor what the friend was talking about. The friend who messaged her was a teacher at Grace's daughter's school, Laura's niece, and this teacher had heard the news from the school's resource officer. Just like that, the relationship Laura had with her sister was over. Gone without so much as a single word from Grace herself. Laura says that when she heard the news, she was in complete shock. She called everyone in her family, and one by one they each learned the terrible news of Grace's passing. One of the most heartbreaking details about this whole ordeal is that when the news broke, one of Grace's 4 daughters was anxiously awaiting her mother to come home so that the two could go on a shoe shopping spree together. But that trip would never come. Grace never showed up, and none of her children ever saw her again. The news first came through at about 5:10 a.m. that morning. Without any sort of warning or lead up to the tragedy, Robert Douse called 911 and very calmly identified himself as the fire captain of Maryland Heights. Without so much as a stutter or a sigh, he told the dispatcher that Grace had used a weapon to end her own life right in front of him after battling depression for months. When first responders arrived, they quickly learned that Robert hadn't attempted any form of resuscitation nor made any attempts to save Grace's life in the off chance that she'd survived the blow. This was the first red flag. A coroner then learned that Grace took a single round to her left side temple with a slight downward trajectory. But Grace was right-handed, so if she were going to take her own life, wouldn't she be holding the weapon in her right hand? This was the second red flag. Rather strangely, immediately after police arrived at the scene of the crime to collect evidence, Robert decided to call his attorney. Before saying a single word to any of the officers who showed up at the crime scene, Robert ran everything past his attorney, with his attorney telling him what he should or shouldn't say to the investigators. This was the third red flag. Investigators managed to find 2 notes left at the scene of the crime, both of which were determined to have been handwritten by Grace on the same day she lost her life. In the first note, she addresses her daughters, tells them how proud she is of them, and how they're each going to do amazing things throughout their lives. In the second note, she addresses Robert, saying she wishes he could understand that there's more to life than things and money. She signs this letter off by saying, "Goodbye, my love." In the days and weeks that followed this, Robert wasn't really investigated much at all. The case was basically open and shut. Grace was listed as having taken her own life due to depression, and that was that. After all, everyone in the area knew Robert as one of the most upstanding people in the community. If anything, they felt bad for him, not suspicious of him. But as soon as Laura heard the news about Robert deciding to lawyer up before ever even being considered a suspect, she knew something was wrong. As it would turn out, in the months leading up to her unexpected passing, Grace had confided in her sister Laura that Robert wasn't the man he portrayed himself to be. According to Grace, Robert was incredibly abusive, and as time went by, this abuse only got worse. It grew to such a degree that she decided to start keeping logs of everything, even going as far as recording Robert's abuse so that she would have evidence to use against him in court if the need ever arose. Laura recalled witnessing several bruises on Grace, and it was clear that the violence was getting out of hand. One evening, Grace actually made the mistake of playing one of her recordings for Robert, hoping that he would hear himself on the recording and realize just how cruel he was being. Unfortunately, he didn't. Hearing the accusations from Grace and his own voice on the recording only made things worse, and Grace's family admits that this would prove to be a tragic mistake. Grace was so overwhelmed by Robert's increasingly erratic behavior that she went as far as contacting the Maryland Heights Fire Deputy Chief Medical Officer, hoping he may be able to explain why Robert had been so aggressive lately. Best I can tell, her calls and requests for answers were pretty much ignored by this man, and the whole situation was brushed off. According to Laura, Grace truly believed she could help Robert. She thought there was something she could do to get him the help that he needed, and she even attempted to enroll the two in counseling, but this obviously didn't work out. As time passed by, Robert just grew angrier and angrier, and if Grace's family is to be believed, he eventually snapped. Grace's family says that Robert's behavior towards Grace was simply unacceptable. He'd begun to control every aspect of her life, even going as far as telling her who she could spend her time with and how she could spend it. He controlled how much gas money she could use in her car, and would even go as far as telling her when and how often she could see her own children. When Grace's sister Laura spoke about Grace's funeral, she commented that no one even showed up. She says not a single one of Grace's friends appeared at her funeral because Robert had forced her to burn bridges with everyone she knew. Her best friend had even cut ties with her in the weeks leading up to her passing after a particularly bad experience when having dinner with Grace and Robert, though the exact details of what unfolded at this dinner have never been fully revealed. Laura says that Robert went as far as forcing Grace to quit her job and work for his company, Liberty Artworks. But strangely, he refused to have her name appear on the payroll. Instead, all of her payments were considered under the table, meaning she wouldn't be able to reap any benefits from this job, nor show any income on the couple's taxes, making her solely dependent on Robert for pretty much everything. He was even the guy that wrote her under-the-table checks each month. According to Crime Scoop, as soon as Grace lost her life, Robert wasted no time. He packed his bags and moved out of the couple's home immediately. He now lives in a new home that he and Grace actually picked out together just weeks before the tragedy. A home in which Laura says Grace picked out every last light fixture, the details of the fireplaces, everything. Just days after this move took place, Robert was heard telling people around town that he had, quote, 1 foot out of their relationship for months before Grace lost her life, explaining that this was how he was able to move on so quickly. This is a statement that, for all the obvious reasons, just rubs me the wrong way. Rather than seeming like a grieving partner who just lost the love of his life, Robert was coming off to most people as generally being a jerk who couldn't have cared less. Based on his statements to friends and acquaintances, he didn't really show any signs of grief or remorse. If anything, he seemed almost satisfied that the relationship had ended so abruptly and so quickly. When speaking about Grace, he didn't paint her as being a victim of her own mental health, a victim of his abuse, or anything else. Instead, as Crime Scoop puts it, he painted her as being nothing more than desperate and delusional. But here's where things just get downright crazy. We've all heard true crime stories that have sudden and unexpected twists. Well, this one is just wild. When police were collecting information about Grace, the events leading up to her passing, and many of the aspects of Robert's life that took place after Grace was gone, they learned some very interesting news. Robert hadn't been faithful to Grace for a very, very long time. I mean, go figure, an abusive husband who cheats on his wife? Never. But that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is he wasn't just seeing other women, he was seeing other men as well. And this is a proven fact. The information was revealed to police through redacted text messages that were pulled by Robert's own lawyer. Around this same time, Robert cut all ties with Grace's family, including her 4 daughters that he'd helped raise for the last few years. Like turning off a light switch, he just shut down and opted out, never speaking another word to them. He never asked to be a part of Grace's funeral, and I haven't even been able to confirm whether or not he attended the funeral. He also went as far as directing the Maryland Heights Fire Department to never speak to Grace's family again. Immediately after this, in the eyes of Grace's loved ones, Robert basically ceased to exist. In the blink of an eye, he just disappeared from their lives. Interestingly, sometime around this point, detectives with the Crevcore Police Department decided to reach out to Robert to take his statement and interview him about the loss of his wife's life. He was taken into an interrogation room where he was asked to give a handwritten and a verbal statement, with the entire event being recorded for evidence. But as soon as he left the room that day, that recording was deleted. The Crevcore Police Department says this was nothing more than a simple mistake, a digital error. But I'll be honest, I'm not so sure. Considering the ties that Robert had with the local police, is it really so hard to believe that he may have slipped up and said something he shouldn't have, and one of his friends at the police office helped make that tape disappear? Now, I always try to keep my own opinions out of cases like this and just share the facts and the evidence, but this is just beginning to be a bit too much to ignore. But if this isn't bad enough, there was also a recording of Robert arguing with his young son that was mysteriously deleted while in the police's possession. This tape could have been used against Robert in court to prove that he was, in fact, the abusive man that Grace claimed him to be. But now that this tape had also vanished, he got away scot-free. But if all this wasn't bad enough, things were about to get much, much worse. Laura Holland has reached out to various news outlets in the wake of her sister's passing, and has shared a very extensive list of crimes and oversights that she believes were committed by the Crevcore Police Department. According to Laura, when investigating the scene of the crime, the coroner didn't correctly identify the entry wounds and exit wounds on Grace's body. Police misreported Robert's location when Grace passed away. By his own admission, Robert was standing right next to her, but some police reports suggest otherwise. They failed to remove friends of Robert from the investigation. They've closed the scene of the crime before ever speaking with family. They didn't investigate an engagement ring that was missing from the scene of the crime. They failed to collect forensic evidence from Robert's hands or Grace's hands to prove who was really holding the weapon that evening. They lost multiple video recordings, didn't document obvious bruising on Grace's body, failed to verify the handwriting on the letters that were found at the scene of the crime, and never bothered questioning Robert for 14 months after the crime occurred. Now, you may remember that I mentioned the notes found at the scene of the crime, as well as the fact that police never verified the handwriting on these notes. Well, Gavin Fish has done an excellent job compiling evidence for this case, and he managed to track down scans of the notes that were found at the scene of the crime, as well as other handwriting examples from Grace when she filled out paperwork or had written down notes in the weeks or months leading up to the crime. Take a look at this image here. The image on the left is taken from the note that Grace allegedly wrote to her daughters on the day she lost her life. The image on the right is taken from sticky notes that Grace left behind for one reason or another. Now, here's the thing. I've heard several people voicing their concerns that this handwriting simply doesn't match. Laura, Grace's sister, also seems to believe that the handwriting isn't a match for Grace. But I've got to be totally honest with you here. If you look at the confirmed handwriting on the right side and compare it with the alleged handwriting on the left, I'm not seeing any major differences. Now, I've highlighted the words love and proud in both images so you can see a clear example of the same words written several weeks apart. And they don't really look that much different to me. It would certainly make for a more compelling story if the handwriting was different, but it's just not. Now, that certainly doesn't discredit Laura's allegations against Robert, not by a very, very long shot. But let me know if you guys see something I don't in this handwriting, because it seems pretty clear to me that these notes were written by Grace. But now, here's where things take another turn, and unfortunately so. I think it's pretty clear to assume, based on Laura's allegations and her claims against Robert, she believes that Robert was involved in Grace's passing. Either he directly claimed her life, or he led to her claiming her life by being abusive and manipulative. But I think I can pretty much debunk the theory that Robert took Grace's life outright. Now, unfortunately, because of the nature of the next few photographs, I can't show them in their entirety in this video, or YouTube would pull it down so fast it would make your head spin. But during the police investigation into Grace's passing, they managed to get a hold of several text messages that Grace sent to her family or to Robert. And these texts and images, well, they paint Grace in a very different light. In one image, Grace sent a photo of the weapon that she would eventually use to claim her own life. This was coincided by texts that read, "Goodbye, you failed me, I loved you. Tell the girls I love them. You chose this." Detectives also uncovered another image of that same weapon, likely taken around this same time. There was also a photo of Grace holding the contents of an entire bottle of pills in her hand, with these pills being an antipsychotic medication that was prescribed to her. Finally, there's a photo of Grace herself holding the very weapon that she would soon use to take her own life. The most shocking and concerning part about this image is that, well, she's holding the weapon in her left hand, even though she was right-handed, just as the wound was described in the coroner's report, which basically puts that theory to rest. So here's the thing. Was Robert involved in Grace's passing? Well, I find it hard to believe he wasn't. According to Robert, after their miscarriage, Grace was known to fly off the handle at the most random of times. But how could you blame her? The grief she was experiencing was unlike anything you could imagine unless you've been through something like this. Not only was she naturally grieving, but her body was also flipping out on a chemical level because of the miscarriage. So there was only so much of her behavior she could realistically control. Robert's abuse added on top of this certainly wouldn't have made things any better. His hatred and mistreatment of Grace is so well documented that it's pretty much irrefutable to say that he did play some role in Grace's claiming her own life. Not that he took her life with his own two hands, but his actions certainly pushed her there. But is that enough to see him convicted somehow? Well, I'm just not sure. Considering so much of the evidence against him has been deleted by the local police department, I don't think we'll ever see the day this man is put behind bars. But there's one more aspect of this story that we need to cover. What about Robert's most recent girlfriend, Dr. Sarah Sweeney? She too lost her life in front of Robert, just like Grace. Dr. Sarah Sweeney was a doctor and podiatrist, someone who specializes in disorders of the feet or ankles, who'd recently opened up her own practice in Crevcoeur, Missouri. When she was young, she was diagnosed with an illness known as Perth's disease, which affects the joints in your hips and can make it incredibly difficult to walk. We don't know specifically when she met Robert Dowse, but the two had seemingly been dating for a number of months when, without warning, she lost her own life in Robert's home. According to the local police, she showed no signs of trauma, and her lawyer claims that she'd been suffering from a life-threatening medical condition. But according to the coroner's report, the actual reason she lost her life was due to an overdose of pain medication, likely the same medicine used to treat her Perth's disease, but I haven't confirmed this part. Now here's the thing. Officially speaking, there's no link between Sarah's passing and Robert, except that in the months leading up to her losing her life, she'd been outspoken against Robert, telling those close to her that she personally suspected he may have played a role in how Grace lost her life. His own girlfriend said this. Her friends say that she spent her days living in fear of Robert, and she didn't know what to do to get out of the situation. Now, we know that Sarah had recently opened up her new podiatry practice in Missouri, but this came about after she filed a lawsuit for wrongful termination against her former employer, claiming that she was subjected to gender discrimination, disability discrimination, as well as sexual harassment in the workplace. But if we look at the counterclaims filed by her former employer, they actually claim that her employment was terminated on the grounds of her having issues with both her mental and physical health that prevented her from performing her job properly. In one of her other remarks, she mentioned that she'd been homeless, was feeling rather hopeless, and couldn't even get her car legally registered in Missouri because it had a broken headlight and windshield, and she had no money to get either of the two repaired. With all of this in mind, pieced together with Sarah's unexpected passing due to an overdose, what are we to make of this? Is it possible that Robert played a role in her passing as well? Well, yes, certainly, especially since she claims she was living in fear of him just like Grace had been. But if we look at this purely from an evidence standpoint, I just don't see what leg this investigation has to stand on. Sarah was obviously severely troubled in the months leading up to her passing, just like Grace was. The fact that she passed away due to an overdose, it really makes you wonder if she had just had all she could take. But it also makes you wonder if Robert could have played a role in the overdose. It wouldn't be that hard to do. If they lived together, he obviously had access to all of her medications. But in the end, there's just too many loose ends here to really be able to say for sure what happened. Personally, I find it awfully bizarre that both women, both of whom had very well-documented mental health issues, would pass away right next to this guy in his own home within such a short period of time. I also find it pretty strange that they both classified him as controlling, scary, and in Sarah's own words, capable of taking the life of his former lover. This is, unfortunately, just another one of those cases that doesn't have a silver lining or any clear ending. There's no lesson to be learned. There's just heartbreak and despair for both families who were involved in this. Thankfully, Robert is still actively under investigation, and I hope the truth will come out one day. That is, if he really was involved in one or both of these cases. But for now, tragically, the story remains unsolved. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to click the link below to download June's journey and help June solve the mysterious case of her sister. Thank you guys for tuning in to another episode of True Crime Stories. If you enjoyed this video, check out this other interesting case I covered, and don't forget to subscribe. It's totally free and keeps you up to date with all of my future videos. You can also click that join button below to show your support for the channel and see new videos long before everyone else does. But my name is Ty Knotts, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.